And now, Big Lake Lynching, written by Nick Russell, narrated by Bruce Miles. Introduction. The tassel-eared Albert squirrel scampered nimbly down the limb of the huge ponderosa pine and paused when he came to the spot where the sun warmed the branch exactly to his liking. Eyes and ears alert for anything out of place, the animal spent several minutes looking for danger. His stomach was full, and now he needed to rest. The night before, humans had intruded into the forest. The noise and smell of them had frightened away many of the small animals, sending them off in search of safer and quieter refuge until the trespassers were gone. But the squirrel, an old scarred boar, had stayed in his tree. Long ago he had learned how to remain motionless for as long as was required, depending upon his pelt's natural camouflage to escape detection. Many younger, more nervous squirrels were not able to stand the strain and would often flee for safety. Sometimes they made it, but all too often their movement betrayed them. The long sticks the humans carried roared and spat fire, and the runners tumbled to the ground and were carried away. The old boar was never one to act in haste, a trait that had helped him survive in the wild for so long. He had watched many a human pass by below his tree, unseen by the eyes of the hunters. Satisfied that he was safe from predators, he stretched out in the sun and let the warmth soak into his body, easing the stiff place that still ached where the hawk's sharp talons had pierced his hip so long ago. His eyelids grew heavy, and he began to drowse. Moments later an alien sound alerted him, and he sprang to his feet. A giant shadow passed overhead, and a roar more horrible than any cougar's call shook the still morning air. The squirrel forgot all the many lessons he had learned about staying in place and waiting until danger passed. This menace was too close and too horrible for any thoughts but blind escape from the exposed tree limb. His arthritic hip was forgotten as his panic carried him deep into the branches of the tree. Ducking behind a canopy of needles, he finally halted and flattened himself against the bark, every sense on full alert. Overhead, the terrible apparition roared again, and flame shot upward through it as it drifted slowly past. The squirrel's ears picked up a new sound as the roaring subsided. The words of humans. But how could that be? Humans were ground creatures, not flying animals. Not a jay or a hawk or even the feared owl. But there was no mistaking the sound. The old boar had heard it too many times. He flattened even closer to the rough bark of the pine tree. "It's just beautiful, Nels. I never knew it could be so gorgeous up here." The sound was from a female human, but the veteran squirrel knew they could be just as deadly as the males. He held his position. Then the male spoke, and he knew there were at least two of them. "I told you it was grand. Look over there. See the mist coming off the water? Beautiful, isn't it?" The words were drowned out by another ear-splitting roar and huge belch of flame, and the nightmare drifted farther past and started to glide down the gentle slope of the mountain toward the lake. Again the words of the humans floated back on the morning air. "What's that down there, Nels?" "Over there. It looks like—" "What? Where?" "Oh, shit! Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, my God!" The female human screamed, a sound more terrifying than the roaring that went with the fiery flames, more terrifying than the call of a coyote or the screech of an owl bearing down on his tree. The old squirrel knew that he was going to die. He jumped from his hiding place and ran as fast as he could, ran like the days when he was a youngster so long ago. He reached the end of the branch, and his legs pushed him off in a mighty leap. He expected any minute to hear the roar of the human's fire sticks and feel himself being torn to pieces. But instead he sailed across the gap to the waiting branches of another tree, clawed his way around the trunk, and ran along a huge limb as far as it would take him. He leapt to a third tree, putting as much cover and distance as he could between himself and the terrible flying humans. But even then, over the pounding inside his head, he could still hear the terrible screams of the female human behind him. He was halfway down the other side of the mountain before he finally stopped in a great snag of branches high up in an ancient old ponderosa to allow his heart to slow down again. He couldn't hear the horrific noises any more, but the old boar would remember them for the rest of his days. Chapter 1. The first time the telephone rang, Sheriff Jim Weber pulled his pillow over his head and hoped it was a dream. The second ring told him it wasn't a dream. At the third ring, he cursed and groped for the handset on his nightstand, knocking it to the floor. 4 rings, and 2 expletives later, he finally managed to get the telephone to his ear. "It's Sunday. Go away," mumbled Weber.
"Jimmy? Sheriff Weber? This is Archer, your deputy."
Weber groaned and rolled back over in bed. His head ached and his mouth tasted like rancid bacon grease. He belched and scratched at the whisker stubble on his face. "I know who you are, Archer. I just don't know what you want. Go away. Call me later."
Sheriff, we just got a call from Nels Lundgren on his cell phone. He sounded pretty upset."
Weber stretched and burrowed back down into the sheet.
"Yeah? What's wrong with the mad Viking this early in the morning? Someone drop another dog turd in the mailbox? Or did old man Foster finally shoot at his hot air balloon for scaring his chickens out of laying eggs?" "No, sir. Neither one, Sheriff. He said he found a body the other side of Cat Mountain. He said it looks like somebody got themselves lynched."
The sheriff bolted upright in bed, wide awake now.
"Run that by me again, Archer. A body?"
"Yes, sir. He said him and Miss Gaylord was up in his balloon, and they saw this body just hanging from a tree. They both sounded pretty upset, Sheriff."
Weber was out of bed and pulling on a pair of jeans. He jerked open a dresser drawer and grabbed socks and a T-shirt.
"Where is he now, Archer?"
"Gee, I guess he's still hanging in the tree, Sheriff."
"No, Nels. Where was he calling from?"
Weber had learned long ago that getting frustrated at Archer's bumbling attempts to communicate, or do anything else even remotely related to police work, was a lesson in futility. All it did was confuse Archer even more. But at times like this, it was hard to keep the agitation out of his voice.
"He said they was setting the balloon down as close to Rim Road as they could, and waiting for the chase crew. Said if you was to drive out the road, you'd run into 'em. You want me to call the rest of the guys, Sheriff?"
Weber considered the suggestion for just a moment as he buttoned a short-sleeved plaid shirt. Summer weekends were demanding enough on his small staff without calling them out for what could be nothing more than a wild goose chase. If it was anyone else, he might have considered that possibility. But Nels Lundgren, Big Lake's postmaster and resident hot-air balloon pilot, was a level-headed veteran of the Gulf War, not given to hysterics or jumping to conclusions. If Lundgren said he had seen a body hanging from a tree, Weber believed there was indeed a body hanging from a tree.
"Let's see. Buzz had the duty last night. Let him sleep. Call the others and tell them to meet me out there."
Weber hung up and was heading for the door before Archer could reply. Even in late May, the mornings can be cool in Arizona's high country. Sitting at 9,500 feet atop the Mogollon Rim, the small town of Big Lake lies hidden in the world's largest ponderosa pine forest, where it isn't unheard of for frost to linger until the middle of April some years. At 7 a.m. this Sunday morning, the sun had burned off the early morning chill, but there was still condensation on Weber's Bronco that quickly evaporated as he sped along Rim Road toward the back of Cat Mountain. Weber had flipped on his overhead emergency lights, but left the siren off. Aside from a few fishermen getting a late start, traffic was light. Most of the die-hard anglers were already on the water. It was still too early for the church crowd, and last night's drunks wouldn't be waking up for a couple of hours. It took Weber 20 minutes to reach Lundgren's makeshift landing zone in a meadow between the side of Cat Mountain and the road. The white Ford crew cab pickup that served as the balloonist's chase vehicle was parked alongside the road, and Lundgren and his grim-faced ground crew were just loading the balloon's big wicker basket onto the trailer. When the sheriff stopped behind the trailer, Tammy Gaylord jumped out of the pickup and ran back to Weber's door, clutching his arm through the open window hard enough to make the sheriff wince. Tammy Gaylord would never be called a pretty woman under the best of circumstances. Today, with mascara running down her face and her hair in disarray, she looked more like a hysterical, overweight raccoon than the owner of a boutique that specialized in overpriced Native American art that only the tourist could be fooled into buying. Weber had never before seen Tammy out of the multicolored shift dresses she wore every day. The jeans and flannel shirt she had on this morning did not flatter her plump figure.
"Oh, Sheriff, it was just awful,"
she said, leaning inside his window and clutching his arm even harder.
"You've got to do something."
"I know, Tammy. Just let me—"
"Please, Sheriff, you can't just leave him hanging up there. Do something."
"I'm going to, Tammy, but right now I'm trying to get out of my truck. I have to do that first." Lonnie Van Pelt, one of Lundgren's two-man chase crew, saw the sheriff's predicament and took hold of Tammy's arm and gently led her back to the pickup with soothing words. Weber met Lundgren at the back of the trailer. "What do we have, Nels?" The postmaster pointed up the side of the mountain.
"We topped the ridge and were heading down the slope when we spotted him, Jimmy. Actually, Tammy saw him first. I'd say he's maybe 100 yards from the shore of Turtle Lake. He's hanging from a tree, naked and covered in blood."
"You're sure it's a person, not a deer some poacher strung up to butcher and then got scared off when he heard your balloon?" Lundgren shook his head. "I've seen dead men before, Jimmy. This wasn't any deer." The sound of a vehicle approaching at high speed caught their attention, and the men turned in time to see a marked Big Lake squad car round the last curve and head toward them. "I sure hope you're right," Weber told the balloon pilot. "Those boys are going to be mighty pissed we drug them out of bed and out here for nothing." "Oh, it's something, all right," Lundgren assured him. "Something damned ugly, Jimmy." Puffing with exertion from the climb up the steep mountainside, Weber, Lundgren, and deputies Chad Summers and Tommy Frost emerged from the trees onto the bank of Turtle Lake and paused to catch their breath.
"Damn, I'm getting too old for this shit,"
Chad said, bent slightly forward, hands on his knees. Weber took off his hat and wiped his brow with the back of his hand, then surveyed the far shoreline of the lake. Turtle Lake wasn't much of a lake, more a pond of about 5 acres occupying a flat shelf of land on the mountainside. It was shallow and muddy, home to a few catfish, crawdads, and turtles. Fishermen, with all of Big Lake and neighboring Crescent Lake to choose from, ignored the small body of water in favor of easier access, deeper water, and the chance to bag a trophy trout.
"Where is it?"
he asked Lundgren. The postmaster pointed to a spot off to their right on the far shoreline.
"He's hanging from that big old snag,"
he said, indicating a lightning-struck spar that poked nakedly into the sky.
"There's a little clearing, and he's right there."
"At least it's not uphill," observed Tommy Frost.
"Too steep for you, kid?"
asked Chad with a grin. Tommy shook his head.
"No, sir. I just don't want to have to lug you and a dead guy down off this mountain at the same time. You're not a kid anymore, you know."
Chad straightened up and stretched, wincing.
"Oh, yeah, I know that. Hills like this remind me. I don't need your input, you pup."
"Let's check it out," Weber said, leading off as they picked their way over rocks and along the bank. A few minutes later, Chad groaned as the group stepped into the small clearing beside the old snag tree.
"Son of a bitch! It's not a deer, that's for sure."
Tommy Frost turned away and vomited into a bush as the others looked up at the body, suspended by a length of cheap cotton clothesline from a limb of the bare tree, rocking ever so slightly in the breeze. Weber had to swallow hard to keep from retching as he tried to shut out the sounds coming from his young deputy.
"Do you recognize him?"
Weber asked of no one in particular.
"Who can tell?" Chad replied. "Someone really worked him over."
The body appeared to be a young Native American or Hispanic male with long black hair, matted with blood, hanging down over his face, which was so bloody it looked like he was wearing a red mask. The victim was naked, and the corpse was covered with contusions and welts.
"Somebody's going to have to cut him down,"
Lundgren said.
"Not yet,"
Weber replied.
"He's not going anywhere, and he's beyond help. Everybody spread out and see if we can find anything. You okay, Tommy?"
Tommy wiped a string of spittle from his pale face with a handkerchief and nodded.
"Yeah, sorry."
"Nothing to be sorry about," Weber told him. "Every good lawman loses his cookies sooner or later. See if you can raise the office on your radio and have Archer send out the EMTs and find Dolan." Tommy nodded and pulled his portable radio from its belt clip as Weber moved off searching for any clues as to how the body got there. Whoever had killed the young man didn't go out of their way to cover their tracks. There were 3 cigarette butts and the stub of a cigar on the ground under the victim. Weber was squatting down, studying a trampled patch of grass at the edge of the clearing when Chad called his name. The sheriff walked to where his deputy and Lundgren knelt, studying something in the weeds. "What have you got?" "Looks like we found his clothes," Lundgren said. Weber crouched down and poked at a blue shirt with a stick, raising it just enough to peer at a worn pair of jeans beneath the weeds. A battered tennis shoe rested nearby. The clothes were soiled and damp from laying out overnight. "No one touches anything until we get a camera up here," the sheriff ordered. He looked up as Tommy joined them. "You get hold of the office?"
"Yes, sir. Everybody's on the way. The EMTs told Archer there's an old logging road that drops off the top of the ridge about a quarter-mile south of here. Guy said he hadn't been up here in years, but they think they can get in at least part of the way."
"Place is crisscrossed with logging trails," Lundgren said. "You need to come up with me some morning, Jimmy. Give you a real bird's-eye view of your territory." The sheriff shook his head. "If I go up in the air, I want wings and motors to keep me up there. I get all the hot air I need from Chet Wingate." Everyone grinned and nodded at the mention of Big Lake's mayor, an overweight martinet who was Archer's father and Weber's personal nemesis. "Besides," Weber said with an evil grin, "if you're taking Tammy Gaylord flying these days, I don't see how you'd have time to fit me into your schedule, Nels." The balloonist blushed as Chad snickered. "Hey, what can I say? She won a flight at the Friends of the Library auction. Is it my fault if I'm a public-spirited citizen who donates his time for charity? You spend much time with that lady, and we'll start thinking you're supporting Friends of Animals," Chad suggested. "What's she gone through now? 4 husbands?" Something like that," Weber said. "Watch yourself, Nels, old buddy. If we have a bad summer, she may end up marrying you just so she can divorce you and sell your balloon to raise enough money to keep her shop open." "Doesn't it take 2 people consenting to get married?" the postmaster asked good-naturedly. "I don't think so," Chad said. "After all, would 4 guys in a row volunteer to marry that?" Their laughter was interrupted by a call over Tommy's radio. "Big Lake 1, this is 3. Where are you guys?" Weber took the radio from Tommy and keyed the microphone. "We're on the north side of the lake, Dolan. Look for a big old snag tree. We're under it." 10-4. I've got it in sight." Moments later, Deputy Dolan Reed joined them. He took in the scene, body hanging in the tree, the sheriff and the others studying the evidence they had found, and pulled an Icon camera from his backpack. "Didn't take you long to get here," Weber said as Dolan began taking photos of the crime scene. "Lucky you called me when you did. I was heading out to the lake. Archer raised me on the radio just as I was getting ready to launch the boat." "Sorry to spoil your day off," Weber said as Dolan crouched down to shoot a picture of the pile of clothing. "You get it?" Dolan nodded, and the sheriff started searching through the pockets as Dolan tilted his head toward where the victim still hung. "No problem. My day's still better than his, I guess." The shirt pocket held only a flattened pack of chewing gum with 2 sticks left. The right front jeans pocket contained a key for a Ford and 30 cents in change. The back pocket held a worn leather wallet. Weber opened the wallet and began to sort through the contents. A business card from an automobile repair shop in Lakeside, another from a restaurant in Springerville, a photo of an overweight Indian woman, a White Mountain Apache Tribal Library card, $45 in cash, a folded slip of paper with the name Charles written above a telephone number with a Big Lake prefix, and an Arizona driver's license issued to Daniel Bell, with the address listed as a post office box in McNary, Arizona. The license described Bell as an Indian male, 23, 5'7" tall, and 135 pounds. Weber took the license and walked over to look up at the body. A breeze had moved the hair off part of his face. Take away the blood, bruises, and the swelling from strangulation, and the body could very well be the man pictured on the driver's license.
Sheriff?"
Tommy Frost stood at his side. Weber didn't answer, just continued to study the body.
"Sheriff, Dolan says he's got his pictures. It don't seem right, him hanging up there. Shouldn't we cut him down?"
Weber was still silent. The freckle-faced young deputy shuffled his feet uncomfortably, trying to ignore the buzzing of flies attracted to the smell of blood and avoid looking at the feet hanging in front of him at eye level. Finally, the sheriff shook his head and looked at his young deputy. "Yeah, Tommy, let's get him down." The deputy nodded, then walked over to the tree. With a boost from Chad, he managed to pull himself up into a fork and then climbed out onto the limb the body was hanging from. Trying to avoid looking at the dead man, Tommy fumbled his folding buck-knife from the sheath on his belt, then grasped the rope and sliced through it. Weber and Chad eased the body to the ground, then stepped aside to allow Dolan to take more photographs. He was just finishing the task when the EMT stumbled into the clearing amid a great crashing of brush. Weber and his deputies stepped aside to allow the medics to load the body onto a stretcher. Weber was lighting up one of the strong cigars he relished and the rest of the world abhorred when Randy Clark, one of the EMTs, called him.
"Sheriff, did you see this?"
Weber walked back to the stretcher.
"What is it?"
Clark was a dark-haired, stocky man of 40 who had seen a lot of blood and mayhem in 15 years as a paramedic, but his round face was pale as he looked up from the body.
"All this blood."
He waved a hand toward the dead man.
"They scalped him, Sheriff."
For the second time that morning, the sound of Deputy Tommy Frost throwing up assaulted the morning air. Big Lake, Arizona, is a small mountain town in the midst of an immense pine forest, almost forgotten by the rest of the world until recreation seekers looking for a way to escape the heat and congestion of Tucson and Phoenix discovered the deep blue waters of Big Lake, the town's namesake. Ever since the first angler pulled a lunker brown trout from its waters and went home to brag to his buddies in the big city, the town had been changing. Now, during the summers, the roads were crowded every weekend with campers and cars full of vacationers. The tourists filled the few stores, restaurants, and motels, creating a new economy that the merchants loved and many of the old-timers grumbled about. A few years later, someone with an eye for development looked up at the slope of Cat Mountain, towering over Main Street, and instead of pine trees and wildlife, envisioned groomed ski runs and people in parkas plunking down big dollars for lift tickets, ski rentals, and weekends away from the big city. Big Lake's year-round tourist industry was born, and the old-timers grumbled even louder about the traffic, the rude flatlanders, and the loss of their quiet way of life. The fact that lost lifestyle was also accompanied by eking out a subsistence existence from logging or on the public dole was largely forgotten as times gone by were romanticized. Weber knew that many of those who complained the loudest also quietly deposited money into their bank accounts, money earned from selling off parcels of land for summer homes, money from new businesses opened to accommodate the influx of visitors, and money earned at new jobs created to service all those people in their minivans, sport utility vehicles, and Winnebagos. A lot of the affluent people who came for a weekend away from the city decided to spend the summers and built cabins. Still others followed and built larger retreats, even majestic homes suited for year-round living that were actually used only during the summer and for long ski weekends. As the building boom continued, property values increased, and some people became wealthy. But the greatest percentage of Big Lake's full-time residents, while enjoying a better income than before, still found themselves living at an economic level far below the newcomers, and many resented it. With the growth came a bigger caseload for the Big Lake Sheriff's Office. Weber's deputies, accustomed to dealing with such things as barroom brawls, domestic disturbances, and the occasional traffic accident, were seeing more problems with drugs and even scattered incidents of violence. Still, the murder of Daniel Bell was a particularly vicious crime, one that left the lawmen shaken. It was almost noon when Weber managed to reach Ernie Begay at the White Mountain Apache Tribal Police Headquarters in White River. The sprawling White Mountain Apache Reservation encompasses a large portion of the White Mountains. The Apaches have taken advantage of the tribal land's great natural bounty, developing ski facilities, fishing lakes, and offering a wide range of recreational opportunities to make the reservation a destination resort. Adding in a new casino at Honda had only helped to swell the tribe's coffers. Begay listened to Weber's description of the murder victim without saying a word. When the sheriff finished, there was silence on the telephone line.
"You with me, Ernie?"
Finally, the Indian policeman replied.
"Yeah, I'm here. If it is Danny Bell, I know him. I'll drive over and take a look."
"He a troublemaker?"
"Danny? Nah, not really trouble. Not a drinker or a fighter or gangbanger or anything like that. Just not really one to fit in. Always an outsider. Maybe because his daddy was white. Some of my people aren't very tolerant of mixed breeds. I don't know what's with him, but he left McNary 5 or 6 years ago to join the Army and never really came back to stay. This will kill his mother if it's him." An hour later, Ernie Begay stared at the body lying on a stainless steel table in a tiny room at Big Lake's new medical center, a small facility just off the highway. The dark-skinned policeman's expression never changed, but he nodded and looked up at Weber. "It's Danny Bell." Dr. Allen Williams pulled the sheet back over Bell's face. "What can you tell us so far?" Weber asked Williams. "Well, he'll have to go to Tucson for an autopsy, but I'd say it's pretty obvious. He was beaten very badly. Tortured, in fact. There are cigarette burns along the backs of his legs and on his stomach, and he was scalped. A 4-inch wide strip of skin was removed from just above the forehead to the back of the skull." Weber winced and looked at the sheet covering the dead man. "Death was likely from strangulation. If done properly with what they call a hangman's knot, a hanging victim's neck is broken, and death is almost instantaneous. But this was just a crude slip knot. He was probably alive when he was hung up on that tree limb, and he strangled. It wasn't an easy death, Sheriff." Weber nodded and turned toward the door, Ernie Begay behind him. Outside, the policeman stood next to Weber's Bronco. The sheriff lit another cigar and offered one to Ernie. The leather-skinned policeman shook his head. "No, I've got to go tell his mama. I've known that girl since we were babies. Had a big crush on her when we was in junior high school." He opened the door of his car, then turned back to Weber. "Sometimes I hate being a cop." Chapter 2. Word of the lynching spread quickly through Big Lake, and the telephone started ringing. The first was from Mary Caitlin, Weber's administrative assistant, offering to come in and help the deputies with a mountain of paperwork the murder would generate. Weber thanked her and declined, telling Mary the case was sure to require more than enough work to keep her busy in the days ahead, and advising her to enjoy her Sunday off while she could. There was a call from Paul Lewis, the editor of the Big Lake Herald. A lifetime friend, Weber knew the pudgy newspaper man had 2 days to spare before his weekly deadline. Weber gave him a quick briefing on the bare facts. The body of a homicide victim was discovered, the victim's identity, and that the case was under investigation. Weber promised to give Lewis a full interview in time for Wednesday's newspaper, then rang off. The next caller was one Weber expected but did not necessarily welcome. "Sheriff, what the hell happened out there at Turtle Lake? I want this case handled and finished before the publicity completely destroys our tourist season. Do you hear me?" "Good morning to you, too, Mayor Wingate," Weber replied. "I'm fine. Thanks for asking. And how are you?" "Don't waste my time or yours in mindless prattle, Sheriff. Have you made an arrest for this horrible crime yet?" "Well, Chet, I wanted to," replied Weber, knowing the mayor hated it when Weber addressed him by his first name. "But first I needed to polish my squad car, then run by the donut hut and stock up for the week. Then there was that new police gazette that just came in." "Damn you, Weber!" shouted Mayor Wingate. "Sooner or later, that smart mouth of yours is going to get you into trouble you can't charm your way out of." Weber held the telephone's receiver away from his ear while the mayor ranted, reaching across the desk to fetch a cigar from his humidor. Sticking the cheroot in his mouth, the thought crossed the sheriff's mind for the 100th time that he really should abandon the evil-smelling things, as Doc Johnson kept insisting. But his cigars were one of the few vices he allowed himself, and he wasn't ready to give them up yet, no matter how much the people around him choked and fumed. Weber lit the cigar, blowing clouds of smoke toward the ceiling, then tucked the receiver back into his ear. "Completely destroys this town's reputation," the mayor was saying. "We need to—" "I'm sorry, Mayor," Weber interrupted. "I was lighting a cigar and missed what you were saying. Could you repeat the, last 15 sentences or so?" "Damn you, Weber!" The mayor was nearly screeching now, and Weber had to stifle a chuckle. "I won't play your stupid games, Sheriff. I want this case wrapped up immediately. Do you understand me?" "We're on it, Chet," Weber told him. "It's early in the investigation. Whoever did this didn't have the courtesy to leave a calling card. So it's going to take us a little bit to run them down. But we will.
You have my word on that."
"See that you do," Mayor Wingate ordered. "Your job's on the line, Sheriff. Screw this one up and you're history. Do you understand me? History.
"Okay, Chet, you win the spelling bee," Weber replied. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a murder to investigate." Weber hung up before the mayor could say anything else, then leaned back in his chair and contemplated his next move. The sheriff pulled a plastic evidence bag from his desk drawer and took out Daniel Bell's wallet. The leather was cracked with age and use. Weber opened the wallet and sorted through the contents, pausing when he came to the slip of paper with the telephone number and the name Charles. Weber walked into the outer office, where Robin Fouchette sat at the dispatcher's desk. Weber placed the slip of paper on the desk in front of the attractive, dark-haired woman. "Can you get me a last name to go with that?" he asked Robin. She picked up the paper, then turned to her computer console and began tapping the keyboard. A moment later the screen changed, and Robin said, "There you go, Jimmy." Robin's use of his first name wasn't lost on Weber. She had addressed him only as sheriff for too many months. For a brief time the winter before, Weber and Robin had had a short but passionate love affair. It ended soon after Weber solved a triple murder case and saw his brother-in-law dead, a good friend horribly wounded, and his own sister imprisoned for the crime. The sheriff had descended into a deep depression, shutting out Robin and everyone else close to him as he tried unsuccessfully to drown his misery in work and whiskey, eventually abusing both. Things had come to a head for them one night a month after the case was wrapped up. Robin had snuggled up against Weber in the big old four-poster bed in his cabin, and he had pulled away. "How can I help, Jimmy?" Silence, only the sound of their breathing in the dark. "Jimmy, talk to me. It doesn't have to be this way." When Weber didn't respond, Robin had sat up in bed and switched on the bedside lamp. Tears blurred her eyes as she looked at the man beside her. Weber's eyes remained locked upward, staring at the ceiling. "Jimmy, I can't handle this. You're shutting me out. I know you're hurting, but I can't help you if you won't let it—"
"I don't need your help!"
Weber had exploded.
"What in the hell do you think you can do, Robin? Can you bring Mike back from the dead? Can you turn back time and stop Debbie from doing what she did? What are you going to do, Robin? Screw me and make it all better? Well, it's not going to be all better, okay? Just get that through your head, will you?"
Robin sprang out of the bed as if she'd been struck.
"Is that all it is to you, Jimmy?"
she demanded in a shaking voice.
"Is it just screwing? Is that all I am to you? Just your own personal whore?"
Weber didn't answer her, and kept his eyes fixed on the ceiling as she stood beside the bed crying. Finally he moved, but not toward her. Weber leaned down over the side of the bed and pulled a bottle of whiskey to his lips, taking a long drink.
"You're right, Jimmy. You don't need me. You've got your bottle."
Robin had pulled on her clothing without another word and left him alone in the cabin. After a steady downward spiral that lasted 3 months, Weber had finally hit rock bottom when Pete Catlin, his predecessor as sheriff, had shown up at his cabin one night.
"You're messing up real bad, son,"
the crusty old lawman had told him.
"You need to pull yourself out of it, Jimmy."
Weber had nodded and tried to put his old friend's concerns to rest.
"I'm okay, Pete. I've got a handle on it." "No, you don't." "Sure I do. I'm okay, Pete. Just leave me alone."
Pete Catlin had stared down at the unkempt younger man lounging in the recliner, the bottle sitting on the floor next to him.
"Just you and Jim Beam, huh, son? The two of you going to get it all worked out, are you? Come on, Pete, give me a break, will you? It's not like I've never seen you take a drink, you know."
Steel had taken over the old man's eyes and voice. He leaned over Weber and ignored the stench of the sheriff's breath as he spoke, his words clipped and brittle. Weber had drawn back under the heat of the old man's words and stern glare.
"You're damn right I've done my share of drinking over the years, Jimmy. But I've done it responsibly, like a man. And I ain't never used the bottle as a crutch, neither. Now, you get a handle on yourself, son. You ain't to blame for what happened last winter. And it's not your fault Debbie's sitting down there in Perryville, either. She made her choices, and she's paying the price. Now, I know it sucks, son, but at least what she did for herself. Who are you throwing your life away for, Jimmy? You think getting drunk is going to change one damn thing? Well, it ain't. Jesus Christ, Pete, you don't know. I know one thing, Pete Caitlin had thundered. I know you're disgracing this badge, and I won't have it. The old man had grabbed Weber's gold sheriff's star and ripped it off his shirt, dropping it into his own shirt pocket. I wore that badge a bunch of years, Jim Weber, and I turned it over to a man, not a drunk. When you're man enough to reclaim it, you know where to find me. With that, the old lawman had nodded curtly and stalked out of Weber's cabin, slamming the door behind him. Weber sat a long time in the dark cabin, rolling Pete's words and the events of the last months over and over again in his head. He picked up the bottle by his knee, took a long pull, finally choking and gagging. Weber stumbled to the door and out onto the porch, where he cursed and threw the bottle as far into the night as he could. Then he turned and slammed his fist into the log wall of the cabin, screaming out the rage and pain he had held inside all through his sister's trial and subsequent sentencing. The sheriff stumbled inside and collapsed onto his bed, sobbing deep into the night. The next morning, Weber had packed a couple of suitcases, driven to the sheriff's office early, and left a note to his staff and the town council, stating that he was taking some of the vacation time he had built up. For the next 5 weeks, Weber had roamed across the West, finally ending up on a deserted beach on a wild stretch of the coast of Oregon, where the North Pacific's crashing surf had eventually managed to wash away enough of the shell covering his tortured soul to allow him to function again. Weber had spent 2 weeks on the beach, walking for miles in the daytime and spending hours staring into a driftwood fire every night. The local sheriff's office had received an inquiry or two from concerned locals who had spotted a bearded stranger from time to time, and a deputy had made a courtesy call on Weber. After he found out that the stranger was a fellow lawman, the deputy had made a telephone call to Big Lake and spoken to Mary Caitlin. After that, Weber was left alone, though his fellow lawman kept a discreet eye out for his welfare. Finally, Weber had awakened one morning, crawled out of his sleeping bag, and walked to the water's edge. He stood there a long time, smoking a cigar and letting his mind float in and out with the surf. When the stub of the cigar grew short enough to burn his fingers, Weber threw it into the water and walked back across the sand to his truck. He packed his gear and drove home without looking back over his shoulder. When Weber had shown up at Pete and Mary Caitlin's doorstep, Mary greeted him with a hug and let him in. Pete was in the living room, winding line onto a new spinning reel and cursing under his breath. "Damn, these old eyes must be going out on me. Can't see to make my knots any more." Weber knew as well as Pete did that the old man's eyesight was as keen as ever, but he had taken the reel and line, deftly made a slip knot, and wound the line tight onto the spool. When he was done, he handed the reel back to his old friend, and Mary brought them coffee. Nothing was said of their last encounter or of Weber's absence, but an hour later, as he was getting ready to leave, Pete walked out to Weber's truck with him. The old man dug into his jeans pocket and pulled something out, placing Weber's badge in his hand. "I reckon you'll be needing this back, Sheriff." Weber had looked the old man in the eye and nodded. "Yeah, I reckon I will, Pete." A smile crinkled the edges of the old man's eyes, and he said, "Hell, I knowed you wasn't cut out to be a drunk. These days a man's got to earn a lot more than a backwoods small-town sheriff does to go at it in a respectable fashion. And you never was one to do things half-assed, Jimmy. Welcome home, son." With that, Pete had turned and walked back across the yard to his house. Weber pinned the badge back onto his shirt, noticing how comfortable a familiar weight felt on his breast. He hadn't had a drink since. Weber read the name and address on the computer screen. Charles Gelman? Doesn't he own the bookstore? Robin nodded, and Weber scribbled a name and address down on a pink telephone memo slip. "Thanks, Robin. Do you know anything about this Gelman?" "I've been in the store several times. He seems nice enough. He's always very friendly." Weber showed her Daniel Bell's driver's license. "Ever see this guy around the store?" Robin studied the photograph on the license and shook her head.
doesn't look familiar. I think I'll drive past the store and his house, see if I can find him. Do you think Mr. Gelman could do something like this? Something so horrible? I don't think I've ever really met the man, Weber said. A year ago, I wouldn't think anyone could do anything like this. These days, I don't trust anyone. Robin looked at him levelly in the eye and said, I know. Weber returned the look, holding her eyes for a long moment, but couldn't find a reply. The faint humming of the computer and the ticking of the wall clock seemed to be the only sound in the office. Finally he turned away from her and walked outside to his bronco. The bookseller, like so many big lake businesses that had opened to service the tourist trade and the town's recent growth spurt, was housed in a small log-sided building intentionally erected to blend with the town's rustic personality. The bookstore was sandwiched between a seasonally operated ski shop and a coffee house. Weber wasn't surprised to find the business locked on a Sunday afternoon. He referred to his notes on the pink memo slip, then pointed his bronco toward Bobolink Road, on the outskirts of Big Lake. Bobolink Road was a short lane just off Mockingbird Way in one of the new subdivisions that had sprung to life in the last few years. Most of the homes were A-frame cabins or cedar shingle-sided places that were owned by seasonal residents and occupied on weekends for a month or two every summer. Charles Gelman's house was typical of the new construction that had taken over Big Lake, a two-story structure with a broad front porch and a stone chimney. The year-old Isuzu Trooper was parked in the driveway. 2 wooden wagon wheels guarded the base of the steps. Weber parked behind the Trooper and climbed out of his bronco. A hummingbird buzzed past him to hover in front of a clear plastic feeder dangling from the porch roof and sipped at the red nectar inside. Weber walked onto the porch and pressed the illuminated button next to the door. From somewhere inside came the sound of music, and Weber studied the property while he waited for a response. A wooden swing hung from the chains to one side of the door, with a redwood table beside it. Potted plants lined the waist-high rail of the porch, and several bees busied themselves at the flowers. Weber was just raising his hand to press the doorbell again when he heard footsteps inside, and the door opened. A tall, handsome man of about 50 stood inside the screen. He wore his sandy brown hair short and sported a trim mustache and beard. Friendly blue eyes took in his visitor quizzically. "Yes? May I help you?" Weber was still wearing the jeans and shirt he had started the day in. He nodded over his shoulder toward his marked department bronco. "Mr. Gelman, I'm Sheriff Weber. May I come in?" Gelman looked past him to the police vehicle, then back at Weber. "I have identification," Weber offered. "No, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to the local gendarme showing up on my doorstep. Please come in." Gelman held the screen door open, and Weber stepped inside the house. The living room was big, the fireplace dominating one wall. Bookcases lined both sides, and the walls were adorned with a nice collection of prints and posters. Gelman crossed to an expensive stereo set and adjusted the volume, then turned back to the sheriff. "Please, Sheriff, have a seat. May I offer you something to drink? Coffee, herbal tea, sparkling water? I'd offer wine or a nice Pilsner, but I'm not sure if you're on duty." Weber shook his head. "I'm fine, thank you." He took the seat Gelman offered in a leather chair and noticed a small ironwood carving of a roadrunner perched on the glass-topped coffee table. Weber picked up the piece, noticing how heavy it was for its size as he admired it. "Mexican?" "Yes, I picked it up on a little trip last year. Are you a collector?" Weber shook his head. "Just an admirer. At one time I fancied myself as a collector of native crafts, but so much of what you see anymore is actually made in sweat factories exploiting the true craftsman. Then I got to thinking, in one way or another, even if we buy direct from the creator, it's still exploitation, isn't it?" "I think one way or another we all do our share of exploiting," Weber told him. "True, and we all get exploited sooner or later. Maybe it's just part of nature's balancing act." Weber found himself liking Charles Gelman, something that wasn't a good idea at a murder investigation, but the man's open friendliness and intelligence were a welcome change from the cynical attitude so many of the area's newcomers had brought with them. Gelman took a seat on the sofa near Weber and shrugged his shoulders. "So, what brings the Big Lake Sheriff to my humble hovel?" Weber looked around the room, taking in the artwork,
the Indian pottery in a glass case, the Navajo rugs on the floor, and the state-of-the-art electronic equipment. Hardly a hovel, and definitely not humble. He pulled Daniel Bell's driver's license from his shirt pocket and handed it to Gelman. "Do you know this man?" Gelman took the license and studied the picture. "Daniel Bell. Yes, I know him. Has he gotten himself into some trouble, Sheriff?" "Why do you ask that, Mr. Gelman?" "Please, call me Charles." "Charles. I don't know. I guess you showing up here with his driver's license. I just assumed he had gotten into some difficulty." "Where do you know Daniel Bell from, Charles?" "He's a friend," Gelman said after just the briefest of pauses. "A friend?" "Yes, a friend. He's a fine young man, though a little mixed up at times, I'll confess." "Mixed up how?" "Well, he's, What's this all about, Sheriff? Is Daniel in custody for something?" "No, Charles. I'm afraid he's dead. He was murdered, probably last night sometime." Gelman's face paled visibly. "Oh, my God! Who? Why?" Weber watched the man's face closely, but detected nothing more than shock at the news of Bell's death. He didn't believe Charles Gelman was hiding anything with his reaction. "I don't know why yet. That's what I'm trying to determine right now. Then I'll know who." Gelman put his hands to his eyes, pushing his fingertips into his forehead just above his eyebrows. He shook his head. "I can't believe it." "Are you okay, sir? Do you need a drink of water or something?" Charles dropped his hands and stared up at the cathedral ceiling. "Charles?" "Yes, a drink of water, I think," he said, his voice trembling. "The kitchen's—" He waved a hand behind him toward an arched doorway. Weber went through a dining room and turned left into the kitchen. He noted that the room was equipped with only the best appliances and accessories. A Genair range occupied an island that dominated the center of the room. Copper-bottomed pots and pans hung from a wrought-iron rack. Weber opened cabinets until he found a glass and stuck it beneath the ice maker built into the door of the huge refrigerator-freezer combination. After several ice cubes plopped down into the glass, he moved it under the water dispenser and filled it. Gelman had managed to compose himself somewhat by the time Weber brought the water to him. He accepted the glass and took a long drink, then set it on the coffee table. "Sorry, Sheriff. I'm not used to getting news like this." Weber nodded sympathetically. "Not many of us are, Charles." Gelman looked again at the driver's license, then handed it back to Weber. "Can you tell me what happened to Daniel, Sheriff?" "Someone hung him, Charles." "Hung? Like hanging? Like in an Old West movie?" Weber nodded. "And he was mutilated." "Mutilated? What do you mean, Sheriff?" "He was scalped, Charles. But first he was tortured, beaten and burned with cigarettes." "Oh, my God! Who would do something like that?" "I was hoping you could tell me that, Charles." Gelman shook his head in disbelief. "This is so barbaric. What kind of animal could do something so terrible?" Weber remained silent, giving Gelman the opportunity to vent, waiting to see what came of that venting. "Scalped? Was he dead by then? God, I hope so." He drained the rest of the water in the glass, then looked Weber directly in the eyes. "Am I a suspect, Sheriff?" "Should you be, Charles?" Gelman gave him a weak smile and shook his head. "I certainly hope not." "Can you account for your time last night, Charles?" Gelman shrugged. "I was home all night, alone. I made one phone call about 9 o'clock to a friend in Mesa. We talked about 15 minutes or so. I guess you could check that with the phone company." "When was the last time you saw Daniel Bell, Charles?" Gelman thought for a moment, then said, "About noon on Friday. He stopped into the store for a bit." "Was he alone?" "Yes. I'm afraid Daniel didn't have many friends." "Why is that?" Gelman steepled his fingers as if in prayer and looked back at the ceiling. "He never seemed to fit in. His mother was Apache, his father white. From what he's told me, the father took off before Daniel was even born. So he was an outsider as a child. Then he left the reservation to join the Army and didn't fit in there either. It's my understanding he got out on a general discharge after just a year or so." Weber reflected that Gelman described Bell the same way Ernie Begay had. as an outsider, one who didn't fit in. "What did he do after he left the Army?"
"Let me see if I can remember," said Gelman. "He said he tried Tucson for a while, but city life wasn't right for him. I think he bounced back and forth between places for the most part."
Weber understood how hard it would have been for a young Apache man raised in the remote mountains to adapt to life in a major city. For a man like Daniel Bell, without the connection to either the white or the Indian world, to find a comfortable home would have been even more difficult. "How long have you known Daniel?"
"About a year or so."
"How did you come to know him?"
"Actually, I picked him up hitchhiking down toward Oracle. I was coming home from Tucson, and he was standing along the highway holding a sign that said McNary. I gave him a ride to his mother's house."
"And you became friends?"
"He showed up at my store a week or two later. He said he was on his way to Gallup, and I put him up overnight. After that, he'd come around every so often, usually broke and in need of a place to stay for a night or two. He'd help around the store or house doing odd jobs. He was a good worker and quite handy."
"Do you know if he had any enemies?"
"Enemies? I don't know about enemies. Like I said, he didn't fit in on the reservation, but he was a likable young man. I've never known him to be offensive to anyone."
"Do you know if he had any problems with anyone here in Big Lake?" Weber asked.
"Not that I know of. If he did, he never mentioned anything to me."
Gelman toyed with the glass for a moment, then looked at Weber again.
"There's something I think you should know, Sheriff. Daniel's not fitting in. It wasn't just because of his mixed race."
Weber stayed silent, waiting for him to continue.
"You see, in addition to that, Daniel was gay. For a short time he was my lover."
Weber wasn't sure how to reply to this information. Finally, he just said, "I see." Gelman looked at the sheriff, finding neither acceptance nor hostility in Weber's face.
"It was never anything very intense, Sheriff. The age difference can be just as much of a stumbling block in gay relationships as it can be in heterosexual ones. Daniel was half my age. We came from two vastly different cultures. We had different interests and values. While I tend to favor Barry Manilow and Phil Collins, his taste in music was directed more toward heavy metal and alternative."
"When did it end, Charles?"
"End? It never really got started. I think we were involved maybe a month or two, early on. Since then, I was more of a big brother to him, I think."
"Did you resent that?" Gelman chuckled and shook his head.
"No, Sheriff, I didn't resent it. Daniel wasn't my long-lost love. I liked him as a person, but he could be very immature at times."
"Immature?"
"Oh, not in a bad way. But he never seemed to get over that puppy dog love-me phase. He wanted so much to be accepted by someone, by anyone. The Indians saw him as a freak of some kind. A gay half-breed hardly fits into the Apache warrior's traditional image. And you can imagine how the rednecks and cowboys would see him."
Gelman shook his head sadly.
"Sheriff, there's one thing that comes of age. It's acceptance of self. One learns to paddle his own canoe, so to speak. I'd never want to go back to that age again."
"You said something about cowboys and rednecks, Charles. Have you ever had any trouble with those types?"
"Around here? No. But then again, I'm rather discreet about my sexual orientation. Big Lake is being dragged into the 20th century, kicking and screaming, whether it wants to be or not. But there are more than enough good old boys around here to make life uncomfortable for a gay man. When I go to the Chamber of Commerce mixers, I always manage to have a female date. I think most people are too involved with themselves to bother looking very far beneath the surface of others."
Weber nodded and stood up, extending his hand to Gelman. "Thank you for your time, Charles. I'm sorry for the loss of your friend." Gelman walked with him to the door.
"Sheriff?"
Weber paused in the doorway.
"Daniel's family? I know they don't have much. If I can help in any way, with funeral expenses or anything, will you let me know?"
Weber decided that he did indeed like Charles Gelman. He put his hand on the man's shoulder and nodded. "You going to be okay, Charles?" There was a sadness in the man's eyes, but he nodded.
"Yes, thank you, Sheriff Weber. I think you're a good man.
and a good policeman. I hope you find whoever did this." Weber nodded to him and said, "I plan to." Then he walked past the brightly colored flowers in the pots on the porch and back to his bronco. Chapter 3. When Weber walked into the sheriff's office Monday morning, Mary Caitlin was on the telephone with Ernie Begay. "He's just walking in the door," she said into the receiver, then mouthed Ernie's name to Weber. The sheriff took the handset and perched on the edge of Mary's desk. "Morning, Ernie. Anything new?" asked the Apache policeman. "Not much," Weber said, purposely withholding the information about Daniel Bell's sexual orientation for the time being. He felt it was something that he should discuss with his friend in person. "How's his mother taking it?" "Hard," Ernie told him. "Danny was her only child. She's a strong woman, but this is really rough on her." "I talked to a friend of his over here," Weber said, "a Charles Gelman. You might ask her if that's a name she's familiar with." Based on their meeting the day before, Weber didn't believe Gelman was the killer, but bitter lessons had taught him that anyone could commit murder given the right motivation and opportunity. "I'll ask," Ernie said, "but she said Danny never mentioned any friends. Like I said, a loner. Also, this Gelman said if the family needed any help with funeral expenses or anything—" "Thanks," Ernie replied. "The tribe will take care of that. But tell him it's appreciated. I imagine you'll be hearing from Gordon Hahn, the BIA investigator." Ernie's distaste for the Bureau of Indian Affairs investigator was apparent in his voice. Weber had only had to deal with the federal investigator on one or two isolated cases, but Hahn hadn't impressed him much in his attitude or his enthusiasm for his job. "From what I've seen of him, I don't think Hahn will put much effort into this, do you?" Weber asked. "No, just another dead Indian to him," Ernie agreed. "And since the murder probably happened off the reservation, he'll be even less willing to do much. Jimmy, I've got a personal stake in this, with Danny's mama and all. I want to be part of this as much as I can, okay?" Weber agreed and hung up after promising to keep his friend informed of any new events. As if on cue, the door opened and Gordon Hahn lumbered into the sheriff's office, glad-handing the deputies as he made his way across the room to Weber. "Sheriff, I thought I'd look in on you and see what you have so far in this killing. Kind of sounds to me like a few of your local good old boys decided to string themselves up a buck, and this Bell kid was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sucks to be him, know what I mean?" Hahn was a big, florid-faced man who tended to bull his way through life, counting on his bulk and loud voice to cover up his lack of professional skill and social grace. The many tiny broken veins around his red nose identified him as a heavy drinker. Weber thought that there was much to dislike about Gordon Hahn. "So what do we have so far?" asked Chad Summers as Hahn poured a cup of coffee and helped himself to a doughnut from the plate Mary kept handy next to the coffee pot. All of Weber's deputies were in the office, eager for direction in the investigation of the case. "So far, we know the victim, Daniel Bell, died from strangulation after being hung from a tree limb with a common cotton clothesline. Prior to death, he had been beaten and tortured, burned with cigarettes or cigars, and he was scalped. We don't know if that happened while he was still alive or not. The autopsy will tell us more. Now, what I'm going to tell you is not for public release. Daniel Bell was gay. That may or may not have been a factor in his death. Given the mutilation, it probably did." "So what do we have? A couple of fairies getting into it, and one hangs the other to teach him a lesson?" Hahn guffawed. "So all you got to do is find a swishy boy with a bloody wig in his pocket, and case closed." Weber gave Hahn a sharp look, but the smirk never left the big man's face. Before the sheriff could reply, Mary Caitlin spoke up. "You're a pig. Do you know that?" "What?" asked Hahn innocently. "What did I say? Geez, lady, you act like I was your kid brother or something. I mean, what's the big loss? A queer Indian?" Before his administrative assistant could reply, Weber stepped in front of the big man. "Look, Hahn, a man is dead, and he was killed in my town. I take that real personal, okay? So if you don't have anything positive to contribute to this meeting, why don't you go haul your ignorant ass out of here before I kick your gonads up around your ears?" The grin froze on the bigger man's face for a second as he tried to decide how to respond to the sheriff's challenge. Deciding the wiser course was not to accept, he broke into a broad smile and tried to gain support from the deputies who stood watching.
Come on, guys, it was a joke, right? I mean, I'm sorry this kid got himself killed, but I was just trying to lighten things up a little bit, okay? No harm done.
The deputies stared back, stony-faced and silent, awaiting the outcome between their boss and the federal investigator. Hahn was smart enough to realize he was in a no-win situation and backed down, still trying to retain his composure.
Anyway, Sheriff, I have to get back to White River. I just wanted you to know that every resource the BIA has is available to you in this case. I've got every confidence in your office's ability to handle this. But if you need anything, you just call old Gordon Hahn. Got that?
Weber didn't cut the big man any slack.
Yeah, I got it,
he said through tight lips. Now you get going. I'll call you if I need you.
Sure,
said Hahn, holding out his hand. When he realized Weber wasn't going to shake it, he instead patted the sheriff clumsily on the shoulder, then slipped past him and out the door.
What a jerk,
said Tommy Frost as the door closed behind Hahn.
I guess Hahn figures just because a man's gay and an Indian, he doesn't deserve a life, Chad added.
Okay, people, Weber interrupted. As sad as it is, we've just seen an example of how some people are going to react to this case. Sooner or later, the word about Belle being gay will get out. We all know that there are some people around here who do think that Indians are some sort of second-class beings, and you can well imagine how they'd react to a person being gay. Just because they're bigots doesn't mean they're killers, though. But it can't help our investigation. We need to wrap this up as soon as we can.
Any idea where we start?
Asked Chad. That's the hard part, Weber said. From what I've learned so far, Belle didn't have many friends, and only one around here. But whoever did this is bound to brag it up. I want you guys out there with an ear to the ground. Ask around. See if anyone's heard anything. Maybe someone shooting off his mouth in a bar or something.
Jimmy?
Weber turned to Chad.
Yes?
This one friend of Belle's. Is he gay too?
Yes.
Can you tell us who it is? I mean, could he be the killer? It's Charles Gelman, the guy who runs the bookstore. I don't think he had anything to do with this, and from what we saw at the crime scene, I think more than one perp was involved. I think Hahn was right about one thing. I think it was some of our locals who did it.
So you don't think it was a gay murder?
I've read about some sex slayings between gays. It can get pretty bloody, and mutilation isn't unheard of. Weber knew Chad's questions were valid. They had attended some of the same homicide investigation classes in Phoenix. But he couldn't see the soft-spoken, cultured Charles Gelman as a lust-crazed murderer. I know, but I don't think that's the case here, Weber told him. We'll run a background check on Gelman, but I don't think he had anything to do with this. That's just my gut instinct. Chad nodded, and Weber raised a cautionary finger to his deputies. Guys, I need you to be discreet on this thing. Charles Gelman doesn't need a bunch of idiots hassling him or spray-painting faggot on his walls, okay? This is a small town with a lot of small minds in it. His private life doesn't need to be public news. The meeting was breaking up when the door opened again and Mayor Chet Wingate stomped in on his pudgy legs, trailed by his constant follower, Councilwoman Gretchen Smith Abbott. The mayor was a short, heavy-set man who peered through thick glasses at a world that never quite met his expectations. Councilwoman Smith Abbott was a thin, severe woman, given to wearing drab gray business suits, and Weber could never remember seeing her when her hair wasn't pulled into a tight bun on the back of her head. He also could never remember seeing the woman smile.
Sheriff, the whole town is talking about this terrible crime wave. I want to know just where you are on solving this case. Do we need to call in outside help?
No, Chet, we don't need outside help, Weber said, again silently gloating when he saw how much using his first name riled the mayor. In fact, Gordon Hahn from the BIA was just here and assured us he was confident in this office's ability to handle the case. And while it is a terrible crime, I don't think that a crime wave is really what we're up against here.
And what about our tourist trade?
Asked Councilwoman Smith Abbott.
How much business is this going to cost our merchants while you dilly-dally around, Sheriff?"
"I'm not sure what you mean by dilly-dallying, Councilwoman," Weber replied. "Yesterday, after the body was discovered, we canvassed the crime scene, gathered clues, and recorded the scene on film. Then we made a tentative identification of the victim, notified tribal authorities, confirmed that identification, and got a preliminary cause of death. I also spoke with 2 people who knew the victim. So far this morning, I've had a staff meeting to bring my men up to date on the case. I've been on the telephone with Ernie Begay from the White River Police, and I've met with the BIA's investigator. So unless you count the time I'm wasting here watching you 2 impress yourselves with your civic power, I haven't done much dilly-dallying at all. Now, if you'd be so kind as to trot yourselves out of my office, I'll get back to work." The councilwoman's face turned a deep crimson, and the mayor was looking apoplectic. But Weber ignored their reactions and stepped past them to the open door, then, not quite gently, pushed the mayor outside. Like a faithful dog, Councilwoman Smith Abbott was on Wingate's heels. "You 2 play nice now," Weber said. "And don't forget to hold hands and look both ways when you cross the street." With that, he shut the door on them and headed for his private office, as his deputies and Mary laughed. "Someday you're going to go too far," Dolan Reed warned. "Even old Chet Wingate has his limits." "Screw him," Weber said as he stepped into his office. "Worst comes to worst, I'll have Archer lock him up. Right, Archer?" The mayor's son, who had tried to blend into the wall during the confrontation between his father and his boss, shrugged nervously, remembering a time last winter when Weber had indeed ordered him to remove the mayor from the office. "Get busy, guys," Weber said just before he closed his door. "Find me these killers." Weber left the sheriff's office and walked across the street to the office of the Big Lake Herald, tipping his hat to a couple of ladies he passed on the sidewalk, and waving to Mitch Green when the high school football coach tooted his car's horn in passing. Margie Shores, the newspaper's receptionist and office manager, looked up from her computer and gave the sheriff a stern look. "If you want to place an advertisement, fill out one of the forms there on the counter. If you want to see Paul, he's back in his office. If you want a date, I'm all booked up. But you might be able to change my mind. But whichever it is, first you'll throw that stinking thing outside before my plants wilt." Weber removed his cigar from his mouth and stepped back outside to crush it into the heavy cast-iron ashtray sitting just outside the door, then came back in and grinned sheepishly. "Does this mean you're not going to marry me and have my children? All 13 of them?" Margie glared back at him. "I'd rather eat crushed glass." "I've had your meatloaf," Weber said. "I'll pass." "Oh, flattery will get you everywhere, Jim Weber. Come over here and give me a hug." Weber stepped past the counter and gripped Margie in a bear hug, appreciating the warmth of his old friend. Margie had been a classmate of Weber's in high school, where she had helped him survive chemistry and geometry. Weber, in turn, had teased her mercilessly, been her date for the junior prom, and set Margie up with one of his friends, Keith Shores. Wedding bells had followed soon after graduation, and the young couple had settled into a quiet life in Big Lake. 12 years later, as a deputy sheriff under Pete Catlin, it had been Weber's duty to bring the news to Margie that Keith had died when his logging truck rolled over on a narrow mountain road and crushed him. Margie had never remarried, turning herself instead to her work at the newspaper and the raising of her young daughter, Jennifer. Jennifer, like her mother, was a round girl with merry brown eyes and a curly mop of dark hair. Now a young teenager, she occasionally helped out at the newspaper and excelled in the school's debate team. "So," Margie said, pulling back to smile at her old friend, "since you didn't come here to take me away from all this, I assume you need to see Paul? He's trying to think of something earth-shaking to put on the front page. Any Bigfoot sightings lately, Jimmy? Any little green men and UFOs hovering over the lake? Oh, how about an Elvis sighting? All of these garden club meetings and cats stuck in trees tend to get a little boring." Weber grinned at her. "I'll see what I can come up with." He gave Margie an affectionate pat on the shoulder and walked through the composing room to the cramped hole the newspaper's editor called an office. Paul Lewis was bent over his computer terminal, madly typing away, thick fingers flying over the keyboard. Weber leaned over his shoulder and tried to read.
Ladies' Auxiliary to Hist Pancake Breakfast. The Ladies' Auxiliary of the VFW will host an pancake breakfast on Easterday, June 12, to raise funds for the group's scholarship program. The fund starts at 7 a.m. at VFW Hall with an opening prayer, raffle for a fishing rod and reel, and voting for the best waitress. Cost is just $3.50 per personix.
"What the hell are you doing, Paul? Typing in Russian?" Weber asked his friend.
"Ah, the wonders of spell check," the editor replied. "Watch this." With a few deft movements of the computer's mouse, Paul executed a command or two, and the story reappeared on the screen. Ladies' Auxiliary to host pancake breakfast. The Ladies' Auxiliary of the VFW will host a pancake breakfast on Saturday, June 12th, to raise funds for the group's scholarship program. The fund starts at 7 a.m. at the VFW Hall with an opening prayer, raffle for a fishing rod and reel, and voting for the best waitress. Cost is just $3.50 per person.
"See? You don't have to know how to type to be a journalist anymore," Paul explained. "The computer does all the work."
"I've read your editorials," Weber teased. "I guess you don't have to know how to write either." The pudgy newspaper man sat back in his chair and pouted at Weber over his glasses.
"Now that really hurts, Jimmy, after all I've done for you. The next time Chet Wingate comes in here wanting me to publish his letters to the editor about the shortcomings in the sheriff's office, I just may give him space on page 1. Well, in the absence of Elvis sightings or Martians trolling spinners over the lake, you may have to," Weber agreed.
Paul chuckled and pushed his keyboard away.
"Any news you can give me on the murder yet, Jimmy?"
Weber shook his head. "Not much more to go on, Paul, but I'll sit down with you tomorrow afternoon and give you what we have by then. Meanwhile, I need some help."
"You got it, Jimmy. What can I do?"
"I know you get a lot of crank letters to the editor, Chet Wingate not included. Have you had anything about homosexuals lately?" The editor narrowed his eyes.
"What's going on, Jimmy?"
"This isn't for publication, yet," Weber cautioned.
"Strictly off the record,
Paul. I hate doing that to you, but it's the best lead we've got so far." Paul nodded.
"I wouldn't blow your case for the sake of headlines, Jimmy. You know that."
Weber nodded, too. "I know that, Paul, and I appreciate it. The kid was gay. We think that had something to do with his death, especially given the fact that there was mutilation."
"Mutilation?"
"He was scalped, Paul." The editor shuddered.
"Jesus Christ!"
"Yeah, so you can see where I'm coming from about any letters about gays. Whoever did this may have an axe to grind and tried to get something in the paper." Paul shoved back his chair and lurched himself upright, crossing to a file cabinet piled high with back issues of the newspaper. He opened a drawer, searched through several files, then pulled out a hefty manila folder, which he carried back to his desk. Sitting back down, he opened the folder and began sorting through a thick stack of typed and handwritten notes and letters.
"My crank file," Paul explained.
"Let's see here. Mrs. Jacobson writing that Halloween is the devil's holiday and we should ban it. Tommy Thorpe from the Chevron station complaining that the guys at the Fast Gas are watering down his storage tanks at night. Old Emily Elliott letting me know the middle school principal is a communist because he didn't choose her granddaughter for the lead role in the 5th grade class play. Now here's an interesting one, Jimmy. Hazel Fuller claims that there are prostitutes working the boat ramps in the early morning, turning tricks for the fishermen."
"Let me have that," Weber said. "No wonder Dolan spends so much time with his boat."
Paul laughed, then held up a sheet of light blue notepaper covered with scribbles in dark ink.
"Want one from Anonymous, throwing the light on drug dealers working out of the electric company? Says here they hide drugs in their customers' meter boxes for them to pick up."
Keep looking." Paul continued to sort through the letters, and when he came to the end, he closed the folder and shook his head.
"Sorry, Jimmy. Best I can do for you is the Reverend Oldham complaining that television is leading our young people into promiscuous sex and violence."
"I don't know about the violence," Weber told him, "but when we were teenagers, it was Shelley MacGregor that led us into promiscuous sex." The editor grinned.
"God, Shelley. I remember her. I think she broke in so many boys around Big Lake that they had to start importing them from Springerville. Whatever became of her, anyway? Last I heard, she got religion and was passing out church pamphlets door to door in Show Low.
I hate it when that happens, Paul said. It's getting harder and harder to come by a good floozy these days. They either find God and stop putting out, or get liberated and only take their bras off to burn them.
Weber laughed out loud, then stood up. Well, I've got to get busy. Keep your ear to the ground and let me know if you hear anything, will you, Paul? If an earthworm farts, you'll be the first to know, Sheriff. On the way out of the office, Weber blew Margie a kiss and got the finger in return. Mary Caitlin was just hanging up the telephone when Weber walked into the sheriff's office. She turned to him with a grin. "You've got company." "Who?" She nodded toward his closed office door. "Go see for yourself." Weber opened the door and stopped in mid-stride. "You buying lunch, Jimmy? I've had about all of that city cooking I can handle." FBI Special Agent Larry Park's grin was plastered across his face as he sat in the sheriff's chair, feet up on Weber's desk. Weber stood rooted in the doorway until he felt Mary's hand on his back, pushing him forward. "Go make your friend welcome, Jimmy. I'll hold your calls." She pulled the door closed behind him. Chapter 4. "You're looking good," Weber finally managed to say around the lump in his throat. "Well, shit, Scooter, I should look good. All I've been doing is laying around the pool and asking the barmaid to fetch me another drink. A guy can't get too out of shape living that way, can he?" Parks had lost some weight, but otherwise looked well. His eyes still gleamed with mischievous good humor, and the Oklahoma farm boy smile Weber remembered was still there. It was hard to believe that only a few months ago the federal agent had lain in a pool of blood, more dead than alive, from 2 bullets in his chest. The fact that Weber's own sister had been the shooter weighed heavily on the sheriff as he stared at his friend. "So, you just going to stand there all day admiring my pretty face? Or do I get one of those big, sloppy, macho hugs guys are supposed to give each other at times like this?" Parks asked. In 2 steps, Weber was at the desk with his arms around his friend. They stood silently for a long time. "God, I've missed you, Larry," Weber whispered. "You too, Jimmy. You too." When they pulled apart, there were tears in both their eyes. "I came by the hospital once, but you were asleep." That wasn't entirely true. Weber had nearly lived at the hospital in Phoenix through the first 3 days of Park's emergency treatment. Only when his friend was out of danger and had started to come around had the sheriff's guilt driven him away from the injured man's bedside. At the time, he didn't believe he could ever look Larry Parks in the eye again. Weber still wasn't sure he could. "Sit down," Weber urged. "Get off your feet." "Nah, you sit. I'll camp out here," Parks said, perching on the edge of the sheriff's desk. "So, are you okay? Really? The Bureau says I'm fit to return to duty. I think maybe I'm better than you are right now, old buddy." Parks always could see through Weber, and never failed to come right to the point. "I'm okay, Parks. It was rough for a while, but I'm getting there. Heard you did a little drinking." "Yeah, a little. A lot, actually. But that's all over." "Heard that, too. What's next?" Weber shrugged. "What do you mean, next?" "I'm thinking you still have some unfinished business to take care of, Jimmy." "I'm handling things, Parks. What can I say?" "Hey, Jimmy, you bullshit your friends, and I'll bullshit mine, okay? But let's not bullshit each other." "What are you talking about?" "About forgiveness, Jimmy. That's what I'm talking about." Weber shook his head sadly, but couldn't meet his friend's eyes. "How can I ever ask you for forgiveness? How can I ever stand at her grave and ask Miss Lucy, after what happened?" "You dumb hillbilly! I'm not talking about anyone forgiving you, Jimmy. What should I forgive you for? For finding us and calling an ambulance to drag my half-dead ass to a hospital? I'm talking about you forgiving yourself, old buddy. That's all the forgiving that needs done here." "Larry, Weber still hadn't met Park's gaze, and now the FBI agent leaned over, forcing the sheriff to make eye contact. "Jimmy, you didn't do anything.
All you did was your duty. So stop beating yourself to death over it, okay?"
"That's easier said than done, my friend."
"Did Debbie tell you I visited her at Perryville, Jimmy? Did she tell you I forgave her? Don't carry this around inside of you any longer. Let it go, man. Let it go." "You saw Debbie? She didn't tell you?"
Weber looked away again, and his voice was sad when he spoke. "She won't see me. I've been down there 4 or 5 times. She always refuses to meet with me."
"It's her loss, Jimmy. You did the best to raise her after your folks died. No parent in the world could have given her a better life. Give it time."
Weber felt hot tears running down his cheeks. He nodded and hugged his friend again. "Thanks, Parks. Thank you." Parks held him a moment longer, then drew away and tousled the sheriff's hair.
"Okay, enough of this old home week stuff. I want some real mountain food, and I want it now. Lead on, Sheriff."
Weber laughed, his first real laugh in many months, and shoved himself out of his chair.
"I'll probably have to sell my truck to pay to feed you, and I'm damn well worth it," Parks said as they left the office.
Over a heaping mound of fried potatoes and pork chops at the Wagon Wheel restaurant, Parks brought Weber up to date on his life since the shooting.
"After I got out of the hospital, I went home to Oklahoma and spent a month reassuring my mama I was still alive and fishing with my daddy. Then they had me in therapy in Oklahoma City for a while. I went back on active duty 2 weeks ago."
"So now what?" Weber asked. "Back to chasing drug dealers and busting chop shops in the valley?" Parks grinned slyly at the sheriff around a mouthful of cholesterol, chewed and swallowed. He drained half a glass of milk, then shook his head.
"Nope, you're not getting off that easy. I'm yours to keep." "What the hell are you talking about, Parks?"
Parks sawed through a thick pork chop with a knife as he spoke.
"I guess you can call it my reward, Jimmy, both for getting myself shot and for being in the hospital while they were whitewashing Sayers killing Tina Miller," Parks explained.
Tina Miller was the anti-government survivalist wife of one of the men Debbie had murdered. The official FBI position was that Tina had been killed in a confrontation between her militia-leaning family and federal agents investigating an armored car hijacking. The truth, which Weber, Parks, and every other lawman concerned with the case knew, was that Special Agent in Charge Sayers had killed the girl while overreacting in his zeal to put a tidy package around a nasty crime and wrap things up in time to be back in Phoenix for dinner. The FBI had put its spin doctors to work on the shooting, and the outcome was that Sayers had received a commendation and a transfer to Barrow, Alaska, which was as far away from the mainstream as the Bureau could send him. Several agents harbored a secret hope Sayers would eventually get eaten by a polar bear or blow his own brains out from sheer boredom. More than one upper-echelon FBI supervisor agreed with them. One day a few weeks after the shooting, Tina's 2 brothers had met with an unnamed employee of an unnamed government agency at a Greasy Spoon restaurant in Globe, Arizona, where the man handed the 2 grieving kinsmen a briefcase containing $150,000. Small payment for a woman's life, but the Miller brothers had been grief-stricken enough and greedy enough to take the deal and keep their mouths shut.
"Come on, Parks, out with it. What's up?" "I've been assigned as the new resident agent here in Big Lake," Parks said, while pouring Tabasco sauce over his pork chop and potatoes. "Here? No way. Surprised? Happy? Pissed off? Out with it, Sheriff." "What in the world do we need with a resident agent?" Weber asked. "Why does a penguin have wings if it can't fly?" Parks replied. "What does a building with a sprinkler system need a fire axe for? Hell, Jimmy, don't question it. Just smile graciously and buy me a slab of that apple pie as you welcome me aboard." "It just doesn't make sense," Weber said. "Not that I'm not glad to see you, but still—" "Look, Jimmy," Parks interrupted, laying down his fork, "you know there isn't a need for a resident FBI agent around here. I know there isn't a need for it. Hell, even Washington knows it. But you and I and everyone else all know what a screw-up that whole shooting was out at the Millers' compound. This is the big boy's way of sweeping it all under the rug.
Sayers is off humping a walrus somewhere. The Miller's got a nice chunk of tax-free money to go play Revolutionary with. Your department got a big federal grant to bring all of your equipment up to state-of-the-art, and I got to come up here to Dogpatch and hang out with my buddy, the sheriff. And the media gets zilch. Your tax dollars at work, Bubba." Weber shook his head incredulously. "Hey, Jimmy, if you think I'm going to be stepping on your toes, forget it. The game plan is I help out the resident agent in Show Low when he needs it. I work the Apache Reservation and whatever else comes up. And the Bureau will also pimp me out to other offices on occasion when they need a new face or short-handed. Hell, buddy, I know it offends your sense of fair play, but if life were fair, I'd be rich and you wouldn't be so damned ugly." Weber laughed in spite of himself. "Welcome aboard, Parks." He caught the waitress's eye and said, "Susie, can we have 2 slices of apple pie over here, please?" Weber found Parks a vacant desk in a corner of the sheriff's office to use, temporarily, until the FBI field office was ready to move into. Then the 2 lawmen headed out to the murder site. "I can't believe you're still driving this old Bronco," said Parks, settling down into the passenger seat of Weber's patrol vehicle. "With all the federal money you got, I picture you in a new Expedition or Tahoe." "Actually, we did get 2 new Ford Explorers," Weber said of the sport utility vehicle specially outfitted for police work. "I passed 'em on to the troops. I've been in this old rig forever, and I do all the maintenance myself. I just couldn't bring myself to part with it." "Oh, hell, Jimmy, we're just never going to make a modern law enforcement officer out of you, are we? I guess it's like they say, you can take the boy out of the trailer park, but you can't take the trailer park out of the boy." "You're just a storehouse of cliches, aren't you?" Weber observed. "So tell me, Parks, if Dogpatch is so bad, why'd you come back?" "Hey, don't go getting your panties in a twist, Sheriff. I'm a trailer park kid myself at heart. I guess I just got homesick." Weber bounced the Bronco over the rutted fire trail and stopped at the dead end near the snag tree. A short hike led them to the clearing, where Parks stared up at the tree. The exertion left the federal agent breathing heavily. Weber laid a steadying hand on his shoulder, but Parks shrugged it off. "I'm okay, Jimmy. Just been living the good life too long, I guess," he puffed. "That the limb they hung him on?" "Yeah, it was pretty ugly." "You know, people are some of the meanest animals I ever saw," Parks observed. The lawmen stood in silence, contemplating the horror that had gone on here in the recent past. Chapter 5. When they returned to the sheriff's office, the word had spread, and most of the deputies were on hand to welcome Parks with handshakes and pats on the back. Robin hugged the FBI agent and kissed his cheek, and though the gesture was purely platonic, Weber was surprised to find himself experiencing a fleeting pang of jealousy. The ringing of the office telephone interrupted the celebration. Mary spoke briefly with the caller, then turned to Weber. "Jimmy, line 1. I think you better take it." Weber picked up a telephone from the nearest desk. "Sheriff Weber here."
Sheriff, I need to talk to you. I saw something out at Turtle Lake the other night."
"Who is this?"
It's Frank Harrelson, Sheriff. But I don't want this to get out, okay?"
"You at the store?" Weber asked.
"Yes."
"I'm on my way." 10 minutes later, Weber and Parks entered the cluttered little office of the Thriftway grocery store. When Frank Harrelson, the store's manager, shook their hands, Weber noticed his palm was damp. Perspiration stood out on the manager's pallid skin. Weber had always thought Frank Harrelson looked more like a corpse than any living man he had ever seen. "What have you got for me, Frank?"
First of all, Sheriff, I don't want this to go any further, okay? I need to be able to depend on your professional discretion."
"Frank, I'm in the middle of a murder investigation. If you saw something out at Turtle Lake, tell me what it is. I don't have a lot of time to fool around."
"I understand, Sheriff,"
Harrelson said, wiping his thin mustache, then running a nervous hand through his thinning hair.
"But you see, I'm in a very tenuous position here. I need to be assured—"
Weber couldn't control his irritation any longer. "Frank, all I care about is solving a crime, okay? Now, if you were out there boinking one of your female employees, that's none of my business. So don't worry. I'm not going to tell your wife, so she won't be telling her daddy, and you won't be getting fired.
Now quit beating around the bush and tell me what you know." Harrelson's face turned a deep crimson, but he nodded in understanding. "Okay. I was out there Saturday night with a friend. We were parked on a logging road, talking, when this pickup went roaring past us from the direction of the lake, throwing gravel all over us."
"What time was this?" Weber asked.
"About midnight, I guess."
"What kind of truck was it, Frank?"
"I couldn't see much, Sheriff. Big and white, jacked up, loud."
"Could you see the driver?"
"No, but my friend swears it was Ted Rafferty's truck."
"Ted Rafferty? The welder?"
"She says it was. I've never met the man. She said he did some work for her father a while back, and she recognized the truck."
"I need to talk to her, Frank."
"No!"
The grocer's voice was almost shrill, and panic masked his face. He caught himself and lowered his voice.
"Sheriff, this person, she's
Julie Smith," Weber told him. "She's 19 and legal, Frank. Personally, I may think you're a real slug for screwing a kid just out of high school who's young enough to be your daughter, but you're not breaking any laws. All I care about is my case, like I told you. Now, either I talk to her here in your office or out at her checkout counter. You decide, Frank."
Harrelson was defeated.
He leaned forward and pressed the button on the store's intercom, then picked up a telephone handset.
"Julie, to the office, please. Julie."
A few moments later, a tall, thin girl with mousy brown hair, thick plastic-framed eyeglasses, and a pronounced overbite walked into the office. Her face paled when she saw the sheriff. Harrelson led Julie to his chair, all the while patting her back nervously.
"Julie, the sheriff needs to talk to you about the other night. It's okay. Everything's all right. Just—"
"Tell you what, Frank," Weber interrupted. "How about you show Special Agent Parks around the store? He's an FBI man and has an abiding interest in food." Before Harrelson could object, Parks had him by the arm and was leading him out of the office, saying,
"I'm just fascinated by those produce misters you folks use. Do you suppose I could see how one works?"
When they were alone, Julie stared at the floor, her arms crossed, hands gripped protectively to her sides. "Julie, all I need to know is about the truck you saw the other night, out on Cat Mountain. What can you tell me?" She refused to look up, but did loosen her arms and start to pick nervously at a loose thread on the hem of her smock. Weber knew it was as much shyness as fear that kept the girl's eyes downcast. "Julie, I really need your help here. A man was murdered out there the other night. Murdered in a savage, terrible way. I need to catch whoever did that, so he can't do it to anyone else, okay?" Julie glanced up at the sheriff, then quickly returned her attention to where her fingers kneaded the edge of her smock.
"If my ma finds out where I was, or Mrs. Harrelson, I'll be in real trouble, Sheriff."
Weber laid a gentle hand on her arm. "Julie, nothing you tell me leaves this office, okay? All I care about is catching whoever killed that boy out there." Julie looked up again, this time holding Weber's eyes a moment.
"Did they really, scalp him?"
Weber wasn't surprised that word of the mutilation was already making its way through town. News moved through Big Lake as easily as the scent of ponderosa pines on the breeze. "Yes, they did," Weber said, and watched the girl shudder. "So you can see why I need to talk to you about what you saw." The thick lenses magnified the girl's eyes and made it hard for Weber to determine their color. Hazel, he thought. Julie looked down again, then back up.
"It was Mr. Rafferty, or at least it was his truck, a big old white Ford with a work rack on the back."
"You know Mr. Rafferty, Julie?"
"He's a disgusting man, Sheriff. My pa hired him to do some welding out in the farm, fixing the plow and harrow. Every time he looked at me, I felt like I needed a shower."
Just the memory made the girl shudder. "Did he ever say anything to you, Julie?" She blushed again and looked back down at the floor.
"Yeah, he did."
Weber waited, but she didn't elaborate. "What did he say, Julie?" When she spoke, her voice was just above a murmur, and Weber had to lean close to hear.
"What was that, Julie?"
She spoke a trifle louder next time.
"My pa was over in the barn, getting a wrench or something. Mr. Rafferty called me over, said he needed someone to hold a brace for a minute. When I got there, he said he had a special tool to straighten my teeth. Said all I had to do was push my forehead against his belt buckle and he'd do the rest."
She shuddered again at the memory, and Weber patted her gently on the shoulder. The girl looked into his eyes again.
"I know some people laugh at me and Mr. Harrelson behind our back, Sheriff. He thinks it's a big secret, but I'm not as dumb as I look, or as dumb as people think I am. But he's a nice man. He treats me like a princess. He never calls me olive oil like the boys in school did. I know it probably seems dumb to you, Sheriff, but I love him. When I'm with Mr. Harrelson, I'm the prettiest girl in Big Lake, in the whole wide world."
Weber placed a hand alongside her cheek and spoke quietly to her. "Julie, you are the prettiest girl in Big Lake, in the whole wide world." The girl's face broke into a wide smile, and she turned her face into his palm for a moment. She was smiling pensively as Weber left the office.
"So, what do we know about this Rafferty clown except that he's got a dirty mouth?"
Parks asked as the sheriff's Bronco bounced over a speed bump in the Thriftway parking lot and turned out onto Main Street.
"Your typical small-town redneck," replied Weber. "I've had a couple of reports on him, nothing this serious. Last year he beat the hell out of a college kid from Tempe who Rafferty said gave him the finger for cutting him off at the boat dock out at the lake. Broke the kid's nose, knocked a few teeth out, but the victim refused to prosecute, and the only other witness was the kid's girlfriend. She claimed she never saw anything. I think they were both too afraid of him to follow through on it. Game and Fish has nailed him 2 or 3 times for poaching deer." "Just your regular good old boy," Parks observed, dourly.
Weber nodded as he swung the Bronco around a slow-moving motorhome.
"Yeah, he's got a teenage kid that's been a familiar face, too. Like father, like son?"
Weber nodded, keeping his eyes on the road. They were on the highway leading north out of town, and the traffic was steady, with campers, pickups towing boats, and cars full of early-arrival tourists. Weber knew it would only get worse as the weather heated up in the desert, and people from Phoenix and Tucson fled to the cool mountain lakes.
"Kid's name is Steve. I guess he'd be about 17 now, growing up to be a real piece of shit. We've popped him for shoplifting, underage consumption, speeding. Well, boys will be boys," Parks said, reaching out to steady himself with one hand against the dashboard as Weber slammed on the brakes to avoid a collision with a Ford pickup carrying an oversized cab-over camper that had pulled out directly in front of the Bronco, and proceeded along at a leisurely 35 miles per hour. "Damn idiot!" Weber growled. "Can't see the Bronco at all, let alone the red light on the roof."
He flipped on his overhead lights, but the driver of the camper didn't seem to notice.
"No, the Rafferty kid is more than just your typical punk kid," Weber said, beeping his horn at the driver of the camper, who continued on without any indication that he knew anyone else was on the roadway. "We've never been able to nail him for it, but last summer we had a bunch of cats and dogs turn up tortured to death. Rumor had it that it was Steve Rafferty, and we arrested him a couple of times for peeping in women's windows. But being a juvenile and all, you know how it goes. A slap on the wrist, and they send him home."
The sheriff grew frustrated with the driver of the camper and punched his siren button. With the wail of the siren, the brake lights in the Ford pickup flashed, and the camper finally pulled to the side of the highway. Weber walked up to the driver's door of the truck, while Parks moved to the passenger side. The driver was a heavy-set man in his mid-30s, obviously discomfited by the sudden appearance of a police car in his rearview mirror. His face was red, and his eyes nervously flitted about, refusing to meet the sheriff's.
What's wrong, officer?" "License and registration, please," Weber said. "And I'll need to see your proof of insurance."
The big man raised himself slightly from the seat and struggled to pull a wallet from his rear pocket, then fumbled it open to pull out an Arizona driver's license.
"Registration and insurance cards are in the glove box," he stammered.
The overweight brunette woman in the passenger seat seemed just as nervous as the man as she reached to open the glove box. Something in their mannerisms alerted the lawmen, some unexplainable survival instinct that the gods bestow on police officers. Simultaneously, Weber placed his hand on the butt of his Colt automatic, and Parks reached inside the cab to grasp the woman's wrist. "Tell you what," Weber said to the man, opening the driver's door. "How about you step outside, sir? Ma'am, just put your hands on the dashboard and don't move, please."
"What? We're not—"
As the door swung open, Weber realized the suspicious demeanor of the couple, as well as the driver's inattention, did not find their origin in criminal intent. The driver's fly was unzipped, his boxer shorts poking out of the opening. The man and woman's faces turned even redder as the man fumbled his zipper closed and climbed clumsily out of the cab. Weber tried to hide his grin until he heard Parks walk to the back of the pickup and giggle. That only seemed to intensify the man's discomfort.
"Officer, we were just— You see, I've always had this fantasy—"
Weber couldn't hold it any longer, and his shoulders began to shake. He turned his head to keep the driver from seeing his face.
I swear, officer, we won't—"
Weber held his hand over his mouth, but a sputter from Parks was too much, and a laugh escaped. Even in his embarrassment, the driver began to grin sheepishly, too. Weber shook his head and handed the man's driver's license back to him.
"Sir?"
"Yes, officer."
"At least tell me you've got a tilt steering wheel."
Behind him, Parks roared and slapped the hood of the Bronco. Weber left the driver standing beside the road and climbed back into his vehicle, where he put his head down on the steering wheel and let the laughter pour out of him. The Rafferty place was a run-down two-story house with a sagging roof and a front porch and peeling paint. 3 or 4 rusted automobiles and the hulk of an ancient Dodge pickup sat around the property, amid a motley collection of heavy equipment, including a case backhoe with a flat tire and a 2-ton flatbed truck with a broken windshield and a cherry picker in the bed. A 3/4-ton white Ford pickup with a metalwork rack was parked in front of a dilapidated barn. 4 welding tanks were strapped to the rack behind the cab, and an assortment of hoses, rusty tools, and trash littered the bed. Weber noted a .30-30 Marlin lever-action rifle in a gun rack mounted in the truck's rear window. A black-and-white mongrel dog, showing quite a lot of pit bull in its lineage, growled and lunged at the lawman from the end of a heavy chain bolted to the bumper of a broken Ford Country Squire station wagon. Several raggedy children of varying ages played in the yard, but stopped their activity to watch as the strangers crossed to the house and mounted the wobbly front porch. Weber raised his hand to knock, but dropped it when the door opened, and a thin teenage girl with lifeless red hair and green eyes, just as dead, peered out at him through the screen.
"If you want my pa, he ain't here."
"What makes you think I want your pa, miss?" Weber asked.
"Well, whatever you want. You need to talk to my pa, and he ain't here."
"Do you have a name, young lady?" Her eyes had yet to meet Weber's, and when she spoke there wasn't the usual animation found in young people her age.
"Sue Ellen Rafferty."
Weber tried to remember if he had ever seen the girl around Big Lake, at the high school, or maybe hanging around the Sonic Drive-In on the edge of town, but drew a blank. Something in the girl's demeanor, more resigned than defiant, told him this wasn't your average teenager, carefree except for all of the normal worries and apparent tragedies that plagued a high school kid's life. Sue Ellen Rafferty, who couldn't have been more than 15 or 16 years old, reminded Weber of so many of the women who inhabited the small farms and ranches and loggers' cabins in the mountains, worn out by a lifetime of hard physical labor, near poverty, child-rearing, and often abusive relationships. Though the new ski area and the developments of cabins and summer homes, along with the tourist dollars that flowed into the community with winter and summer visitors, had boosted the local economy and made some people wealthy, many of the long-time residents still led a hard life. She was a slender girl with clear skin, and though she was never going to win any beauty contests, she would have been pretty with some attention to her personal appearance. The shapeless blue sundress she wore hid any curves that may have been developing as she grew into womanhood. Somewhere behind her a baby cried, and she twisted her head to look in the direction of the sound. "Is your mother here?" Weber asked. The girl's attention returned to Weber, and for the first time she showed a reaction to the sheriff's questions. Weber saw something that could have been fear in her eyes.
"My ma's sick. She can't be bothered."
"What's wrong with her?" Weber asked.
Flu. She's got the flu." "No, she don't."
said a boy about 7 who stood in the dirt at the foot of the stairs.
"She ain't got the flu. She's just nuts. Jimmy Lee Rafferty, you shut your mouth,"
Sue Ellen scolded.
"Mama's sick with the flu." "You always say that, Sue Ellen,"
the boy argued.
"but Pop says she's a nut. Pop says she's been nuts ever since—"
The girl stormed through the screen door, nearly hitting Weber with the door frame. The sheriff stepped back and took in the confrontation between brother and sister as Sue Ellen shook her finger in the boy's face.
"Jimmy Lee, you get out of here right now. You're an evil little brat, and you better stop talking such nonsense about our mama."
The boy held his ground in the face of his older sister's wrath.
"I don't care what you say, Sue Ellen. Pop says she's nuts, and everybody knows she is."
Before the boy could finish, his sister slapped his face. If the assault hurt the youth, he didn't show it. Jimmy Lee retreated back out of his sister's reach and stabbed his middle finger in the air, then turned and ran in the direction of the barn. He paused when he was about 100 feet away to turn and shout,
"That old lady's crazy as a bedbug, Sue Ellen, and so are you. When I tell Pop you hit me, you're going to get an ass-kicking."
Sue Ellen turned back to the sheriff and Parks.
"I got to get back inside. The baby's crying."
Weber grasped the edge of the screen door. "When's your father going to be home, Sue Ellen?" The girl shrugged her shoulders, her eyes downcast again.
"Don't know. He works a lot."
"How about your brother Steve? Is he home?" This time there was definite fear in Sue Ellen's eyes.
"Steve didn't do nothing. What do you want with him?"
The baby wailed louder inside the house.
"Sue Ellen, shut that damn kid up,"
called a male voice from somewhere inside the house.
"I'm trying to sleep. Listen, I gotta go,"
the girl said, trying to pull the screen door closed. Weber refused to let go. "Is that Steve?" He nodded toward the interior of the house.
"Please don't bother him, okay? He's been sick."
"Him too?" Weber asked. "Does Steve have the flu too, Sue Ellen?" The girl met the sheriff's eyes, almost pleading when she spoke.
"Please, Sheriff, I'll tell my pa you want to see him when he gets home, okay?"
The baby screamed louder from inside, and before the girl could continue, the sound of someone stomping down a stairway came from inside, and a bare-chested teenage boy appeared behind Sue Ellen.
"Didn't I tell you to shut up that squalling brat? How the hell am I supposed to sleep with all this damn noise anyway?"
Weber stepped past Sue Ellen and into the doorway. "Howdy, Steve. How you been?" Steve Rafferty had the muscular body of an athlete, though Weber couldn't recall if the boy was ever involved in any school sports. More likely, his physical condition was the result of long hours bucking hay or performing other farm chores. An unruly shock of reddish-blond hair sprouted from the boy's head and hung down nearly to his shoulders. If he was intimidated by the sheriff's presence in his home, Steve didn't show it.
"What do you want, Sheriff?"
"I wanted to see your parents, but your sister here tells me that your father's not home, and your mother's been sick." Sue Ellen quickly stepped between the sheriff and her brother and interrupted.
"I told him Mama's hit the flu and can't be bothered."
Steve sneered.
"Yeah, she's sick, all right. The flu, just like Red Rover here says."
The inside of the house was a mess. Dirty clothing was strewn everywhere, along with broken toys, dishes, and trash. A thick odor of filth, garbage, unwashed bodies, and stale urine hung in the air. Weber found himself taking shallow breaths.
"So what do you want with the old man? He get himself drunk and punch out some flatlander again?"
Steve asked.
"Steve, Pa didn't—" "Shut up, you goofy little bitch,"
Steve told her.
"Get your ass in there and change that kid, or whatever you have to do to shut him up, will you?"
Sue Ellen glanced back quickly at Weber, then disappeared deeper inside the house. Abruptly, the baby's crying stopped, and Weber heard her crooning softly. Steve stuck his hands into the back pockets of his jeans and rocked back on his heels, staring defiantly at the sheriff.
"So anyway, the old man's not here, and like Red told you, Ma's sick. And me, well, I'm going back to bed. So I guess you drove out here for nothing, after all."
Weber glanced at his wristwatch. "It's awfully late to be in bed, isn't it, Steve? You must be staying up all night."
"Well, gee, Sheriff, next thing I know you'll be asking me if I've been looking at any windows lately."
"Have you been, Steve?"
"I don't know, Sheriff. Have I? Maybe you ought to ask that little piece of muff from your office that you were screwing last winter if she's heard any noises outside her bedroom window lately."
Weber felt his face begin to burn and took a half-step forward, but checked himself.
"Whoa there, Sheriff. I've been keeping myself out of trouble. Got too much to do to have any time for any of that bullshit." He stretched nonchalantly. "Got too much to do to have any time for your bullshit, too. I'm going back to bed." He turned and started back upstairs. "Isn't that your father's truck there?" Weber asked, nodding his head towards the white Ford. "Yeah? So what? Just curious, Steve. If he's not here, why's his truck here?" "My old man's got a couple of trucks," Steve said. "Is that a crime?" Just then a shambling form appeared from a side room. Weber turned to see a woman who could have been in her early 40s, or as old as 60, with unkempt hair more gray than red. She was wearing a threadbare bathrobe, pulled tight at the neck but gaping open halfway down to reveal a dingy set of men's long-handled underwear beneath. When she opened her mouth to speak, her teeth were little more than rotted stumps. "What do you want here?" she demanded. "Are you Mrs. Rafferty?" Weber asked her. "What you want?" the woman repeated. "Ma, he's the law, and he's here to see Pop. Just get back into the other room and mind your own business." She looked up at Steve on the stairway, then shuffled toward Weber. When she stopped in front of the sheriff and spoke again, he winced at her foul breath, a fetid mixture of decay, stale alcohol, and tobacco. "My man's not here. He's off working someplace." Sue Ellen rushed back into the room, a naked baby in her arms. She held the child with one arm and grasped her mother's wrist gently with the other. "Mama, you need to get back to bed. You've been sick, remember?" The woman turned toward her daughter, and her face softened. "Oh, Sue Ellen, you take such good care of your mama, don't you?" She smiled through her ravaged teeth. "Here, let me hold the baby." Sue Ellen twisted sideways to put her body between her mother and the infant. "Not right now, Mama. You've been sick. You'll give the baby your germs. Come on, let's get you back into bed now." She looked past her mother to Weber. "Please, Sheriff, this isn't a good time. I'll tell my daddy you were here." Her eyes seemed to send a plea to the sheriff. "Yeah, you do that, Sue Ellen. Just ask him to call me, okay?" The girl nodded quickly and led her mother back into the other room. As he walked out the door, Weber heard her crooning again, though he wasn't sure if it was to her mother or her baby brother. "Well, that family looks to be a study in dysfunction," said Parks as the Bronco bounced out of the Rafferty driveway. Weber nodded and started driving back toward town. The air inside that place was enough to gag a maggot. "I kind of felt sorry for the girl, though," Parks observed. "Seemed like she was the only one of the bunch with half a brain." "Yeah, but stuck with a family like that, you have to wonder what kind of a chance she has," Weber said. "Is it just me," Parks asked, "or do you have to wonder if House Beautiful is going to miss covering that showplace in their next issue?" Chapter 6. By the time they got back to the sheriff's office, it was after 5:30, and Mary Caitlin was preparing to turn over the switchboard to Robin and Judy Troutman, the trainee dispatcher that the department had been able to afford to hire with their windfall of federal dollars following the shooting of Tina Miller last winter. It seemed to Weber that the supply of tax money must surely dry up eventually, but so far anything the department had asked for it had received. While Weber couldn't deny that he appreciated being released from the strain of the tight budget his office had labored under for so long, he still felt guilty because he realized that the department's good fortune was really no more than payola to help the government hide the truth of what happened that terrible day up at the Miller compound. Parks was arranging his new desk, and Mary had just left when Robin knocked on Weber's office door and poked her head inside. She held several pieces of paper in her hand. "Got a minute, Sheriff?" Weber nodded, thinking, we're back to sheriff again, and wondering if they would ever be able to bridge the distance between them and have things return to where they had been before. "You fish off the company pier, that's what happens," he told himself. "Mary ran that background check on Charles Gelman," Robin said, handing Weber the papers. "No criminal record, not even a traffic ticket. He looks like an average guy, nothing else." Weber scanned the computer printouts. An NCIC report confirming that Gelman had no criminal record, motor vehicle department records that revealed he had held an Arizona driver's license for the last 30 years with no violations, a list of financial institutions that told him the bookstore owner did most of his banking business with a national chain that had offices all over the Southwest,
and enjoyed a substantial investment portfolio. Weber became aware that Robin was still standing in front of his desk. "Did you want something else?"
"Can we talk?"
The sheriff laid the papers aside. "Sure. What's on your mind?" Robin looked toward the door uncertainly, as if to be sure no one was listening in on their conversation, then crossed the room and pulled the door closed. Weber had a fleeting hope that she was about to break the ice that existed between them for too long, though he wasn't sure how he felt about the breakup of their relationship. While he had to admit he felt a deep attraction to Robin, Weber wasn't convinced becoming involved with an employee of the sheriff's department had been a good idea in the first place, or if it would be wise to resume the relationship, even if that was possible. Robin quickly laid any hopes the sheriff might have to rest when she sat in the chair beside Weber's desk.
"We have 2 slots open for deputies, and with the grant money, the department can afford to fill them, right?"
Weber nodded. "I just got the authorization from the town council to fill the positions at their meeting last week."
"I want to apply for one."
Not sure what to say, Weber searched his mind for a response.
"I've been with the sheriff's office for over a year now, and I think you have to agree I've given the job 100%. Now I'm ready to move up."
"Well, Robin, I don't know what to say."
"Judy's picking up the dispatcher job real well. In another couple of days she'll be up to speed. There's a new class starting at the academy in Tucson the end of June. I want to go."
Weber held her eyes. "I don't know, Robin. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I have to wonder."
"Wonder about what, Jimmy? I've got more college credits than anyone in this office. I've taken criminal justice and police science. I'm certified in CPR and first aid. I meet all the prerequisites. Plus, I've been to the seminars on crime scene maintenance, evidence handling, crime scene photography, and sexual assault. I mean, you have to admit, Jimmy, I'm a hell of a lot more qualified than Archer was when you swore him in."
Weber couldn't deny that. Archer Wingate, the overweight, underqualified son of Mayor Chet Wingate, had been foisted onto the sheriff's office in exchange for budgetary concessions the winter before. Within a few days of putting on the uniform, Archer had managed to prove he had brought his inherent clumsiness to the job with him, even to the extent of rear-ending a private citizen's minivan during a routine traffic stop when he forgot to put his patrol car's transmission in park. Weber sometimes thought how frustrating it was that now his office had a surplus of government grant money, but they were still stuck with Archer. The best the sheriff had been able to do was to assign Archer the mundane chores that tied up the other deputies, and hopefully keep his unkempt deputy from getting into any more mischief. "We both know that Archer's a special case. The last thing I ever needed was someone who couldn't handle a job." Fire shot through her eyes, and Robin's voice became cold.
"Don't you think I can handle a job, Sheriff? Do you think only a man can handle the job in Big Lake? Because I thought the job required things like intelligence and integrity and courage and concern for your fellow human being. Or are you one of those good old boys who think all it takes to make it as a cop is a set of testicles and a penis?" "That's not what I was going to say, Robin. I just wonder if some of these guys we have to deal with around here might not go out of their way to make life harder for a female deputy."
Robin slapped her hands on her knees in frustration.
"Damn it, Jimmy! That's the attitude I'm talking about. Women officers in police departments all over the country deal with killers, drug dealers, and gangbangers. But you're trying to tell me a bunch of cowboys and loggers are going to be too much for me to handle?"
Weber shook his head.
"No, Robin, I know it sounds that way. I guess maybe what I meant is that, well, with what happened between you and me, someone might think you got the job because of—" "What, Sheriff? Say it! Because we slept together?"
She shook her head and stared up at the ceiling, then back to Weber.
"Let me ask you this. Do you think I'm capable of doing the job? I want the truth."
"Yes," Weber admitted, returning her stare. "I have no doubt that you can. My problem with it is—"
Robin stood up, cutting him off. When she spoke again, her voice was brittle. "That's all I need to know, Sheriff. So you think I'm capable of doing the job, but you're not sure I can do it here in Big Lake. Okay, then. I have to tell you that if you won't give me the opportunity to prove myself here, I plan to put in my resignation and apply elsewhere. Can I at least hope for a good recommendation from you? Or will that only be, she's a good lay?"
Now Weber was angry, too.
"That's not fair, Robin." "Oh, it's not fair? I see. Because we had a few nights together, I'm unfit to serve as one of your deputies. Basically, you see me as good enough to screw, but not good enough to trust as an equal."
Weber placed a hand on her wrist, but Robin twisted it out of his grasp.
"Hands off, Sheriff, or I'll knock your damned head off,"
she hissed vehemently. Weber pulled his arm back and held both his hands palm forward in a gesture of surrender.
"Quit it, Robin. All I want—" "Oh, I know what you want, you son of a bitch," Robin shouted. "You want me flat on my back again. Will that do the trick? Yeah, trick's the word, right? Maybe if I kept on putting out, you'd find me a position directly under you, right? Well, here you are. Go for it, big boy."
She grabbed the bottom of her shirt and jerked it up to her neckline. Weber was on his feet now, too, and started to shout, then lowered his voice so the people in the main office wouldn't hear.
"Robin, please. I don't want it to be this way. What happened between us? You make it sound like some cheap roll in the hay. It wasn't like that for me."
Robin was breathing hard now, her voice shaking when she spoke.
"You think that's all it was for me, Jimmy? I don't just jump into bed with every man I meet. I loved you, you bastard. You just shut me out after you got what you wanted. How do you think that made me feel? How do you think it feels to work around you every day and know all I was to you was a piece of ass?"
There were tears in her eyes as she said the last. Weber sank back into his chair, and when he spoke again, his voice was sad.
"Robin, you were never just a piece of ass to me."
She let go of her shirt, and it dropped down to cover herself.
"That was a cheap shot, Jimmy. I apologize. I know you're not like that."
She knelt in front of Weber's chair and took his hands in both of hers.
"Jimmy, I've thought 1,000 times that I should just leave Big Lake. That might be best for everyone concerned. I really want to be a police officer. I know it's not right to give you an ultimatum, but I meant what I said. If I can't do it here, I'll have to go elsewhere. And maybe that's the thing to do."
Weber looked down into the big almond-shaped brown eyes that always seemed like they could read his soul, and knew that he didn't want her to leave, no matter what their future working or personal relationship might be. He squeezed her hand gently, and though Robin didn't return the pressure, neither did she pull away.
"Look, I know you can do the job, Robin. I guess maybe I'm just being overprotective. Let's sleep on it tonight, okay?"
The sheriff seemed to suddenly realize his words might be misunderstood.
"I didn't mean you and I sleep."
Robin grinned the pixie grin Weber remembered so well, and seemed to take pleasure in his discomfort.
"Sheriff, did anyone ever tell you that being noble is a wonderful character trait? But it can sure get in the way of getting you laid?"
For the first time in many months, they laughed together, the laughter of friends who had bridged a deep emotional moat. Robin hugged Weber and then walked to the door, pausing to look back at him coyly as she took hold of the doorknob.
"Sleep well, Sheriff."
"Home, sweet home," Parks said, as he unpacked his suitcases and put underwear and socks away in a dresser in Weber's spare bedroom. Weber had thrown a frozen lasagna dinner in the oven and was sitting on the corner of Parks' bed sipping a Pepsi while it baked. "Yeah, well, as long as you want it, you consider this your home, Parks." The federal agent grinned at him.
"Don't go getting your hopes up, Slugger. This is only temporary. I know you exist in a social vacuum, but I, on the other hand, have a healthy libido and plan to work my way through the local supply of the fairer sex. I'm afraid you'd cramp my style, old buddy." "Have you seen the fairer sex around here?" Weber asked him. "If you're willing to try to bed down much of that, you're a better man than I am, Gunga Din."
Parks arched his eyebrows.
"You telling me all the good ones are gone already, Jimmy? 'Cause if I really thought there weren't any more where that Rafferty woman came from, I might just roll over and die." "She was a pretty sad case," Weber agreed.
Parks grinned slyly at his friend and perched on the other end of the bed.
"Gee, this is just like a pajama party, isn't it?" he simpered. "So tell me, old buddy, what's with you and Robin? Is that a dead issue, or are you going to patch things up?"
"Why, you thinking about staking a claim?" Weber asked.
"No, sir. I might sleep in your home, eat your food, run up your phone bill, and even borrow your skivvies when my laundry basket's overflowing.
But there are just some things where even a dog like me draws the line. Besides, I think you two still have a lot of unfinished business between you." Weber shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. "I have to tell you, Larry, the girl means a lot to me. But I really screwed things up between us. I don't know if we'll ever be able to have what we did before." "But do you want it back?" Weber realized the truth and admitted it. "Yeah, I do. I want it back. I want her back." Parks stood up and tousled his friend's hair. "Then that settles it, Scooter. We've both got our work cut out for us. You have to prove to Miss Robin that you've repented and win her back, and I have to track down this Rafferty guy and kill him so I can claim his woman." Something occurred to Weber as Parks was speaking. His friend saw the frown that crossed the sheriff's face. "What is it, Jimmy?" "Speaking of Robin and the Raffertys," Weber walked into the living room and picked up a portable telephone from the oak table at the end of his cowhide sofa. He punched in Robin's number while he walked into the kitchen to check the lasagna. The cheese on top was bubbling, and Weber set 2 plates and silverware on the table. He was retrieving Parmesan cheese from the refrigerator when Robin answered. "Hi, it's Jimmy." She sounded pleased to hear from him, or at least not upset at the sound of his voice. "What's up? This is going to sound weird, maybe, but have you heard anything around your place at night?" "Such as?" "Well, I don't want to give you anything to worry about, because it's probably nothing. But today when Parks and I were out at the Rafferty place, his kid Steve said something, I don't know, just a veiled remark about when we busted him for being a peeping Tom a while back. Something about had you heard anything outside your windows at night." "No, but I haven't really been listening either. Do you think that little creep's up to his old tricks?" "I don't know," Weber admitted. "But just because, why don't you be sure to keep your window blinds closed at night, okay?" "Sheriff, today's indiscretion to the contrary. I'm really not an exhibitionist. I always keep them closed after dark," Robin said primly. "Okay. Look, if you hear anything unusual, call me, okay? I'll send a deputy by." "What? You're not going to come rushing to my rescue yourself?" Robin asked mockingly. "You know what I mean." She sighed, half in exasperation, half in appreciation. "Jimmy, if I'm ever going to be a cop, I'll be dealing with more than just a horny teenager peeking in my window, right? I can take care of myself, but I appreciate your concern." "Yeah, you're right," Weber said. "Well, like I said, it's probably nothing to worry about. Just some kid spouting off." "Jimmy?" "Yes?" "Did I ever tell you you're one hell of a neat person?" "Thanks, Robin." "And Jimmy?" "Yeah." "Thanks for caring." Neither said anything for a long time. Finally, Robin broke the silence. "Say good night, Jimmy." "Good night, Jimmy." Chapter 7. The next morning a faxed copy of the autopsy report on Danny Bell was waiting on Weber's desk. He read it as he chomped on his first cigar of the day. According to the report, the official cause of death was strangulation. The victim had suffered massive trauma from the torture and beating before he expired. In addition to the cigarette burns, he had suffered a severe concussion, 4 broken ribs, one of which punctured a lung, a broken jaw, and the loss of several teeth. The amount of blood loss indicated that his scalp had been removed before he was killed, with a knife with a thick, heavy blade. Blood tests indicated that his blood alcohol level was .15, nearly twice the legal limit to be determined intoxicated in Arizona. He also had heavy traces of THC, the active ingredient in marijuana, in his system. Parks, in his role as resident FBI agent and liaison to the White Mountain Apache Tribal Police, made a copy of the report and drove to the tribal center at White River to meet with Apache officers and go over the findings. No determination had been made yet as to where Bell had been picked up by his attackers. Weber had just finished reading the report for the second time when Archer appeared in his office doorway. As always, though he had been on duty less than an hour, Archer's rumpled uniform looked like he had slept in it. A crumb of chocolate donut was stuck in the corner of his mouth, and one of his shirt buttons gaped open. "Jesus, Archer, don't you ever look at a mirror?" Archer didn't reply to the question, saying instead, "Someone here to see you, Sheriff." "Who is it?" "I don't know. I didn't ask." Weber drew on his cigar and blew a cloud of evil blue fumes Archer's way, hoping his deputy would dissipate with the smoke. No such luck. Archer merely stood there, blinking his sad hound-dog eyes. "You see, Archer, part of your job is to screen visitors for me. There are a lot of things that other people in the office can handle, but people just naturally ask for the sheriff. So I have to stop whatever I'm doing when all they want is to file a report for a missing cat or dog, or complain that the deer are getting into their garden again." "Okay." Archer stood impassively in the doorway. "Archer?" "Yes, Sheriff?" "Would you find out who it is?" Archer turned and looked back into the outer office. "Who are you?" he called across the room. "Charles Gelman," responded a voice. Archer turned back to Weber. "He says he's—" Weber cut him off with a shake of his head. "I heard him, Archer." "Okay." Archer still stood in the doorway. "Archer?" "Yes, Sheriff?" "Show Mr. Gelman in." Charles Gelman, looking trim in a pair of stone-washed denim jeans and gray cotton turtleneck, shook hands, then took the seat Weber offered him and wrinkled his nose at Weber's cigar. "Sorry," Weber said, stabbing it out in his ashtray. "It's a disgusting habit, but it keeps the mosquitoes away." Gelman chuckled. "I'd imagine it must keep most pests away." "Well, I don't know. You saw my deputy." This time Gelman laughed. "So you're one of those people who ignore the Surgeon General's warnings about tobacco products, I see?" Weber shrugged. "Hell, I figure if the frustration of dealing with the town council and Archer don't give me a heart attack, I'll die of boredom long before the cigars get to me." "I smoke a pipe," Gelman said. "At least it smells better. And what's that they say? A pipe gives a wise man time to ponder before he replies, and a fool something to stick in his mouth." Weber acknowledged the bookseller's comment with a nod, then asked, "What can I do for you, Charles?" "I was wondering if you had any new information you could share on Daniel's case. I just can't get the image of how he must have suffered out of my mind." "Neither can I," Weber admitted. "There's not much more. We got the autopsy report in. It was pretty gruesome." Gelman held up a hand. "Please, Sheriff, spare me. I have enough trouble dealing with this. Though it was well over between Daniel and me, I don't think I can hear any more details. I was wondering if you had any suspects yet." "Nothing solid," Weber admitted. "We're following up a couple of investigative leads." "I was wondering, if I were to put up the money, do you think a $5,000 reward for information might do any good? I know it won't bring Daniel back, but I just want to do something." Weber pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I think right now we should hold off on that, Charles. I appreciate the offer, but let's see where our investigation takes us first, okay? If we hit a dead end, a reward might bring out someone who saw something. But a reward also tends to bring in a lot of cranks and people who just want to cash in by turning in everybody from the paper boy to the UPS driver. I think it would just muddy the waters right now and overwhelm us with false leads that could keep us from following up solid evidence. For now, let's hold off." Gelman nodded in agreement. "I see your point, Sheriff. Is there anything I can do?" "One thing," Weber said. "I know you're very discreet about your lifestyle, but keep a low profile, okay? Whoever did this, I don't want them discovering another potential victim." "Am I in danger?" "I don't think so," Weber said. "But to me, this has the look of a hate crime. I think whoever killed Daniel didn't have a personal grudge against him. I think he was killed just because he was gay. Now, that's just my opinion. There might be other reasons. But given the torture and mutilation, I doubt it." "Well, I'll be careful not to pinch any of the local cowboys in the butt," promised Gelman, and Weber laughed with him. "One thing, Charles, and I don't want you to take it the wrong way, but I need to know." "What, Sheriff?" "Do you know of any other gay people in the community? I don't want to invade their privacy, but at the same time, I think they deserve to be aware of the possible threat." Gelman wrinkled his brow and gave Weber a half-smile. "It's not like we meet every third Wednesday afternoon at Denny's," he said. "The gay community here in Big Lake, if indeed there were enough people to form a community, isn't exactly organized. I don't think we'll be having a float in the Pioneer Day Parade. No membership cards or secret handshake?" Weber asked, chuckling. He found himself enjoying Charles Gelman's company more and more. Weber had never had much interaction with gay people, but whatever preconceived notions he might have held had been erased by the man's openness and honesty. Even more, Weber sensed a certain basic decency about Gelman's character. As a lawman, he had learned to read people pretty well, and his instincts told him Charles Gelman was a good person. "I can't out anybody, Sheriff. I hope you understand that. I haven't been in town all that long, and there are actually only a couple of gay people I know. I'll pass the word on to them." Weber nodded. "Fair enough. I appreciate whatever you can do." When Gelman left the office, Weber worked his way through a stack of telephone message slips, returning the calls that needed immediate attention, and shoving the remainder to the back of his desk, where he hoped they would eventually disappear under new piles of the dreaded paperwork he never seemed to escape. He was just finishing a call to a local business owner who needed to vent about kids riding skateboards down the sidewalks when Mary Caitlin poked her head in his office door. "Jimmy, Tommy needs help. He stopped a kid for speeding at the Y, and the driver's father showed up and is giving him a lot of static." "Radio him and tell him I'm on my way," Weber said, pushing his chair away from his desk. "It's got to be better than wasting time with all these reports and forms you keep piling up on my desk." As the sheriff walked past her and into the outer office, Mary punched him lightly on the arm and said, "Yes, well, if you don't get them all finished, I'll have a brand-new pile for you tomorrow, and you'll have twice as much to deal with." "I'm hoping to get lucky and die in my sleep tonight," Weber told her. "Was that get lucky and then die in your sleep, or just get lucky and die in your sleep?" Mary teased as he went out the door. The sheriff's laughter trailed along behind him as the door closed, and Mary was happy to hear it. Laughter was a sound that had been absent from the sheriff's office for too long. Chapter 8. Tommy's sheriff's department pickup truck, roof light bar flashing, was parked behind a red Honda on the shoulder of the road, just inside the junction where the business route that led uphill to Big Lake and became the town's main street split off from the state highway. The Honda sported a fiberglass spoiler on the trunk and custom rims. The thin teenage boy, with one side of his head shaved and brightly dyed red hair hanging to his shoulder on the other, leaned against the rear of the car. On the other side of the road, a white Hummer was pulled partially onto the shoulder, the rear end jutting out onto the roadway. An athletically built man with spiky gelled hair, who looked to be in his late 30s, was waving his arms in the air and shouting at the young deputy when Weber parked his Bronco behind the Hummer and flipped on his roof lights to warn traffic of his presence. He climbed out of the Bronco and walked across the road to join Tommy and the man, who turned toward him at Weber's approach. "Are you the sheriff here?" he demanded to know. "Yes, sir, I'm Sheriff Weber, and you are?" "I'm your worst nightmare," the man said. "I'm a guy you don't want to jerk around. This asshole stopped my kid for no reason at all, and now he won't tell me what's going on. We're out of here." "Sir, how about you calm down a little bit and move your vehicle all the way off the road before somebody comes along and hits it," Weber said. "Then we'll take it from there, okay?" "Screw you, Gomer. I don't take orders from hick cops," the man replied, then turned to his son. "Get in your car and go to the cabin, Sean. These assholes don't know who they're messing with." The boy stood up and took a step toward the door of his car, then stopped uncertainly when Weber called to him. "Young man, if you open that car door, you're going to jail. Just stay there by the back of your car, please." Then the sheriff turned back to the father and held his hand up as the man started to speak. "Listen, sir, this doesn't have to be this way, okay? I can see that you're upset, but just calm down and let me talk to my deputy for a minute. Meantime, please move your vehicle off the roadway like I asked you to do." Instead of complying, the man stepped forward, invading Weber's space. "Hey, you're not listening to me, asshole. I can buy and sell you and this faggot deputy of yours with what I spend in a weekend. Got it? So how about you back off and go back to helping little old ladies across the street, or whatever it is you do here in this shithole little burg of yours. I'm leaving, and my kid's leaving, so get the hell out of my way." Years in law enforcement had taught Weber that when things started to get out of hand, somebody had to control the situation, and if it wasn't the officer in the scene, it would be the person on the other side of the confrontation, and that was never a good thing. The sheriff didn't back off, but he still hoped to defuse things. "Sir, I'm going to ask you just once more. Please step back and calm down. All I want to do is talk to my deputy for a minute, and we'll get this all figured out, and then I'm sure you and your son can be on your way. Would you do that for me, sir?" Instead of taking the opportunity the sheriff offered him to resolve things easily, the man swatted Weber's hand away and tried to shove the lawman aside. Then the fight was on. As he lunged forward with both arms held out in front of him toward the sheriff, Weber stepped aside and used a foot to trip his assailant, who went sprawling face first onto the pavement. He cursed and started to roll over, but before he could, Weber dropped down and put a knee solidly in the man's back and jerked his right arm backward with one hand, while pulling his handcuffs out of their case on his belt with the other. Meanwhile, Tommy Frost had jumped into the scuffle, grabbing the man's left arm and pulling it backward so the sheriff could snap handcuffs onto both wrists. All the while, the man under them cursed and tried to shake them off to no avail. Once his hands were securely cuffed behind him, Weber got to his feet, and he and Tommy pulled the man upright. "You pricks are going to pay for this," he shouted. "You'll both be standing on a street corner panhandling when I'm done with you." Yeah, we're real worried," Weber replied, as he walked the belligerent man to the front of Tommy's pickup and pushed him face down onto the hood. Weber patted the man down, finding a wallet in one pocket that contained credit cards and a driver's license, identifying the man as Jason Moore. Another pocket held a money clip thick with large bills. As the sheriff searched him, Moore continued making threats and cursing Weber and his deputy. While all this was taking place, his son stood by silently, watching it all play out with a look of bored indifference on his face. "You're under arrest for disorderly conduct and assault on a police officer," Weber told the man, and then advised him of his Miranda rights. "What assault? I never assaulted anybody," said Moore. "You're the one that assaulted me. Well, I hope you get your thrill out of it, because tomorrow I will own your ass. I want to talk to my lawyer right now." "You can talk to whoever you want to once we get you to jail, but right now you're going to stand there and shut up," Weber told him, and then turned to Tommy. "How'd this all start?" "I pulled a boy over for doing 75 in a 55 speed zone, and by the time he gave me his driver's license and insurance card, the dad pulled up and started running his mouth. I tried to talk to him, but he just went off on me. That's when I called for backup." As they talked, Buzz Carrollton arrived on the scene in his department-issued Ford Expedition and joined them on the roadside. Weber nodded at his longtime deputy and then indicated Moore. "I don't have a cage in my Bronco, Buzz. Put this guy in the back of your vehicle." Buzz led the still cursing and ranting man to his Expedition and put him in the back seat, then rejoined Weber and Tommy. Weber gave him a quick rundown of the situation and then turned back to Tommy. "Did the kid give you any trouble?" The young deputy shook his head. "No, he was fine. Typical kid, even if he looks weird. He was actually pretty polite. Apologized and said he was sorry for speeding." "Okay," Weber said. "If his license and registration are in order, give him a ticket and send him on his way. I'll talk to him in the meantime." The boy straightened up as Weber approached and reached up a hand to push his hair out of his face. "Sean, I'm Sheriff Weber. I'm sorry this had to get so out of hand. Your dad seems to have a pretty hot temper." "He's not my dad." "I'm sorry? What was that?" Weber asked. "He's not my dad. He's my mother's husband, and he's a jerk. He tries to play all big buddy with me, but I hate him." "Hate's a pretty strong word," Weber said. "Yeah, well, I do," insisted the boy. "He married my mom when I was 5 and adopted me. He thinks he can buy me just like he did her. When I turn 18, I'm gone." Tommy walked up then and handed the boy a ticket pad. "In spite of your dad, I'm giving you a break, Sean, and I'm only citing you for doing 65 in a 55-mile-per-hour zone," he said. "Anything over 20 miles over the speed limit, and you'd probably lose your license since you're a juvenile. Just sign there at the bottom. This isn't an admission of guilt on your part. It's just a promise to appear in court, okay?" "He's not my dad." Excuse me?" Tommy asked, as the boy took the ticket pad from him and scrawled his name on the line the deputy indicated. "He's not my dad." "Okay. Well, whatever he is, he's going to jail," Weber said. "Your license says you're from Scottsdale. What are you guys doing up here?" "We've got a cabin out by Big Lake," the boy told him.
Well, as a juvenile, I can't let you go unless I know there's a responsible adult to take care of you. Is your mom up there, too?
Yeah, she's at the cabin, Sean replied, but I wouldn't call her responsible.
Oh, why is that? Weber asked. Sean shook his head to get his hair back out of his face, then looked across the highway to Buzz's vehicle, where Jason Moore was still ranting.
She married him, didn't she? Do you call that responsible?
They sent the boy on his way, and then Weber had Tommy move Moore's Hummer completely off the highway, called a tow truck for it, and told Buzz to take its driver to town and put him in a cell. Moore could still be heard cursing as Buzz pulled away. Tommy walked back up to his boss, and they stood together, watching the SUV disappear toward town.
I'm sorry I didn't handle that on my own, Jimmy, but that guy went off so fast. Sometimes I'm not sure I'm really cut out for this job.
Weber put his arm on the young deputy's shoulder and looked him in the eye. Tommy, being a good cop isn't just about knowing how to deal with jerks like that. It's also about being smart enough to know when you need backup, and not being afraid to call for it. I'd have done the same thing in your place. So would Buzz or Chad or Dolan. Okay, you handled it just right. Tommy nodded, and Weber could see his gratitude for the vote of confidence. He patted the younger man's shoulder and started back across the highway toward his Bronco, then stopped halfway there and turned back to his deputy. By the way, Tommy, when I do call for backup, it comforts me knowing that you'll be one of the guys coming to help me out. Tommy nodded again and straightened his Stetson on his head.
Thanks, boss,
he said as he walked back to his truck. None of his deputies had reported spotting Ted Rafferty, so Weber took the main highway north of town and turned off on the gravel road that led to the man's house, hoping he would find Rafferty at home. But a half-mile short of the driveway, he came upon Sue Ellen sitting under a big oak tree beside the road, with her baby brother in a cloth sling across her chest. The girl looked up from the paperback book she was reading when the sheriff's Bronco crunched to a stop, and Weber rolled down his window. "How you doing, Sue Ellen?" The girl laid the book down and stood up, but didn't reply or move toward the SUV. "Looks like you found yourself a quiet place to read," Weber said. And when the girl remained silent, he shut off his engine and climbed out of the Bronco. Sue Ellen cast a furtive eye down the road toward her family's driveway, like she might bolt if he came too close. Weber walked a few steps toward her, but stopped 10 feet away. "What are you reading?" Sue Ellen looked panicked at the question and glanced down at the book, then back up at Weber.
"It's nothing, Sheriff. Just some dumb book."
Weber craned his neck to read the cover. "Judy Blume? My sister used to read her books all the time."
"It ain't nothing bad, Sheriff. Just a book."
"I didn't say it was bad, Sue Ellen. Do you read a lot of books?" The baby shifted in the sling, and Sue Ellen caressed its head and cooed to it, then looked back up at Weber.
"Sometimes books help me forget for a while."
"Forget what, Sue Ellen?" She shrugged her shoulders and dropped her eyes again.
"Just everything. All of that."
And she looked back toward home. "Things are kind of hard at home, aren't they?" Weber asked. Sue Ellen shrugged her shoulders, but never looked up.
"It's just with Ma sick and all."
She stopped speaking abruptly at the sound of a vehicle rattling down the driveway, and a look of panic came over her eyes.
"I've got to go, Sheriff."
As she kicked the book aside and took 3 steps toward the bushes alongside the road, a horn blared, and the white Ford truck Weber had seen the day before sped toward them. Sue Ellen looked at the truck and back at Weber. The fright in her eyes was undeniable. As the truck stopped in front of Weber's Bronco, he turned toward it, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed the girl nudging the book under an upraised root of the tree and out of sight. Ted Rafferty was a burly man with uncombed red hair and a perpetual bad attitude. Weber knew he had a reputation as a hard worker, with the ability to fix anything that broke, from a steel gate to a piece of logging equipment. But Rafferty was also a bully, and seemed to take great pleasure in intimidating anyone he saw as weaker. And to Ted Rafferty, almost everybody was weaker. He climbed out of his truck and came around to the front bumper. "What the hell's going on here?" he demanded. "Sue Ellen, why ain't you back at the house helping your ma?"
"The baby was crying and keeping her awake, Pa. I thought I'd take him for a walk and let her rest, and maybe find some wildflowers to cheer her up."
Rafferty studied his daughter,
But Sue Ellen wouldn't meet his eyes. "Your ma don't need friggin' flowers, girl. She needs you at home taking care of things for her. Now haul your ass back home and stop mooning over this cop. Ain't no cop in the world ever done a Rafferty anything but wrong."
Pa, I wasn't—
Before she could say another word, Rafferty took a step forward, cutting off her protest. Even though there was 20 feet between them, Sue Ellen took a step backward. "I know what you was and wasn't doing, girl. Now get." Sue Ellen nodded her head and hurried off toward home, staying well out of her father's reach as she went past the Ford truck. Rafferty turned his attention toward Weber. "What the hell you want sniffing around my daughter, Sheriff?" "Take it easy," Weber said. "You got it all wrong. I came by to talk to you yesterday, and you were gone. And just now I saw her picking flowers and stopped to ask her if you were home." "Yeah, well, you keep away from my girl, you hear me? That tin badge and gun of yours don't scare me." Weber didn't argue with the man, changing the subject to his original purpose instead. "Where were you Saturday night, Mr. Rafferty?" "Why you asking?" "Because somebody said they saw your truck out by Turtle Lake. Were you out that way about midnight or a little before?" Rafferty scratched his head for a second as if in thought, then shrugged his shoulders. "It could be. I get around. My witness said they were pretty sure it was your truck. What would you have been doing way out there that late at night?" "Yeah? Who's your witness?" "Don't worry about that right now. Just answer the question. What were you doing out at Turtle Lake?" Rafferty grinned, but it wasn't a friendly gesture. "I didn't say I was there, Sheriff. I said I might have been out there. Might not have been, too." "I think you were," Weber said. "In fact, I'm damn certain of it." "So what if I was? Last time I checked, it wasn't illegal to drive down a road, day or night." "No, but it is illegal to murder somebody. Do you know anything about the boy that got killed out there Saturday night?" The same ugly grin never left Rafferty's face, but he shook his head. "Weren't me, Sheriff. You got the wrong guy. Now that I think about it, I was out that way late Saturday night, but I was looking for deer. If you hear about any deer that got themselves poached out there, you be sure to tell the game warden all about it." Like a lot of men around Big Lake, Rafferty wore a buck folding knife and a leather pouch on his belt, and Weber asked, "Mind if I take a look at that knife of yours, Mr. Rafferty?" "Why?" "Just call me curious. Can I see it?" Rafferty unzipped the cover and withdrew the knife from its pouch and handed it to the sheriff. Weber thumbed the heavy blade open, noting that it was worn and had seen a lot of use. But there were no signs of blood on the blade or the knife's folding mechanism. He closed it and handed it back. "Anything else I can do for you, Sheriff? I got work to do." "How about your son, Steve? Would he have been out there Saturday night?" Rafferty's eyes hardened and his face darkened. "Don't you go trying to pin that shit on my boy. It's bad enough that you hassled him so much last year. I won't have it." "You never answered my question, Mr. Rafferty. Where was Steve on Saturday night?" "He was with me. We were riding around looking for a deer to jacklight. When you got as many mouths to feed as mine, sometimes a man's got to do what he's got to do. There's deer all over this damn mountain getting hit by cars every day. So what's one more when I got hungry kids at home?" "So, did you get yourself a deer?" Weber asked, walking to the bed of the truck. There were a few scattered lengths of iron rod, some wire, and assorted trash, but no evidence of blood, human nor animal. Then again, it would be hard to see any with all of the junk in there. Rafferty leaned his arms on the side of the truck bed, showing no concern for what Weber might find there. "Nope, no deer. We finally gave up and came back home." Weber nodded at Rafferty. "We may have to talk about this again. Meantime, you have a good day, Mr. Rafferty." The welder opened the door of his pickup, but before he climbed inside, he looked back at the sheriff and said, "You come around bothering my boy or my girl, and we'll damn sure be talking, Sheriff. You can count on that." He got behind the wheel, shifted into gear, and sped off, showering the sheriff's legs with gravel. But Weber wouldn't give him the satisfaction of stepping aside or reacting. Once the truck was out of sight, he slapped at the dust on his pants leg, and then walked over to where Sue Ellen's book still lay under the tree root. He picked the tattered paperback up and noticed a clear Ziploc bag underneath it. The bag held another paperback, an old classic by S.E. Hinton entitled The Outsiders, that Weber remembered reading when he was a teenager. Weber put the book Sue Ellen was reading into the bag, zipped it shut, and replaced them under the root. Then, with a final look up the road toward the Rafferty driveway, he got into his Bronco, started it, and made a U-turn to drive back toward the highway and town. The first thing that greeted the sheriff when he stepped inside the lobby of his office was the sound of a woman's voice raised in anger.
"I want my husband out of that cell, and I want his charges dropped. Otherwise, you'll hear from our attorney, and believe me, Missy, you won't like what happens then. Oh, you won't like it at all."
The source of the voice was a petite woman wearing tight designer jeans and a tube top that barely concealed a pair of breasts that were much too large for her frame, and that Weber assumed paid for some plastic surgeon's vacation in Maui. Robin, the target of the woman's outburst, shook her head and said,
"Like I told you before, Mrs. Moore, the judge will arraign him at 3:30 and probably set bail. It's 2:30 now, and the sheriff just came in. He'll take your husband over for his arraignment. In the meantime, you need to lower your voice and settle down."
Robin's voice was calm and firm, in spite of the verbal abuse the woman was heaping on her. The woman stalked up to Weber and demanded,
"Are you the one who beat up my husband and arrested him?"
"I'm Sheriff Weber. I arrested your husband after he was warned repeatedly to stop interfering with a traffic stop, and after he assaulted me. Have you called your attorney about this, Mrs. Moore?" The woman was nodding her head before Weber finished speaking.
"You bet I have, and he's going to make you sorry you were ever born."
"Be that as it may," Weber said, "in the meantime you need to calm down and lower your voice like Miss Fouchette asked you to. Otherwise you may find yourself sitting in a cell, too." The woman was shaking with rage, and Weber thought that, given the obvious tempers of Jason Moore and his wife, domestic disputes in their home must get really ugly. No wonder her son was looking forward to the day he could leave. Before she could reply, the door burst open and a small man in a baggy three-piece suit stormed in. He made a beeline for Weber and said,
"Sheriff, I represent Jason Moore. I want to see my client. Now. Not in a minute, not in an hour, right now."
"Good afternoon, Grover. Nice to see you, too. This is Mrs. Moore." The little man stepped between Weber and the woman, and the sheriff was only too happy to take a step backward.
"Not another word to this man, Mrs. Moore. Not a word."
He turned to Weber and said,
"I want a room to have a conference with my client and his wife, Sheriff. I believe we have an arraignment in less than an hour. Hop to it, will you?"
With anyone else, Weber might have been irritated, but he had become accustomed to the attorney's bad attitude years before and hardly noticed it any longer. Grover Recker was the closest thing Big Lake had to an ambulance chaser, taking on any case where he thought he could make a quick settlement and get out, usually with a hefty percentage of whatever payment came his client's way. They had been in the same classes all through grade school and high school. Always smaller than his classmates, Recker had quickly developed an abrasive attitude as a defense, whether it was needed or not. Of course, being saddled with the nickname Rover Pecker from the 3rd grade hadn't helped matters any. "You can use the interview room," Weber said. He led them to the small, windowless room sandwiched between the restroom and the Big Lake Jail's booking room and 2 cells, located at the end of a long hall in the rear of the sheriff's office. "Why don't you get Mrs. Moore settled, and I'll bring her husband in." Jason Moore's mood hadn't improved any in the time that had passed since Weber had arrested him, and as soon as he saw the sheriff coming down the hall, he demanded to see his attorney. "He's here now," Weber said. "I'm going to take you down the hall to talk to him, and we can do this one of 2 ways. If you promise to act like a grown-up, we won't need any handcuffs. But if you still want to fight, I'll truss you up like a turkey on Thanksgiving Day and drag you down there. Your choice. Which way is it going to be?" "No problem," the prisoner said. "Your time's coming. I'm just going to sit back and wait and let my attorney eat you alive." Weber unlocked the cell door and escorted the man to the conference room. As soon as his wife saw him, she jumped out of the chair and rushed to Moore, throwing her arms around him.
"Oh, baby, are you okay? What have these assholes done to you?"
"It's okay, Cindy. We'll own this hick town before this is over. Where's Bob?" The woman stepped back and waved her hand at the attorney, who stood beside her.
"He's not here. He sent this man."
she said, making no attempt to hide the contempt in her voice. The attorney stepped forward and stuck out his hand, which Moore ignored. "Grover Recker, Mr. Moore. Your attorney called me from Scottsdale and asked me to fill in for him in this matter. Now, you just have a seat, and as soon as our Nazi sheriff gets out of here to give us some privacy, we'll talk this over. We've got an airtight case here, and I see a big settlement coming our way. Very big." Moore shook his head and held up a hand. "Hold on a second, you little dweeb. Who the hell are you?" If the little man took any offense at the slur, he never indicated it. "Grover Recker. I'm standing in for Mr. Schaefer, your attorney." "Bullshit," said Moore with irritation. "I pay Bob Schaefer a ton of money every year, and he's on retainer. I want my own attorney, not some leprechaun from the backwoods." "It's okay," said Recker. "This is just an arraignment, to get bail set and get you out of here. Mr. Schaefer couldn't get here in time for the hearing, and really, I can handle it just fine. I've been dealing with the way things are done around here for years." "That's the problem. You haven't been 3 miles outside the town limits in 20 years, and wouldn't know a criminal court from a basketball court," Moore said loudly. "I pay Schaefer big money to take care of things for me, and I get the third string instead? I don't think so. Please, sir, let's wait until the sheriff is gone before you say another word. Sheriff, we need some privacy here." "No problem," Weber said, and started to close the door, but paused long enough to say, "Mr. Moore, you have every right to have the attorney of your choice here for your arraignment. If you don't feel comfortable with Mr. Recker here, I can put you back in your cell until your attorney can drive up from Scottsdale. The judge will be happy to reschedule your arraignment for tomorrow morning or afternoon, if that works better for you." "Out!" shouted Recker, pointing at the sheriff, "and stop trying to intimidate my client. We need privacy, now." Weber closed the door and paused to smile to himself before he pulled a cigar out of his shirt pocket, stuck it in his mouth, and went back down the hall to the main office. 10 minutes before Jason Moore's arraignment, Weber handcuffed the man over his attorney's objections and told Deputy Dolan Reed to take him to the courthouse. Cindy Moore wailed as Dolan escorted the man out the door and followed her husband while Recker harangued the deputy. "We'll be following right behind you, Deputy, so no rough stuff with my client, or I'll have your job." Deputy Reed didn't have the sheriff's patience with the irritating little man, but he tried to ignore him until the attorney stepped into his path and shook a finger at him. "I warn you, Deputy, one step over the line, and I'll own you." At age 40, the balding Dolan Reed was a steady and reliable law officer who worked hard at his job, loved his wife and 3 children above all else, and didn't suffer fools lightly. "Get out of my way, Recker. If you did own me, you couldn't afford to feed me." The attorney stepped aside, then followed his client out the door, barraging Reed and the sheriff with threats of dire consequences all the way out to the parking lot. At the small wood and stone building that served as Big Lake's courthouse, Judge Harold Ryman read the charges against Jason Moore out loud, and then asked, "How do you plead?" "My client pleads innocent, Your Honor," replied Recker. "This man was going about his business when Sheriff Weber and Deputy Frost viciously attacked him without provocation." The judge looked at the police report for a minute, and then looked back at the attorney and his client. "According to this, Mr. Recker, your client interfered with a lawful traffic stop, refused the sheriff's order to step back, and then physically assaulted the sheriff. That hardly sounds like a man who was simply going about his own business." "Your Honor, Mr. Moore saw that his son was being harassed by these officers for no reason and stopped to inquire as to what the problem was. That's when Sheriff Weber, in a flagrant abuse of his power, attacked him." The judge, no stranger to Recker's courtroom antics, took his gold-rimmed eyeglasses off and rubbed his face while the attorney was speaking, and then said, "This is only an arraignment, Counselor. We're not going to get into your charges against Sheriff Weber at this time." Then he looked at Jason Moore. "Sir, given that Deputy Frost had his dash camera recording this entire event with the sound on, and that recording will be entered as evidence at your trial, I'm not impressed with your attorney's wild claims at this time. We'll address them when this case comes to trial. In the meantime, I'm setting bail at $25,000, and I would suggest that you think long and hard about how you behave between now and your trial date." He rapped his gavel on his desk and stood up. "$25,000?" shouted Cindy Moore. "We don't have that kind of money just laying around." Grover Recker tried to comfort her.
"It's no problem, Mrs. Moore. All we need is 25% in cash, or you can use your home as collateral." "My home? Are you crazy?"
She turned to her husband and shouted.
"Do you see what your damn temper has done this time, Jason? So now what? I'm supposed to live on the street because you have to show everybody how tough you are? When are you ever going to grow up?"
"Please calm down, Mrs. Moore," implored Recker. "Don't you worry. When this is all over and the facts have come out, it will be Sheriff Weber who's homeless."
"Shut up, you little toad!"
shrieked Cindy.
"I swear to God, Jason, you shut up, bitch!"
her husband yelled, cutting her off and jumping out of his chair.
"If it wasn't for me, you'd still be shaking your tits on a stage and getting drunks to put dollar bills in your G-string. And if that little maggot kid of yours hadn't been speeding in the first place, none of this would have ever happened."
Dolan Reed and Weber moved to step between the couple when Judge Ryman rapped his gavel again and shouted,
"Enough! One more word out of either of you, and I'll have Sheriff Weber put you both in cells overnight to cool down."
Cindy stopped talking, but the look she shot toward her husband, from under heavily made-up eyes, was pure venom. Jason Moore, for his part, just sank back into his chair. It was after 5 p.m. by the time Moore had written a check for $6,250 to the court clerk and agreed to surrender the title to his Hummer as collateral to secure his release. Dolan Reed drove him back to the sheriff's office, where the belongings he was carrying on his person were returned to him, and he was officially released on bail. During all that time, the Moores had not said a word to each other. Once they were gone and Dolan went out on patrol, Weber and Robin were alone in the office. He pulled a chair across from hers at the radio console and sat down, being sure to keep a comfortable distance between them. Robin looked up from the log sheets she had been filling in. "I wanted to tell you that you did a good job of dealing with Cindy Moore today," Weber said. "I know it's hard to maintain your cool when you have somebody screaming at you like that, but you handled it like a pro."
"Thanks, Jimmy. That woman is a real piece of work. One minute she's all worried about her husband, and the next she's pissed at him because she thinks she'll lose her house because of him. And what's with those fake boobs? I'm talking Backache City."
"Her husband said something about her being a dancer. Maybe they're her tools of the trade," Weber said. They laughed, and then Weber said, "Robin, I owe you an apology, a lot of apologies, for the way I acted back after Debbie did what she did, and for the way I shut you out. I was a real prick." Robin didn't reply, only sat still and let him talk. "I was just filled with so much anger and guilt and I don't know how to explain it. But you never deserved to be treated like that. I was just pissed off at the whole world, and you were handy, so you became my punching bag. I'm sorry. And what we had, I want you to know that it meant a lot to me, Robin. I don't know if we can ever get that back, but I really do care for you, more than I ever realized, until it was over and it was too late." They both had to blink back tears, and Robin scooted her chair up closer and put her hand on Weber's wrist. "Jimmy, you're such a good man, but you have a terrible flaw. You think you alone are responsible for all of the things that go wrong in the world, and that it's your job to make them right. But there are a lot of things you have no control over, and that you can't stop from happening. And sometimes you can't make everything right again. Sometimes all you can do, all any of us can do, is to just pick up the pieces and move on. I don't want you to move on, if it means leaving Big Lake, Robin. You put in your papers for the academy, and once you graduate, you've got a job here as deputy, okay?" Robin looked the sheriff in the eye and said, "I appreciate that, Jimmy. I really do. But I have to know one thing first. Are you giving me the go-ahead because you really believe I can do the job? Or are you doing it because you don't want me to leave? Because I have to be honest with you, Jimmy. I don't know if you and I can ever get back where we were before. And even if we could, I'm not sure if that would be a good idea. Okay?" Weber nodded his head. "Okay. I guess I have to be honest, too. The thought of you going away leaves a big, empty hole in my stomach. So I can't say that doesn't have something to do with it. But no matter whatever happens, or doesn't happen between us down the road. I know you can do the job, Robin. I have absolutely no doubt about it in my mind, and I know you can be an asset to this office. I'd be proud to have you as a deputy." Robin sat back in her chair and beamed at Weber. "Thanks, Jimmy. That's all I needed to know. I'll bring in the papers for you to sign off on tomorrow. And I promise I'll be the best deputy you've ever had." Weber stood up and said, "I know you will, Robin. I know you will." Chapter 9. Only a handful of people attended Daniel Bell's funeral services at the small Catholic chapel in the little Apache community of McNary, where he'd grown up and where his mother still lived. Weber noted that the mourners were all his mother's age or older. Apparently the deceased had no friends who cared enough to show up. Ernie Begay, wearing his police uniform, sat beside Cora Bell, offering what comfort he could to his old friend. The elderly priest went through the funeral ritual as if by rote, and at the end 6 older men shuffled forward and carried the casket outside and across the gravel parking lot to the nearby cemetery. After a short graveside prayer, the small group of mourners stopped one by one to speak to Cora Bell, hug her, and try to assure her that Danny was in a better place. Ernie Begay hugged his old friend a long time, spoke quietly to her, and then he and the priest walked her to a car where 2 women waited. Ernie held the door for the grieving mother, then bent inside for a few last words before he stood up, closed the door, and the car drove away. Weber stayed back, watching as 4 men lowered the coffin into the ground on ropes and then started shoveling dirt into the grave. 3 young Apache men in sleeveless wife-beater shirts leaned against the tailgate of an old green Dodge Power Wagon pickup, watching. When the car carrying Cora Bell pulled out of the parking lot, Weber started walking across the gravel parking lot to his Bronco. One of the men detached himself from the trio and confronted Weber, demanding to know, "What are you doing here, white man? What you care about another dead Indian?" The man, whose long hair hung loose, smelled of cheap wine and had bloodshot eyes. Hostility emanated from him as he blocked the sheriff's path. "I'm Sheriff Weber from Big Lake. Danny Bell was killed in my jurisdiction." "I know who you are," the man said. "I asked why you're here. No white cop ever gave a damn about a dead redskin. What's your game?" Weber didn't want to get into a confrontation with this angry young man at the funeral, or anywhere else on the Apache Indian reservation for that matter. It wasn't the time or place. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Who are you?" "None of your business who I am, white boy. This ain't your town. I'm asking the questions here." As he spoke, he stepped forward and jabbed his finger in Weber's face. Years as a police officer, first as a military MP and later as a deputy, then sheriff of Big Lake, had taught Weber that backing down was not an option in a situation like this. But he also knew that the young man was trying to provoke him into a fight, and that if he reacted, things would only get worse. Fortunately, Weber was spared from having to do anything when Ernie Begay placed a heavy hand on the younger man's shoulder. "What you up to, Ronnie? Are you bothering my friend here?" The man tried to shake the policeman's hand off his shoulder, but Ernie dug his fingers in, the knuckles whitening. The man stopped trying to pull loose and snarled, "Get your hands off me, old man! This don't concern you. Whatever happens on the res concerns me, Ronnie. Now, I know you didn't come here to make a scene at Danny's funeral and disrespect his mama, did you? 'Cause that would personally offend me, Miss Cora and me being old friends and all." The younger man started to speak, but before he could say anything, Ernie cut him off. "Did you introduce yourself to Sheriff Weber? Sheriff, this here is Ronnie Bonito. Say hi to my friend, Ronnie." "I'm not here to make friends with him. We came here to tell this white toast sheriff that we're not letting him sweep this under the rug. We're going to see that Danny Bell gets justice," said Bonito. "Ronnie here and his friends over there, they call themselves the Sovereign Sons," Ernie told Weber. "They're all about Apache pride and riding past wrongs and all that. Very tough. Real warriors, aren't you, Ronnie?" Bonito finally jerked free and hissed, "Yeah, old man, we're free. Not suck-ups to the white man and a BIA like you. You ain't nothing. You never were nothing, and you're never going to be nothing." Ernie smiled at the angry young man and then said to Weber, "Yeah,
He's a real tough guy. But he don't remember when I spanked his ass when he was 9, when I caught him stealing my fishing pole from my pickup. Oh, I remember, old man. I never forget anything. I remember. But I ain't a little kid anymore. Maybe you need to remember that. Go on, get out of here, Ronnie, the Indian policeman ordered. Go drink your wine and pretend you're Geronimo. I got work to do. Ronnie Bonito stared at the older man for a minute, then turned and stalked back to the power wagon. He climbed behind the wheel, and his friends crawled into the cab with him. Starting the truck, Bonito looked back at the 2 policemen, stuck out his thumb and finger like a gun, and mimicked 2 shots. Then he drove away from the church in a spray of gravel. "What was that all about?" Weber asked. "Ronnie Bonito? He's a piece of work. Been in trouble ever since he was a little boy. Skipping school, shoplifting, breaking into houses, drinking, fighting, you name it. He did a year in Florence for assaulting his girlfriend. Beat that poor girl so bad she'll never be the same again. He come out of jail a changed man, to hear him tell it. Now he's an activist and wants to turn back the calendar to when the red man rode free. Of course, mostly he tries to do that by getting drunk and shooting off his mouth, like today. Never seen him accomplish anything good in his life, and I don't think we'll see it any time soon." "Was he a friend of Danny Bell's?" Ernie shook his head. "I don't think Danny ever had a friend, him being a half-breed and gay, too. My people, they have their prejudices, just like yours do. Ronnie and his crowd don't give a damn about Danny Bell. Hell, they'd probably stomp him if they crossed his path when they were drunk enough. But Ronnie looks for every chance to make a scene and run his mouth. He hopes people will believe he really is interested in doing something for the Apache people. But it's all show. Is he going to be a problem? Hell, Jimmy, that boy started being a problem the day he crawled out of his mama, and he ain't never stopped yet. I want you to know, Ernie, that I'm taking this case real serious. I'm going to catch whoever killed Danny, and I'm going to nail his ass to the wall." The Apache policeman nodded to his friend and clapped Weber on the shoulder. "I know that, Jimmy. And when you do, I want you to hand me the hammer so I can drive a couple of nails home myself." When Weber drove past the courthouse coming back into Big Lake, he saw Cindy Moore and her son Sean climbing into the white Hummer. Pulling into the parking lot and stopping beside the big SUV, Weber said, "Hello, Mrs. Moore. Sean, how are you folks today?" Cindy Moore seemed like a different woman than the one Weber had met the day before. She was wearing jeans and a lightweight turtleneck, and without heavy makeup and rage distorting her features, she was actually pretty.
"Hello, Sheriff. I guess I owe you an apology for the way I acted yesterday. When we got home, Sean told me what really happened out there on the highway and how my husband behaved."
"It's just one of those things," Weber said. "No apology needed. What are you folks up to today?"
"We came in to pay Sean's fine for speeding."
"I hope you learned a lesson from all of this, Sean," Weber said. "Keep that speed down, okay? I don't want to be scraping you off the pavement one of these days." While his mother may have had a change of attitude, Sean wasn't any more animated than he had been the day before. "Whatever," he said as he climbed up into the Hummer. Cindy rolled her eyes at her son, shrugged at Weber, and started the Hummer's engine. Weber had scheduled an early afternoon staff meeting to go over the murder investigation and bring everybody up to date on its progress so far. Unfortunately, there was little progress being made. The only solid lead they had was the sighting of Ted Rafferty's pickup in the vicinity of the crime scene, which Rafferty had himself acknowledged and had an explanation for. He and his son had been looking for a deer to poach. "Has anybody talked to the kid to see if he backs up the old man's story?" Chad asked. "Not yet," Weber said. "I plan on running out there when we're done here and see what he has to say. Parks, have you picked up anything from the res?" The FBI agent shook his head. "Nothing we don't already know. Danny Bell didn't seem to have any friends. He just sort of existed on the fringe. He'd show up at his mother's place, hang out for a couple of weeks, and then one day he'd be gone and nobody'd see him until the next time he landed on her doorstep. Hahn, the BIA's excuse for an investigator, is pretty worthless. It's obvious he doesn't put too much effort into his work. I ran into a guy named Ronnie Bonito at the funeral today," Weber told Parks. "He's some kind of wannabe activist. Did you hear anything about him?" Park shook his head, but Buzz spoke up. "I know him. I stopped him a couple of months ago out on the highway for no taillights on his truck. Gave me a bunch of crap about me profiling him because he was Apache. I let him go with a warning to get it fixed." "Ernie Begay says he's been in trouble most of his life," Weber said. "I have a feeling that he's going to try to make an issue out of this thing. One more reason we need to clear this case as soon as possible." He turned to Dolan and asked, "Did you guys pick up anything from the local bars? Anybody talking about the case?" Dolan shook his head and replied, "There's a lot of talk. A case like this is bound to get tongues wagging between the victim being an Indian and gay, and the way he was killed, scalping and all. Some sick jokes making the rounds, but nothing that leads us anywhere at all." "Anybody got anything to add?" Weber asked. "I don't want whoever did this to get away with it. We need to find him or them." There was no response from anybody. "So we've got zilch," said Weber in frustration. "Damn it! Somebody in this town knows something. We just need to figure out who. Let's keep at it, guys." After the meeting broke up, Weber drove out to the Rafferty place again to question Steve about his and his father's activities on the night of the murder. But a mile from the turnoff to the farmhouse, a small red car roared past him in the opposite direction, an old gray primer-colored Camaro hard on its bumper. Weber cursed and braked to a stop, then swung around in a tight U-turn, activating his roof light bar and siren as he took off in pursuit of the drag racers, who were already out of sight in a cloud of dust and gravel. Truth be told, Weber had torn up some of the back roads himself when he was in high school, but in his time with the sheriff's office he had dealt with plenty of young speed demons and pulled too many from the crumpled wreckage of their cars and pickups to have any tolerance for the danger they placed themselves and other drivers in. He didn't have far to go to catch up with one of the cars involved in the race. As he rounded the sharp curve just before he reached the paved road, he came across the red car, nose down in the ditch, with the windshield shattered. The driver was slumped behind the steering wheel, and the Camaro was nowhere in sight. Weber recognized the Honda, and when he scrambled down into the ditch and pulled open the driver's door, Sean Moore roused for a moment, looked over at the sheriff, and then passed out again. A cluster of emergency vehicles was at the accident scene when the white Hummer raced past Archer, who was directing traffic, and slid to a stop in the middle of the road. Cindy Moore jumped out of the passenger side and raced across the road as the driver cursed at her and told her to settle down. Weber intercepted her at the end of the ditch. "Where's my baby? What happened to my son?" she screeched. "Calm down, Mrs. Moore. Sean's okay. He's got some bumps and bruises, and the EMTs think maybe a concussion from hitting the windshield. But he's not injured badly. They're taking him to the hospital to get checked out as a precaution." By then, Jason Moore had joined his wife and demanded to know how the accident had occurred. "He passed me drag racing with another car," Weber told him. "I turned around to chase them, and by the time I caught up to him, he was in the ditch. It looks like he tried to take the curve too fast and wiped out on the gravel." "You were chasing him?" screamed Cindy Moore. "You're telling me that you caused this accident, you son of a bitch!" And with that she launched herself at Weber, painted nails reaching out to rake his face, leaving a trail of bloody scratches down his cheek. Weber threw up his hand to shield his face from the woman's assault and stepped back, but she charged at him again. "Back off, lady!" he ordered, grappling for the can of pepper spray on his belt. But before he could pull it from its case, she was slapping at him with both hands. Weber pushed her backward with his left hand and managed to get the spray can loose just as Jason Moore charged in, screaming, "Get your hands off my wife, you bastard!" He slammed hard into Weber just as his wife lunged forward again, and all three crashed into a cursing, fighting heap on the gravel road. Weber lost the pepper spray in the fall, but managed to slam the heel of his hand into the face that came into his view, while trying to push somebody off of him with his other hand. Cindy Moore managed to get a hand in his shirt and yanked, ripping several buttons loose and losing 2 acrylic fingernails in the process. Weber's 2 deputies at the scene, Buzz Carrollton and Archer Wingate, rushed to his assistance. Buzz grabbed at Jason Moore's belt to pull him off the sheriff and received a heel kick to his groin that sent the deputy to his knees. Meanwhile, Archer pulled the taser from its holster on his belt, aimed it at Moore, and pulled the trigger.
Unfortunately, he did so just as Weber managed to push his assailant off him, and the taser's twin darts embedded themselves into the sheriff's chest instead. Weber had been punched, kicked, pummeled, and choked while breaking up more than a few vicious bar fights. He had survived a rollover accident, and had broken his collarbone as a young ranch hand when an ill-tempered horse threw him. But never had he experienced the sheer, overwhelming pain that he did when the taser's 50,000 volts coursed through his body. The electricity overrode his central nervous system. His muscles started contracting uncontrollably, and he flailed around on the ground under the assault of the taser's power. Weber could not think. He could not function. All he could do was scream and moan under the impact of the assault. The taser is designed to deliver a 5-second burst of electricity when the trigger is pulled. If a suspect is not subdued by the initial charge, an officer can hold down the non-lethal weapon's trigger, which will continue to send voltage down the wires to the probes until a battery is discharged. A trained, competent police officer knows to release the trigger after the initial deployment and only to depress it again if necessary. While Archer Wingate was trained and even had a certificate from the police academy to prove it, courtesy of political manipulation on the part of his father, nobody would ever accuse the rotund deputy of competency. Seeing that he had actually shot his boss with a taser, Archer panicked, and his finger froze on the trigger, holding it down as Weber writhed at his feet. The only thing that saved the sheriff from further torture was Randy Laird, the tow truck driver called out to haul the wrecked Honda back to town. He rushed up to Archer and jerked the taser out of his hand, shouting, "Christ on a crutch, Archer, you're frying the man!" While all this was happening, Jason Moore and his wife had disengaged from the sheriff and were in a screaming match, each accusing the other of starting the fight. Once Archer was no longer a danger to the sheriff, Randy turned on them. "Shut up, you two imbeciles! Your kid is in an ambulance and all you can do is this stupid shit? One more word out of either you and I'm giving Archer here his stun gun back and letting him zap both of you." The couple quieted down at the tow truck driver's verbal assault, and Randy turned to help Weber into a sitting position, leaning him up against the side of the Honda. The two EMTs in the scene had left Sean Moore in the back of the ambulance and were now crouching over the sheriff. Weber's shirt was hanging in tatters off his shoulders. Blood covered his cheek from the scratches inflicted by Cindy Moore, and he was scratched and bloodied from thrashing around on the gravel road. Meanwhile, Buzz had recovered enough to get back on his feet and discover the carnage surrounding him. "What the hell happened?" he asked. Archer, still dumbfounded, said, "It's not my fault. The dumb taser must have jammed." It was after 6 p.m. by the time the accident scene had been cleared. Weber and Sean Moore had been checked out at Blue Ridge's small hospital, and the boys' parents were lodged in the jail's 2 cells, charged with assault on a police officer. The doctor said Sean had suffered a mild concussion, and though not life-threatening, he held the boy overnight for observation since his parents were both in custody. Weber, bruised and battered, had allowed Parks to drive him to his cabin long enough to clean up, then change into jeans and a flannel shirt. He was back at his office trying to sort through the mess the day had become when the door burst open and Chet Wingate stormed into the sheriff's office. "Sheriff, I don't know what you did out there today, but the entire town is talking about it. This is a disgrace. Do you have any idea how this makes the town look? Our own sheriff rolling around in the dirt, fighting with a couple whose son was just injured in an accident that might not have happened if you had not been chasing the poor boy for nothing." Weber was too drained from the afternoon's activity to respond, but he forced himself to say, "Back off, Chet. Not tonight, okay? See here, Sheriff, I'm the mayor of this town, and I will not tolerate your insubordination. Do you hear me? Chet, I'm worn out right now, and I don't have time for your crap. Come back tomorrow and we'll do this, but not tonight." The mayor pointed a pudgy finger at Weber and shouted, "You've had it, Sheriff! I want your badge right now! You're fired!" Weber was exhausted. Every fiber of his body ached. His head throbbed. His muscles were flaccid in the wake of the taser's effects on them, and he had a splitting headache. All he wanted to do was go home, take a long hot shower, and sleep for the next 12 hours. But the temper that had gotten him into trouble more than once in his life started to boil to the surface in the face of the mayor's barrage. "First of all, Chet, you can't fire me. It takes a majority vote of the town council. Second, the accident happened before I even got to the scene. The kid was going way too fast to take that curve and ended up in the ditch. And even if I was chasing him, that's my job. He was racing, and that's against the law." The mayor started to reply, but Weber shot out of his chair and leaned into his face, cutting him off. "As for the couple who I was fighting with, they attacked me. That's why they're in my jail right now. And as for rolling around in the dirt, if that stupid ox you call a son, who you forced onto this department as a deputy in the first place, had not tasered me, I might have been able to get back on my feet and arrest those two concerned parents. I still might shoot him after I get a little bit of energy back. But for now, I'm going home to get some sleep." He pulled his badge from his shirt pocket and slammed it down on the desk. "Meanwhile, if you want my badge, here it is. You're in charge, Chet. You clear everything up. You catch whoever killed that kid out at the lake, and you deal with those two nutcases in the jail. And while you're at it, Harvey over at the Napa store wants us to keep kids from riding their skateboards past his place. Old Mrs. Fuller says there are hookers working the boat launch, and we've got a tip that drug dealers have infiltrated the electric company. You get all that sorted out if you will, and leave a report on my desk by morning, okay?" Weber stalked out of his office, shouldered aside Archer and Buzz, who were standing in the doorway watching the argument, and crossed the lobby to the main door and out onto the sidewalk. Then fatigue and the letdown from the double adrenaline rushes of the fight and his argument with the mayor hit him. He fumbled in his pocket for his keys, dropped them on the sidewalk, and leaned against his Bronco, trying to summon the energy just to stay on his feet. He felt a hand against his chest and opened his eyes to see Robin propping him up with one hand, while she pulled the Bronco's passenger door open with the other. Weber started to speak, but she shushed him and helped him into the seat. She then came around to the other side and climbed behind the wheel, where she adjusted the seat to her shorter frame and started the engine. Weber wanted to thank her for the assistance, but his eyes drooped closed before she could put the SUV in gear. When he woke, Robin was pulling his door open, and he leaned on her as she walked him to his cabin and unlocked the door. He was asleep on his feet as she somehow got him into his bedroom and onto his bed. By the time she had pulled his boots off, he was snoring. Robin sat on the edge of the bed for a long time before she leaned over, kissed him on the forehead, and said, "Good night, Jimmy." She pulled his badge from her pocket, laid it on the nightstand, then turned off the light and pulled the bedroom door closed behind her. Chapter 10. Weber was stiff and sore when he woke up the next morning, but after standing under a hot shower until the water turned cold, he felt a little more limber, and the dull ache in his head had cleared up. But his stomach still lurched when he smelled bacon and eggs cooking when he walked into the kitchen. "Morning, Scooter," Park said cheerily, as he looked up from the stove. "How you feeling?" "I feel like somebody beat me with a shovel, then dragged me behind a pickup truck for a mile," Weber told him, settling into a chair with a wince. "This'll put some lead back in your pencil," the FBI agent said, plopping a steaming cup of coffee in front of the sheriff, followed by a plate heaped with sizzling bacon and scrambled eggs. "I can't eat," Weber protested. "Sure you can," Parks assured him. "You're a growing boy. Eat your breakfast." "We have to put some boundaries on this relationship," Weber said. "People are going to start talking." "Well, it's a small town," acknowledged his friend. "What do you expect?" Park set his own plate down on the table across from Weber and poured half a bottle of ketchup over his eggs. Weber's stomach roiled, and he looked away. "So, what's the game plan for today? We going to chase down whoever killed that kid? Or do you want to just start out slow this morning and skin Archer alive for electrocuting you, and take the afternoon as it comes?" "There's not enough sharp knives in the whole state of Arizona to skin that lard-ass," Weber said. "Damn, that hurt. I'm going to throw my Colt away and just carry 2 of those tasers from now on." "I had to get zapped in training," Park said. "But it was only a quick burst, and I never want to do it again. That old boy just held down the trigger and watched you squirm the way I heard it. All I can tell you is that I'm sure glad I had not stopped for lunch first," Weber said, "or I'd have crapped my pants." They both laughed, and then Weber said,
I don't remember getting home after going off on Chet Wingate. Did you bring me?"
Parks shook his head. "I was on the phone with my boss down in Phoenix when the whole thing went down. By the time I got off, Robin had gone outside and taken off with you."
"Robin?" Weber asked in disbelief. "Man, I don't remember that."
"That's the difference between you and me," said Parks. "If a pretty lady takes me home, I always remember it."
"As rare as that must happen, I bet you do," Weber told him, and then suddenly famished, he dug into his breakfast. Archer was doing his best to stay inconspicuous to escape the wrath of his co-workers when Weber walked into the sheriff's office, but Tommy, Dolan, and Mary Caitlin were all over him as soon as they saw the sheriff. Weber waved away their concerns, assuring them that he was all in one piece, even if it was a bruised and battered piece. "Bring me up to speed on what's happening," he said, grimacing as he eased himself into his chair.
"Tommy and Dolan took the Moores over to the courthouse for arraignment," said Mary, placing a new stack of pink telephone messages on his desk, along with a cup of coffee. "Now they're back in their cells. Grover Recker requested a continuance until this afternoon when their attorney gets here from Scottsdale. Apparently our Mr. Moore is a high roller in the world of nightclubs, namely topless joints and strip clubs, and he has long-standing familiarity with the legal process." Weber sipped his coffee and sorted through his telephone messages. He tossed most of them in the wastebasket, except for one from Paul Lewis at the newspaper and another from Randy Laird at the garage. "That won't do you any good," Mary said. "Most of them will call back, and Chet's already been here twice this morning."
"Screw Chet," Weber said.
"No, thank you," Mary replied. "Keeping up with Pete is about all I can handle. I hope whoever invented that damn Viagra burns in hell. Since he retired and discovered that stuff, he's about to wear me out. I swear to God, he's poking that wrinkled old thing at me 2 and 3 times a day. I can't take much more. I'm an old woman, Jim Weber."
Weber laughed and said, "I hope he don't wear you out. I always thought that once the old buzzard died, you and me'd get together, Mary." The older woman slapped her friend on the arm and snorted,
"Now, we both know that ain't going to happen, youngster. First of all, we'll have to hit Pete in the head with a shovel just to get him in a grave. And if I know him, he'll probably come crawling out with a little blue pill in one hand and a stiffy in the other. And as for you, I prefer my men without training wheels."
"Any word on the Moore kid?" Weber asked after their shared laughter had died down.
"The hospital called," Mary said. "They're ready to release him, but with his parents in custody, there's nobody to release him to. They asked if you wanted them to call Child Protective Services or what."
"Kid's almost 18, Weber said. "Not exactly a child. Call back and ask the doc if he can keep the kid there for observation until after the lawyer gets up here, and we'll see if he'll take him."
Before Mary could reply, Mayor Wingate and Councilwoman Smith Abbott were at his office door, but it was a more subdued Chet Wingate than Weber could ever remember seeing. In fact, if Weber hadn't known better, he would have sworn the man was even being friendly when he asked, "Sheriff, how are you feeling this morning? We need to talk, Jimmy." From the time he had first pinned on his badge, the mayor had never called Weber by his given name, only by his title. Weber became immediately wary. He knew the blustery, demanding man, but this was something new, and whatever it was, he didn't like it already. "I'm okay, Chet. What do you want?" Instead of showing his usual offense to Weber's abrupt response, the mayor turned to Mary and said, "Mrs. Caitlin, would you excuse us for a few minutes? We have a personal matter to discuss with the good sheriff." Now Weber was on full alert. The devil you know is always better than the devil you don't know. As soon as Mary left Weber's office, pulling the door closed behind her, Mayor Wingate slid a chair close to the sheriff and sat down. He put a hand on Weber's arm and said, "Really, how are you, my friend? How do you feel?"
"Well, I'm sore, Chet, but I'll live. What's this all about?"
"We, Councilwoman Smith Abbott and myself, are very worried that you are suffering any repercussions from yesterday's unfortunate incident."
"Uh-huh," Weber said.
"And?" Before the mayor could say another word, Weber's office door flew open, and Grover Recker strode in, an agitated Mary Caitlin close on his heels. "Isn't there a lock on that damn door?" Weber asked, as Mary pulled at the sleeve of the attorney's rumpled suit coat. I'm sorry, Jimmy. He got past me while I was on the telephone."
"Not another word!" shouted the small barrister. "Sheriff, not one word out of you. Mayor Wingate, anything you have to say to my client, you will say through me."
"Now, see here," said Wingate, but Weber cut him off by asking, "Your client? Who the hell is your client this time, Grover?"
"Why, you are, Sheriff Weber, and by the time this is over, I promise that you will be well compensated for your pain and suffering yesterday at the hands of this town's wholly untrained and unprofessional employee."
Weber felt his headache coming back. "What the hell are you talking about, Grover?"
"I'm talking about the damages and pain you suffered when Archer Wingate, this man's own son, shot you yesterday, Sheriff. My God, you should be in a hospital right now, man. I want a full medical workup on you. And don't worry, while you're off on workman's compensation, your job is safe, Sheriff, although I doubt he can ever return to work again after this," Recker said, directing the last comment toward the mayor and councilwoman. "He didn't shoot me," Weber said.
"He tased me."
"Shot, tased, it doesn't matter what you call it," Grover replied. "You were grievously injured on the job, and this town owes you compensation for that. Big bucks, Sheriff Weber. I'm talking big bucks here."
As the mayor started to protest, Weber rubbed his forehead, where a vein was starting to feel like a tiny jackhammer pounding in his skull.
"Out! Don't say a word," Recker told him. "Out!" Weber shouted. "I'm not your client, Grover, and I'm not injured. Now get out of here." "You're not injured," the mayor said. "These people are my witnesses, Sheriff. We all heard you say it. You are not injured, and you don't have a claim against the town. We all heard it." "Out!" Weber ordered again, pointing at the door. "All of you, out of here right now, before I get Archer to come in here and tase all three of you."
Mary pushed the bickering trio out the door, all the while with Grover Recker claiming that his client was suffering a mental breakdown from his trauma, and the mayor swearing that Weber himself had admitted he had no case. Weber was still irritated after his visitors left, and he called out for Archer. The deputy shuffled into his office, and for once Weber couldn't see any food stains on his uniform shirt, and it was properly buttoned. Archer stood slump-shouldered and kept his eyes downcast, as if he were carrying the weight of the entire world upon him. For the briefest of moments, Weber almost felt sorry for the pathetic excuse for a lawman standing in front of him.
"Well, Archer, what do you have to say for yourself?"
Archer stared at a spot on the scuffed toe of his boot. "About what, Jimmy?" "About yesterday, Archer."
"Yesterday?"
"Yes, Archer. You kind of electrocuted me, remember?" Archer still hadn't looked up.
"Oh, that."
"Yes, Archer, that." Archer finally met his boss's eyes, and any thought that he might be regretful for his actions the day before were quickly dispelled when he said, "The guys are really giving me a lot of grief about this. Would you make them stop, Jimmy?"
"That's it, Archer? Make them stop picking on you?"
"Yeah, it's making me real uncomfortable." Weber's first inclination was to strangle the chubby deputy, but he realized that if he did, he'd have even more paperwork to deal with, so instead he said, "Give me your gun, Archer."
"My gun?"
"Yes, Archer, your gun."
"Well, why do you want my gun, Jimmy?"
"Because, Archer, I'm putting you on desk duty for a while. I don't think it's a good idea for you to carry a gun."
"Why not?"
"Why not?" Weber asked incredulously.
"Because I keep thinking that if you had pulled your gun instead of your taser, I'd be dead right now. That's why not. I don't want you shooting some innocent citizen by mistake."
"But it wasn't my fault, Jimmy," the deputy protested, in the petulant tone Weber had grown to dislike so much. "Okay, Archer, if it wasn't your fault, whose fault was it that you not only tased me, but that you then held the trigger down and kept right on zapping me?"
"Well, Jimmy, if you hadn't been wrestling around with those two, I wouldn't have had to tase anybody. And I was aiming for the guy who was on top of you. It's not my fault you got in the way. All I was doing was trying to help you."
Weber was amazed at the man's ability to shift the blame for his every transgression to somebody else. "So you're saying it was my fault, Archer?"
"Well, not all of it. If those two hadn't started the fight in the first place, nobody would have gotten hurt to start with. So I guess they're at fault, too."
Weber thought again about strangling his recalcitrant deputy, trying to convince himself it wouldn't result in that much paperwork. Okay, so no matter whose fault it was, Archer, why didn't you let go of the trigger after you tased me? Why hold the damn thing down?
That's not my fault either. The taser must have jammed.
Weber rubbed his hands over his eyes, trying to ward off the headache from the day before that was starting to return. Archer, give me your damned gun. Then turn your flabby butt around and get out of my office before I beat you to death with it. Reluctantly, Archer unsnapped his holster and pulled out his long-barreled Colt Python, handing it to the sheriff butt first. Weber unloaded the big nickel-plated handgun and then locked it in the gun safe in his office. Archer's head had dropped again, and he was back to staring at his boots.
Jimmy?
Yes, Archer?
Are you going to talk to the guys about ragging on me about yesterday?
For the second time in less than 30 minutes, the sheriff ordered somebody out of his office in loud and unpleasant terms. Weber walked across the street to the newspaper office and nodded to Margie Shores, who was busy taking a classified ad at the front desk, then walked into the back. Knocking on the editor's open door, he stuck his head inside, and Paul Lewis looked up from his cluttered desk to wave him inside and to a chair in front of his desk. Weber always felt at home in the editor's office because Paul was the only person in town whose desk was more disorganized than his own. "You called?" "Damn, Jimmy," the newspaper man said, looking at the scratches on his cheek and the dark purple bruise over his right eyebrow. "I hope you gave as good as you got." "I tried to, Paul," Weber replied. "I think I had the wife about whipped, and if I'd had another 15 or 20 minutes, I'd have put her away and started in on her husband. But that's about when Archer decided to microwave me." The editor's round belly shook when he laughed, and Weber was reminded of his friend dressed in his red costume, playing Santa Claus for the school kids every winter. "You left a message that you needed to see me, Paul?"
"Yeah, I did. I overheard something, Jimmy, and I don't know if it has anything to do with your murder case, but I thought you'd want to know."
"I'll take anything I can get," the sheriff said. "We've pretty much hit a stone wall so far." Paul leaned back in his chair and asked, "Do you know Ted Rafferty, the welder?" Weber felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. "Yeah? What about him, Paul?"
"I had him in here yesterday afternoon, fixing a broken brace on my press. I don't like him. The guy is a real jerk, always swaggering around like he's walking through a barroom looking for a fight. But when it comes to patching machines together and keeping them running, nobody else comes close."
Weber was familiar with the Big Lake Herald's ancient printing press, which had been almost an antique back when they were both in high school. They, being unpaid labor, helped Paul's father get the newspaper out on press day. Small-town newspaper publishers never get rich, and their work is a labor of love as much as a career. Upgrading equipment was only done when there was absolutely no other alternative, and then usually done on credit. No industry ever adhered more to the old rule of use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without. A creative man with good mechanical skills was priceless to somebody in that position, no matter how distasteful his personality might be. "So what did you hear, Paul?"
"I was walking back to the press room to see how he was coming on the repair," said the newspaper editor, "and I heard his son and him talking. The kid must have come in the back door through the loading dock, and he was pretty agitated."
Weber realized that he was leaning forward in his chair and forced himself to sit back and listen to what his friend had to say.
"The kid was saying that he didn't know if you had recognized him or gotten his license number, but he sounded pretty worried. His dad told him that he was a damned idiot, and that pissed the kid off. But the old man told him to shut up and then said if you came around not to say a word. Then he told him to stash the car someplace and not take it home. The boy wanted to know how he was supposed to get back home if he did that. Ted told him to walk. He said that maybe it would give him time to get his head out of his ass."
"He said the car, not truck, Paul? Are you pretty sure about that?"
The editor nodded his head. "Car, not truck. I know he said that for sure."
"About what time was this?" Weber asked.
"It had to be about 3:30, Jimmy. I tried to call you, but Mary said you were out in a traffic accident. A few minutes later I heard the radio traffic about a fight. By the time that was all taken care of, I had to go to the town council meeting to see what they decided on the cell tower issue. How did that come out? Weber asked. With only one cell phone tower in the area, out by the main highway, cellular phone service in Big Lake was poor at best and was often impossible to connect to. A major carrier had approached the town with a plan to install 2 more towers in the area, which would greatly improve coverage. The newcomers to the area were thrilled at the prospect, while some of the old-timers, who seemed to resist any change on a matter of principle, were opposed. They claimed that it was one more attack on the old ways that had made Big Lake such a wonderful place to live. The council passed it unanimously, Paul told him, over strong objections of the usual crowd. Emily Elliott said that the communists would use the cell towers to eavesdrop on people. Hazel Fuller warned that pimps and prostitutes will use cell phones to set up dates with Johns. And Mrs. Jacobson said kids should be in church, not talking on cell phones, which are the devil's tools. All that aside, it's about time we started coming out of the Dark Ages, if you ask me. You'll get no argument from me, Weber agreed. Is that it, Paul? Nothing else from Rafferty and his son? Paul shook his head. No, the kid called his dad an asshole and stormed out the back door, and that was it. Okay, thanks, Paul, Weber said, pushing himself out of his chair and wincing as his sore muscles protested. You okay, Jimmy? His friend asked. You're looking pretty beat up. I am beat up, Weber replied. I'm getting too old for this kind of stuff. Paul chuckled, shaking his head. You're only as old as you feel, my friend. Weber smiled wryly at him and said, That's the problem. I feel like I'm 80. You know what they say, Jimmy? 80 is the new 70. Screw you, too, Weber said, heading for the door. Hey, Jimmy? Weber paused, and Paul said, Maybe you should get yourself a cell phone and call one of those hookers Miss Fuller's so worried about. Maybe a pro could work the kinks out of you. What, on my Social Security check? Weber asked. Who can afford that? I'm not a rich newspaper publisher like you. I'm just a poor but humble public servant. Paul wrinkled his forehead and said, I wonder if hookers ever barter their services for advertising. His friend's laughter followed Weber out to the lobby, where he blew Margie his customary kiss as he left the newspaper office and got the usual finger in reply. As Weber crossed the street back to his office, pausing while a truck loaded with freshly cut logs rumbled past, leaving the air scented with pine in its wake, he mulled over what Paul had told him. He hadn't seen the driver of the Camaro that was racing with Sean Moore yesterday, but he was now pretty sure who had been behind the wheel. Robin was at the switchboard explaining some procedure to Judy Troutman when Weber entered the office. Both women glanced up and smiled at him. The sheriff nodded to them, then asked Robin to come into his office. She followed him inside, and Weber closed the door after her. How you feeling, Jimmy? I'm okay. Just a bit stiff, he told her. I wanted to thank you for getting me home last night. I don't know what hit me, but I was totally out of it. What hit you was 50,000 volts, Robin said. Not to mention those 2 psychos jumping all over you. God, Jimmy, those 2 are a piece of work. One minute they're screaming at each other through their cell doors, and the next she's crying and telling him how much she loves him. Anyway, thanks, Robin. I appreciate you getting me home and into bed. She smiled at him and said, No problem. I knew the way. Years as a policeman had taught Weber how to read most suspects, but the sheriff had never been very good at interpreting women's signals, so he wasn't sure how to respond to Robin's last comment. Finally he said, I wish you had stayed. Robin smiled again and shook her head. Like I said before, Jimmy, I don't know if that can ever happen again. I know. But, Robin said, giving him the grin that always made Weber's heart skip a beat, if it does happen, it won't be when you're all beat to hell and can't even walk, let alone do anything else. I want you at your best to make it worth my while. They laughed together, and then Weber said, The way everything went to hell yesterday, I never got around to signing off on your application to the academy. But here you go. He opened a desk drawer and handed Robin the paperwork, along with his personal letter of recommendation, and a request that Robin Fouchette be admitted to the July class to facilitate her immediate employment with the Big Lake Sheriff's Department upon graduation. Robin beamed and hugged Weber, kissing him on the cheek.
Both were reluctant to break the embrace, but when they did, it was back to business. Weber asked Robin to run a record search for a Chevrolet Camaro registered to Steve Rafferty or his father. Robin went back to her computer terminal in the outer office, and a few minutes later returned and handed the sheriff a single sheet of paper. "According to what I could find, there are no vehicles registered to Steve Rafferty. Theodore Rafferty of Big Lake shows 2 Ford pickups, a 1995 F-150 and a 2000 F-350. He also has a 2002 Dodge van registered in his name. That's it, Jimmy. Nothing else registered to anybody named Rafferty in this area." Weber wasn't too surprised at Robin's report. A lot of people in the area bought old beaters and never legally changed the titles into their names or registered them. They just drove them with expired license tags until they were either stopped and cited for the infraction by one of Weber's deputies, or the vehicle finally gave up the ghost to be replaced by yet another clunker. Glancing at the clock, Weber saw that it was just past noon, so he found Larry Parks at his desk in the outer office and suggested they go talk to Randy Laird at his garage. Parks agreed, on the condition that they have lunch afterward. "Where do you put it, Parks?" Weber asked. "I'm still stuffed from that big breakfast you made." The FBI agent laughed as he stood up, and they headed for the door. "That's because you have absolutely no sex life, my friend. A virile, active man like me needs to keep replenishing his body to be able to perform like I do so many times a day." Weber nodded his head and said, "Yeah, I notice that you do spend a lot of time in the bathroom. Here I thought you had irritable bowel syndrome, and I was feeling sorry for you. Now I find out you've just been performing." Parks laughed and replied, "Well, like they say, practice makes perfect. If I ever get this solo act down, I may go public." Robin and Julie blushed and grinned as the men walked out the door. Laird's Auto Repair and Towing was on the far north edge of Big Lake, housed in a 3-bay garage that stood in front of a 2-acre lot enclosed by a chain-link fence. There sat the crushed and crumpled hulks of cars, pickup trucks, and SUVs that had met an untimely end on the winding mountain roads, or had simply broken down and were not worth the cost of repairs. 8 old cars and trucks were parked to the side of the garage with for sale signs in their windows. They were vehicles that Laird had nursed back to life and made a little extra money selling to people who couldn't afford anything better. Randy Laird was a brawny man with calloused hands permanently stained by grease and oil. Though he had dropped out of high school in the 10th grade, he was well liked in town and respected as a good mechanic who never tried to pad the bill or perform unnecessary repairs to make an extra buck. He was on his back, lying on a creeper, with only his legs visible from beneath a huge old white mid-'70s Lincoln town car, when Weber and Parks walked into his garage. He rolled out from under the Lincoln and stood up, wiping his hands on a shop towel. "Is it going to live?" Weber asked, nodding toward the Lincoln. Laird looked back at the car and said, "This old thing? Why, Jimmy, it's going to run forever. It was made back when Detroit still knew how to make cars. It's not like these tin cans you see on the road today." "Isn't that Miss Applegate's car?" Weber asked, and got a nod in return. Eleanor Applegate had been Weber's English teacher in his freshman and sophomore years in high school, and though she was a hard taskmaster who tolerated little foolishness among her students, everybody loved her. She lived in a small house near the town park, and at 73 was still teaching students how to conjugate a verb in a sentence. Her car, like her house and her classroom, was spotless and well cared for. "You're looking better than the last time I saw you," observed Laird. "Not sure I'm feeling it," Weber replied. "Thank you for getting that taser away from Archer before he made me a crispy critter. You sort of looked like one of those break dancers there for a while, Jimmy, the way you was rolling around on the road and all." All 3 men laughed, and then Weber said, "I had a message that you needed to talk to me." "Yeah, I found something I think you need to see," the mechanic told him. "Actually, 2 things." He led the way out through a door in the back of the garage that opened into the fenced lot. Sean Moore's Honda sat close to the back of the building, and Laird told Weber, "I started to inventory the contents of the car because you'd be surprised how many people claim a tow truck driver ripped them off. Look in the console, Jimmy." The sheriff leaned inside the car, pulled the console lid up, and was greeted with a large plastic baggie full of a green, leafy substance. "Did you touch it, Randy?" he asked. "No, sir."
As soon as I saw the pot, I backed off and called you. Nobody's been near the car since I found it."
Weber sent Parks back to his Bronco for his digital camera, another new tool purchased with their federal windfall, and used it to take 2 photos of the baggie while it still lay inside the console. Putting on latex gloves, he lifted the baggie out, opened it, and sniffed.
"Yeah, it's pot."
He put the baggie into a plastic evidence bag, sealed the bag, and signed his name and the date on the outside. He leaned back inside the car to see what other secrets it held. The console held a glass pipe and a butane lighter, which he also bagged and photographed, and a collection of paper clips, rubber bands, and other trash, as well as 2 condoms and foil packages. Parks, who was on the passenger side, grinned when Weber held the condoms up and said,
"Well, boys'll be boys."
Weber dropped the condoms back into the console and started to close it, when Parks said,
Jimmy, look what I found."
He lifted a dirty T-shirt from the floorboard in front of the passenger seat, revealing a large hunting knife in a leather sheath. Slipping on his own gloves, Parks picked up the knife and pulled it out of its sheath. The heavy blade was stained dark brown.
"Oh, shit,"
said Weber.
"Did we just find our killer, Parks?" "I don't know, but I'll bet you a week's pay that this is blood."
Weber turned to Laird and asked,
"Did you know about the knife, Randy?"
The mechanic shook his head.
"I got as far as the pot and called you, Jimmy. Go call my office and tell him to send Dolan Reed and Chad Summers out here, will you, Randy? And tell him I need a full evidence workup on this car."
The mechanic turned back toward the garage, and Weber said,
"Randy, let's keep this quiet for now, okay?"
Laird nodded, then said,
"Before anybody gets out here and it gets crazy, I need to show you something else, Jimmy."
He led the sheriff to the back of the Honda and said,
"I figured the kid just lost control going too fast into the curve. But then I saw this. Maybe he had some help."
He pointed to a dent in the right rear quarter panel and gray paint that had rubbed off from whatever hit it. Weber knew at once that the paint had come from the Camaro that had been in the race.
"Damn, you're just full of surprises, aren't you, Randy?"
While waiting for Dolan and Chad to arrive, Weber and Parks continued to inventory the Honda. The only other things they found were a few heavy metal CDs and an empty condom wrapper on the floor and back. As Weber leaned down to pick up the wrapper, something else caught his eye, poking out from under the bottom of the passenger seat. A paperback book. Weber pulled it out and looked at the cover. The Outsiders, by S.E. Hinton. Chapter 11. By the time Dolan and Chad arrived at the garage and Weber told them to complete the inventory of the Honda and do a crime scene workup on it, he had to rush back into town to make it to the courtroom in time for Jason and Cindy Moore's arraignments. He made it with less than 10 minutes to spare. Bob Bennett, the lawyer who served as the town's attorney under contract, met him at the door. Robert Schaefer, the Moore's attorney, was a 60-ish man with carefully trimmed white hair, a regal bearing, and a $1,000 tailored suit from London clothiers Geeves and Hawkes. He was in a huddle with the Moores when Weber strode into the courtroom. He excused himself from his clients and came over to Weber.
"Sheriff, Bob Schaefer, pleased to meet you."
Weber shook the man's hand, and Schaefer asked,
"Can we talk?" "Okay, but make it short," Weber said. "Judge Ryman is a stickler for punctuality."
The attorney nodded.
"Look, I've been Jason Moore's attorney for 15 years, and I don't mind telling you, the man's an asshole. He thinks that he can buy whatever he wants and bulldoze over anybody who gets in his way. Cindy, on the other hand, is actually a nice lady. A bit volatile, I grant you, but when you scrape away the makeup and the attitude, she's a good person."
Weber was tempted to say that Cindy Moore hadn't exhibited many ladylike qualities to him, but thought better of it, asking only,
And to be honest, if it were up to me, I'd let Jason rot in one of your cells. But unfortunately my job is to defend him, and I'm very good at my job, Sheriff."
Weber nodded and said, "I understand."
"Cindy has had a hard life," the attorney continued. "She grew up in a dysfunctional family where her mom shuffled men in and out the door faster than you or I could flip the buttons on a television remote control. You can imagine what a pretty young girl like her was subject to in that environment.
She started out as a teenage runaway, worked the streets for a while, and then started dancing in topless joints. That's where Jason met her. He got her off the stage and gave her the only stability she's ever known, if you can call her home life stable. When she feels that what she has is threatened, she goes off. She calms down just as fast. "Okay," Weber said. "She's had it rough. I get that. So what do you want from me?" "What I'd like," Schaefer said, "is for you to agree to a suspended sentence for her in exchange for a guilty plea right now, so she can get home to her son." Weber looked to Bennett, who said, "I can go along with that if you can, Sheriff, but Jason Moore is a dangerous man, and he needs to be put away." "Actually, we have a bigger problem concerning Sean Moore," Weber said, and then told him about finding the knife in his car and how it might be tied into the murder of Danny Bell. Schaefer was shaking his head before the words were completely out of Weber's mouth. "No way, Sheriff. That's impossible. I've known him since the day he was born, and I'm telling you right now, Sean could never hurt anybody." Before Weber or Bennett could respond, the door leading to the judge's private office opened, and Judge Ryman came in and took his chair. Robert Schaefer was still shaking his head when he took his place beside his clients. Judge Ryman read the charges against Jason and Cindy Moore, and then looked sternly at the man. "Mr. Moore, obviously you didn't pay too much attention when I told you to behave on Tuesday, did you?" "Your Honor," said Schaefer, "I won't argue that my client overreacted. But when he saw what he perceived as Sheriff Weber striking his wife, he did what any man would have done. He came to her rescue. Were his actions right? Of course not, Your Honor. But I cannot tell you that, under the same circumstances, I wouldn't have done the same thing." "I see," the judge said. "And what about you, Mrs. Moore? What do you have to say for yourself?" Before Cindy Moore could speak, Schaefer replied for her. "Your Honor, again a terrible case of overreaction, and my client has no excuse, only her apologies and an explanation. Put yourself in her place, Your Honor. She is called to an accident scene involving her son. She arrives to find her only child being loaded into an ambulance, and then Sheriff Weber tells her that he was chasing the boy. Yes, she overreacted. She lashed out in a way that was totally uncalled for. She is appalled at her own actions, and can only say that she reacted as any mother might. Again, Your Honor, were her actions right? No, they were not. Looking back at yesterday's unfortunate incident, my client is filled with shame and remorse. She is prepared to plead guilty at this time and take her punishment, so she can put this behind her and go to be with her son, who is still in the hospital." "Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts on this?" the judge asked. "Your Honor, I would agree to accept Mrs. Moore's guilty plea to misdemeanor assault in return for a year's probation and 100 hours of community service." "How about you, Sheriff Weber?" the judge asked. "You're the one who was the victim of all this, and I must say, looking at your face, I'm not inclined to accept a plea. But I'll leave it up to you." "I'll agree to Mr. Bennett's stipulations if she does her community service up here," the sheriff replied. Judge Ryman turned back to Cindy Moore and her attorney. "Okay, Mrs. Moore, what's your plea?" "Guilty, Your Honor." "Do you have anything else to say before I pass sentence, Mrs. Moore?" The woman turned to look at Weber across the aisle and said, "Sheriff Weber, I am so sorry for what I did to you. So very sorry." Weber nodded at her, and the judge rapped his gavel. "Mrs. Moore, against my better judgment, I am going to go along with Mr. Bennett's suggestion and sentence you to 1 year's unsupervised probation and 100 hours of community service, to be performed here in Big Lake. I am also going to go one step further and order that you attend an anger management program and present me with proof of your completion of it within the next 90 days. Is that clear?" She nodded and said, "Thank you, Your Honor." The judge turned to Jason Moore. "As for you, sir, what is your plea?" "My client pleads not guilty, Your Honor," said Schaefer. "Of course he does," said the judge. "Okay, I am setting a trial date for 2 weeks from today. I don't think your client needs to be running around getting into more mischief, Mr. Schaefer. Can you give me one reason why I shouldn't order him to remain in custody until his trial date?" "Your Honor, My client is a businessman with pressing matters that require his attention in the valley. He feels that he, too, could benefit from an anger management program and would ask your permission to be freed on bail so he can return to Scottsdale to handle his business matters and to seek counseling for his anger issues." "And what's to keep him from getting into even more trouble between now and then?" asked the judge. "Keep in mind, this is his second assault on Sheriff Weber in 3 days." "I know, Your Honor. As I already stipulated, Mr. Moore has an anger problem, which he acknowledges. He has been under tremendous business and personal pressures lately, which is why he came to your beautiful community, to decompress. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out that way. I can't speak for Tuesday's incident at this time, but as I explained, in yesterday's unfortunate incident, he was only trying to protect his wife after observing what he wrongly perceived as her being attacked. He needs to be free to run his businesses and to be with his family. I believe you are aware that his son is currently in the hospital as a result of yesterday's accident?" "Oh, yes, young Sean," said the judge. "The Moore family certainly has made an impression on this community in a very short time." He turned to the other side of the aisle and said, "Mr. Bennett, Sheriff Weber." "Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Moore has already demonstrated his lack of concern for others in his actions the last few days," said Bennett. "I believe that, for the public safety, he needs to remain in custody until his hearing. Sheriff, what say you?" "Your Honor, with all due respect to Mr. Bennett, we only have 2 cells, Weber said, "and we're really not set up to house prisoners long term. If you order Mr. Moore to be held, I would have to make arrangements to transport him to the Navajo County Jail in Holbrook, where he would be kept, under our agreement with that agency, at Big Lake's expense. That puts a real strain on our budget, as well as on our manpower, to transport him 100 miles each way to Holbrook, and then do it again for his trial. We're in the middle of a homicide investigation, and I'm already short-handed. I'll agree to his release on a hefty bail, with the stipulation that he remains in Big Lake and takes care of his business matters from here, by telephone." The town's attorney shot Weber a surprised look, but remained silent. The judge turned to Schaefer and Moore. "Mr. Schaefer, can your client handle his pressing business matters from here by telephone, if I agree to Sheriff Weber's suggestion?" "It would be difficult, Your Honor, but yes, we'll make it happen." "What do you have to offer in the way of collateral if I do let Mr. Moore out on bail until his trial?" "Your Honor, I have in my possession the deed to Mr. and Mrs. Moore's cabin, located on a 1-acre lot on Lynx Lane here in Big Lake, which we are prepared to surrender to the court as collateral." "Is there a lien on the property?" the judge asked. "No, sir. The deed is clear of any encumbrances." Weber expected another outburst from Cindy Moore at the discussion of the cabin's deed, but she remained silent. The judge looked at Bob Bennett again, and the town's attorney said, "Based on Sheriff Weber's statement, I'll agree, Your Honor, but with serious misgivings." Judge Ryman sat back in his chair and studied Jason Moore for a long moment before he sat forward. "I have misgivings, too, Mr. Bennett, but I don't want to add to Sheriff Weber's workload, so I'll agree. But," and with that he pointed at Jason Moore, "I'm telling you this right now, Mr. Moore. If I hear of you getting out of line in any way, if you so much as talk rudely to a waitress in a restaurant or spit on the sidewalk, I'll personally drive you to Holbrook and put you in a cell. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir," Moore replied, and the judge rapped his gavel again, then threw it on his desk and stood up. "We're done here." "What the hell was that all about?" Bob Bennett demanded to know in the back of the courtroom, while the Moores and their attorney were busy at the front with the court clerk. "I need the whole family up here," Weber said, "until I can figure out if the kid is involved in this murder case, Bob." "Well, I don't like it, Jimmy, and I don't like surprises when I'm standing in front of the judge. You should have warned me ahead of time, not just spring something like this on me at the last damn minute." Weber regretted not telling Bennett ahead of time, but things were happening too fast to allow it. Before he could respond, Schaefer approached and said, "Gentlemen, I appreciate you working with us on this matter. Now, what's all this nonsense about Sean being a suspect in a murder investigation?" "I think we need to have this discussion in my office," Weber said. Can you keep your clients under control while we talk?" Schaefer nodded, and Weber turned to Bennett and asked, "Can you be there, Bob? Say in 1 hour?" Bennett nodded curtly and said, "I'll be there. It'd be nice to know what's going on ahead of time, for a change," directing a cold glare at Weber as he spoke. The sheriff knew that he was going to have to mend fences with the town's attorney, but there was no time at the moment. "Okay, I'll go pick up Sean," Weber said to Schaefer, "and we'll get together at my office in an hour." "We'll be there," promised the attorney. "But may I have your word that you will not question Sean about this whole murder nonsense until I am present?" Weber gave the attorney a cold look and said, "You're not the only one here who is good at his job, Mr. Schaefer. This may look like the Boondocks compared to Scottsdale, and we may all seem like a bunch of hicks to you, but I do know proper procedure." Schaefer held his palms up and said, "No offense, Sheriff Weber. Of course you are. We'll see you shortly." "We're going to have to skip lunch," Weber said to Parks as they pulled out of the courthouse parking lot and headed for the hospital to pick up Sean Moore. The FBI agent groaned and said, "I'm wasting away to nothing here, Jimmy. Next thing you know, I'm just going to collapse, and you can slide what's left of me into an envelope and send it back home to my mama in Lawton." Weber chuckled, then reached across to gently punch his friend on the shoulder. "If bullshit was peanuts, Parks, you'd be as fat as Archer." Chapter 12. Once everybody was gathered in his office, Weber turned on a tape recorder, then read Sean his Miranda rights, and the boy said yes when asked if he understood them. "Okay, Sean, let's start at the beginning," Weber said. "What were you doing out on Poplar Road yesterday?" "I was just driving around," Sean replied, slouched back in his seat and staring at the floor between himself and the sheriff. "Just driving around? Do you know anybody who lives out there?" "I don't know anybody around here," Sean said. "Who's there to know in a hick place like this? These aren't exactly my kind of people." "Okay, who were you racing with before the accident?" "I wasn't racing with anybody," the boy said. "This dumbass came flying up on my rear end, honking and yelling at me, and I was trying to get out of his way." "Do you know who was driving the other car?" Sean shook his head, still not giving Weber the courtesy of looking up. "Like I said, I don't know anybody here. Don't want to either." "What happened after this car came up behind you and you tried to get out of its way?" "He hit the back end of my car and I spun out. Next thing I knew, I was in the back of the ambulance." "How about a girl named Sue Ellen Rafferty? Do you know her?" This time Sean raised his head, but he still didn't look Weber in the eye when he said, "Never heard of her. Can I go now? My head still hurts, and I want to check on my car." "Right now your car is impounded, Sean, and it looks like it's going to need some repairs once I do release it." "If I release it." "All this because of a stupid traffic accident?" Jason Moore asked. "This is ridiculous. What's going on here, Bob?" Obviously, Schaefer had not said anything to Sean's parents about the knife or Weber's suspicions about the boy's possible involvement in a homicide. He held up a hand and said, "Hold on, Jason." Weber opened his desk and took out the evidence bag with the baggie of marijuana from the Honda and placed it on the desktop. "Does this look familiar, Sean?" The boy shrugged his shoulders and said, "So what? Pot's no big deal." Cindy Moore started to speak, but Schaefer held his hand up again, and she stopped. "Okay, pot's no big deal. What about this?" Weber sat the glass pipe down next to the baggie. This time Cindy Moore spoke up over the hand that Schaefer had raised once again. "A crack pipe, Sean? What have you gotten yourself into?" "Sean?" The boy just stared at the floor silently, not looking up when Weber spoke his name. "Okay, Sean, how about this?" And with that, Weber pulled the knife out of his desk and laid it down next to the other items. This time Sean sat upright in his chair and said, "I've never seen that knife before. It's not mine." "Bob, what the hell's this all about?" Jason Moore demanded. Before he could reply, Weber said, "We found this on the floorboard of Sean's car on the passenger side. I have reason to believe that it was used in the homicide that happened a few days ago." The officer erupted in shouts as all three Moores, father, mother, and son, reacted to Weber's words. Weber and Schaefer tried to calm them down, and to the parents' credit, at least they did not react violently, which he had halfway expected. Finally, after the outbursts had run down, everybody sat back in their chairs. Cindy Moore's lips were clamped in a tight white line, while her husband's face was red as he glared at the sheriff. Even Sean had abandoned his usual non-committal slouch and was staring at the knife on the sheriff's desktop, still shaking his head in denial. "Sheriff Weber, you and I both know that anybody could have put those drugs and that knife in Sean's car after the accident yesterday. There is no way to prove that they are his, and to imply that this young man is involved in your murder case is ludicrous. There is absolutely no connection to Sean and the victim. Is that right, Sean? Did you ever meet a man named Danny Bell?" Sean didn't hesitate when he looked in Weber's eyes and said, "I never killed anybody." "You didn't answer my question, Sean. Did you ever meet Danny Bell?" "My boy may be a lot of things, but he's not a killer and he's not a faggot," Jason Moore said. "There's no way he was involved in this bullshit." Sean looked toward his stepfather and said, "I'm not your boy, Jason. You're not my father, and you never will be. So stop calling me son and boy, okay?" "Sean!" He turned to his mother and said, "What, Mom? It's the truth, right? He only puts up with me because we came as a package deal? You know it, and I know it, too." "You ungrateful little prick!" shouted Jason Moore. "I put a roof over your head. I put clothes on your back. And this is the thanks I get all the time?" Weber slapped his hand down on his desktop, causing the assortment of pens, paperwork, and an empty coffee cup to bounce, and shouted, "Shut up! Everybody just shut up!" With some grumbling and angry glares all around, the three Moores settled back in their seats again, their body language tight and angry. "Okay, Sean, I could charge you with drug and paraphernalia possession, but I'm going to hold off on that for now. But I want you to start talking, and start telling me the truth right now. Why were you out on Poplar Road yesterday?" "I told you I was just driving around," Sean said. "It's kind of hard to sit around at the cabin, listening to those two screwing and making noises like they're in a porn movie in the next room. I needed to get away from there." If Jason or Cindy were bothered to hear their intimate moments discussed in such a public way, they didn't show it. "And then what happened, Sean?" "Like I said, this idiot started chasing me and rammed my car. That's all that happened." "Were you out on Rim Road Saturday night, Sean?" "No. I don't know who this dead guy was. I don't know that girl you asked about, and I wasn't anywhere near the place where that guy got killed." Weber knew the boy was lying. He just wasn't sure how much of what he said was untrue, but he also realized that the interview wasn't going anywhere. Schaefer said, "Sheriff, unless you intend to charge my client with a crime at this time, I'd like to get these folks out of here and back to their cabin. It's been a long day for them." Weber wanted to say that it had been a long day for him, too, as he shifted in his seat and felt the stiffness in his back and neck from the fight the day before. Instead, he just nodded and said, "Fine, but I want Sean here in town, where I can talk to him again if I need to. Agreed?" "Nobody's going anywhere," Schaefer promised. "And I want Sean's fingerprints before you leave here." Cindy Moore started to protest, but once again Schaefer cut her off with a raised hand and made his own objection. "That's not going to happen, Sheriff. I'm taking my client and leaving now." "Okay, change of plan," Weber said. "I'll place Sean under arrest on suspicion of drug possession, and we'll still take his prints." "Bob, do something!" Cindy Moore screeched. Schaefer put his hand on her knee to calm her and said, "Okay, Sheriff, you win. Take the fingerprints." "Bob!" Schaefer patted Cindy's knee and said, "My hands are tied, Cindy. At least this way Sean doesn't have an arrest on his record." "What the hell good are you anyway?" Jason Moore demanded of his attorney. "I pay you big bucks, Bob, and all I get is my hands are tied? That's bullshit." For just a moment Weber saw the suave attorney's demeanor slip when he gave his client an icy look and said, "Jason, believe me, you don't pay me nearly enough to put up with your crap. And if you want somebody else to represent you and come get you out of jail at 2 a.m. the next time you blow up and get yourself in trouble, I'll be happy to give you the names of some other law firms you can contact." Jason Moore bit back whatever he was going to say next, but his dark red face showed he was far from mollified. "Go ahead, Sheriff, take the damn fingerprints. After all, I'm not his dad, so why should I care, right?" His wife started to say something, but the deadly look Jason shot her stopped her cold. Weber went to his office door, opened it, and called out to Archer to take Sean back to the booking area and take his fingerprints. Schaefer led the three Moores out of the office to where Archer stood waiting. Once they were alone, Weber said, "What do you think, Bob?" He could tell that the town's attorney was still upset about what had taken place in the courtroom when Bennett folded his arms and said, "We both know that the evidence won't hold up in court. Like Schaefer said, anyone could have put the drugs and knife in the kid's car. Unless you can find his prints on them, you've got nothing." "I know. Mary, Parks, how about you guys?" The FBI agent shrugged his shoulders, not unlike Sean Moore had done before him, and said, "I don't know, Jimmy. If I had to live with those two, I think I'd be smoking something to mellow me out, too. But I don't see this kid as a killer." "Me either," Mary Caitlin said. "I see an angry young man in Sean, and he certainly has a lot of issues to deal with. But I don't think he has it in him to commit a crime like this." Though she was not a sworn officer, as the sheriff office's senior working employee and the wife of the former sheriff, Weber valued and trusted Mary's instincts. "What about you, Jimmy? What do you think?" Weber ran his hands through his hair and said, "I don't know, Mary. I'm pretty sure he's lying to me about why he was out by the Rafferty place. But I think if he was going to kill anybody, it would be his stepfather, not somebody like Danny Bell." "All this thinking is making me even hungrier," said Parks. "Feed me now, Sheriff, or I'm going to butcher Archer and roast him over a fire right here in your office." Weber stood up and said, "Okay, let's go before you start crying and embarrass both of us. Bob, care to join us?" Bennett shook his head and said, "No, I'm late for a meeting with Chet Wingate now." Weber didn't know if there really was a meeting or if the attorney was still miffed, but he let it drop and said, "Come on, Parks. Archer's not much, but at least he makes decent coffee and has learned to use a broom and a mop. I guess we'll keep him." "Yeah," Parks agreed as they walked out the door. "Besides, he has such an electrifying personality." Behind them, Mary Caitlin groaned and said, "That one was really lame, Larry, even for you." "Give me a break, old woman," Parks said over his shoulder. "I'm running on empty here. They can't all be great." "Old woman," Mary shot back. "Here's your old woman, you little twerp," she said as she threw her ballpoint pen at Parks. He chuckled as it bounced off his shoulder as he hustled outside. "Okay, Scooter, let's cut to the chase," Parks said as he stabbed his fork into a large piece of chicken fried steak at the Main Street Cafe. "We've been swimming against the current on this case for days now, and this knife thing is about the first positive clue we've had so far. We all seem to think that young Sean is a screwed-up kid, but we also all seem to agree he's not a killer. So now what?" "I still think that Ted Rafferty or his kid is involved," Weber replied. "We know he was out near Cat Mountain Saturday night, and now we find a knife in Sean Moore's car after he was over near the Rafferty place. Could Ted or Steve Rafferty have put the knife in his car to frame him for the murder?" "That's one scenario," Parks agreed. "But why was he out there in the first place? The kid's a misfit, but I damn sure don't see him mixing in with that crowd." "Maybe not the father and son, but what about Sue Ellen?" Parks paused with another forkful of food halfway to his mouth. "You think? Guess it could be, but I don't see that girl being his type, whatever the hell his type is." Weber told him about finding the paperback book in Sean's car, the same book Sue Ellen had been reading. Well, who knows? If she's attracted to outsiders, Sean would fit the picture in more than one way. Before either of them could say anything further, a woman stopped by their table and said, "I knew you were going to come back to me. It was just a matter of time." "Hello, Marcia," Parks said to the short, dark-haired woman with a grin. "Face it, we both knew it was going to happen. It was fate." "So you ready to sire my children and rest your weary head on my buxom bosom for all of your days?" the woman asked. "Or is it just raunchy, sweaty sex you're here after? Because I want you to know I'm up for either one." "Yeah, that's it," Parks told her. "Like a couple of pigs rutting in the barnyard. That's you and me." "Well, then slide your skinny butt over and make some room for me," the chubby woman said as she slipped into the booth next to Parks. Only when she was settled in comfortably and had taken a drink from Parks' glass of iced tea did she look at Weber and say, "What? You never saw a fat girl flirt before?" Marcia Perry had been Debbie Perkins' best friend since grade school, though they were complete opposites. Debbie, the beautiful blonde, was vivacious and always the center of attention, while Marcia played her foil, always ready with a joke or some wild action to lighten any situation. After Debbie pled guilty to armed robbery and 3 murder charges, things had been strained between Weber and Marcia. Both were hurting terribly, and while he tried to ease his pain with liquor, Marcia had sought comfort in food, adding another 20 pounds to her already plump figure in the months that followed. Because they had both loved Debbie, and both felt betrayed by her actions, it had been too hard to be together. So by unspoken mutual agreement, they had avoided each other. Only in the past few weeks had the 2 old friends been able to move beyond their pain and start to rebuild their relationship.
"I don't see any fat girls around here, darling. Just a woman who has betrayed my love and chosen this pretty boy and left me heartbroken in her dust."
Weber and Marcia had always had a teasing relationship. As a girl, Marcia had a major crush on her best friend's big brother, one that had matured into a comfortable adult friendship. Now she stuck her tongue out at Weber and said,
"You had your chance, Romeo, but you blew it. Now I'm in love with this oaky shit-kicker, and my loins throb only for him."
"Are those loins still throbbing? I think Doc Williams over at the clinic can give you some ointment for that."
"Screw you, Jimmy. I think the doc's as big a perv as you are. I mean, really, who asked you to get completely undressed just so he can examine a roll-top desk you have for sale?"
They all laughed, and Parks asked,
"So, how's the antique business doing? Have you made enough money yet to support me in the style to which I wish to become accustomed?"
Marcia batted her eyelashes at him and asked,
"What? We're not just going to live on love?"
"Hey, the kind of loving I have planned for you requires an intake of protein. Lots of protein. I'm talking red meat and potatoes, woman. And then there's the added expense of all those leopard-patterned thong underwear Parks wears," Weber put in. "That's got to cost a bundle every month."
"Nah, my man here goes strictly commando," Marcia said. "Gives new meaning to the term swinger, if you get my drift."
2 older ladies sitting in a booth across from them scowled, causing all 3 to break up into laughter. Finally, Weber pushed his plate away and slid out of the booth.
"I'd better get out of here before somebody calls the cops. It'd be damned embarrassing to have Archer Wingate come waddling in here and arrest the high sheriff and the FBI's leading agent here in Big Lake. I'll leave you 2 lovebirds to your own devices."
"Don't leave me here, all alone with this woman,"
Parks implored as Weber walked toward the door.
"Come on, Jimmy. I've seen her devices."
Behind him, Weber heard the 2 old ladies gasping in shock, and the sounds of his friend's laughter followed him out the door of the cafe. Weber checked in at the office, then drove out to Poplar Road, and as he had hoped, a short distance from the turn into the Rafferty driveway, he spotted Sue Ellen sitting under the same tree, rocking her baby brother and reading a paperback book. She looked up when the sheriff's bronco stopped on the shoulder of the road and scrambled to her feet as Weber climbed out and walked toward her.
"Afternoon, Sue Ellen," Weber said. "How you doing this afternoon?"
The girl's eyes darted in the direction of her home and then back to Weber.
"You shouldn't be here, Sheriff."
"Why is that?" Weber asked her.
"My pa said I'm not supposed to talk to you."
"Do you always do what your pa tells you to do, Sue Ellen?"
She looked back toward her driveway, but didn't reply.
"I'm not here to get you into trouble, Sue Ellen, but I need your help, and I think maybe I can help you too."
She looked at Weber for a minute, then down at her feet where she nudged at a pine cone with the toe of a tattered tennis shoe.
"Nobody can help me."
"Why not?" The girl looked back toward her driveway again, then returned her attention to the pine cone.
"You're a nice girl, Sue Ellen. You have your whole life ahead of you. You don't have to live like this forever."
When she looked up, Weber saw life in her eyes for the first time. Not just life, but defiance.
"Oh, sure, I can become a real live princess, and some knight in shining armor is going to come riding in here on his big white horse and sweep me off my feet and take me away from all this. Right, Sheriff?"
She swept her arm back toward the driveway.
"Well, that only happens in fairy tales, not in real life. In real life, the knight's a punk rocker in a fast car, and he sweeps you off your feet and right into the back seat. And after he's done with you, he rides away into the sunset and leaves you right where you started out. And guess what, Sheriff? You find out you're not a princess after all. You're just a slut, just like your pa always said you was going to be."
Tears were streaming down her cheeks, and she wiped them away with the back of her hand. The baby had started to fuss during her outburst, and she turned her attention to him and cooed softly to calm him down. "I'm guessing that knight in shining armor is Sean Moore," Weber told her. Sue Ellen didn't respond, just wiped more tears away. "When was the last time you saw Sean?" Weber asked.
"Saturday night. I snuck out about midnight and met him down at the paved road."
She looked at Weber with worried eyes.
"Sheriff, if my pa ever finds out, he'll whip the skin off me, and he'll kill Sean."
"Don't worry about your pa," Weber told her. "Where did you and Sean go?"
"We just drove around for a while."
"Drove around where?" Sue Ellen. She looked in the direction of her house once again, always on the alert for the appearance of her father's pickup truck.
"Out on the rim road."
Weber felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up at the mention of Rim Road. "Where exactly on Rim Road, Sue Ellen?"
"Out by the boat launch. We parked and, you know."
Her face reddened as she made her confession. "And then what happened?"
"We got in a fight, and he dropped me off up the road."
"What was the fight about?" Weber asked her.
"About the baby."
"The baby?" And then it hit Weber. He had assumed that the infant was Sue Ellen's brother, but suddenly realized that it was her child. "Is Sean the baby's father, Sue Ellen?"
"Yeah, but he don't want to claim it, and won't give me any money to help out either. I hope that if I went with him again and brought Donnie with me, he'd see that it's his and come around. But once he got what he wanted again, he wouldn't even hold him."
"How did you meet Sean, Sue Ellen?"
"He started coming over to see Steve last year."
Weber couldn't picture Sean Moore having a friendship with a mountain boy like Steve Rafferty, and wondered what the connection between them was. "Sean and Steve are friends?"
"Don't know if you call them friends. They got in a big fight last time he was here."
"What did they fight about?" Weber asked.
"Don't know. All I know is that Sean took off with Steve chasing him."
"Chasing him? Does Steve have a gray Camaro?" About then, Sue Ellen apparently decided that she'd already said too much.
"I gotta get back home before Pa comes looking for me."
"Sue Ellen, But before Weber could go any further, she turned away and started walking back toward the driveway.
"Please, Sheriff, I gotta go. You're gonna get me in trouble," she said over her shoulder.
Weber wanted to stop her, but decided against it. The girl was obviously frightened of her father, and Weber knew she had enough hardship to deal with, without him adding to it, if he could avoid it. Driving back toward town, Weber thought about what Sue Ellen had told him. Obviously, Sean had been lying when he said he didn't know Sue Ellen or anybody else who lived on Poplar Road. Could he have been lying about the knife and the murder of Danny Bell as well? Chapter 13. Parks never made it back to Weber's cabin that night, and his bed had not been slept in. Weber decided to skip breakfast and settled for a cup of coffee. He took a long hot shower while it was brewing, and by the time he turned the water off and started to towel himself dry, much of the stiffness from the fight with Jason and Cindy Moore and from Archer's attack with a taser had disappeared. Weber was turning the corner onto Main Street, a block from the sheriff's office, when he asked himself, "Now what?" at the same time that Mary Caitlin's voice came over the radio saying, "Sheriff, we need you here, ASAP." Weber replied, "Just pulling in," as he stopped his Bronco at the curb, because a large crowd of people were gathered in the street, blocking his way. At least 40 people were standing in the street and on the sidewalk across the street from the sheriff's office. Margie Shores was among them, standing in the doorway of the newspaper office. "What's going on here, Margie?" Weber asked. "Looks like you've got yourself a real live demonstration," she said. Weber stepped off the sidewalk and started to push his way through the crowd. Most people seemed merely curious and stepped aside, but as he got toward the front, Weber began to hear angry comments. "Damned Indians! They need to get their asses back on the res where they belong," said a large bearded man in worn blue jeans and a flannel shirt with sleeves rolled up over well-muscled arms. "You got that right," said Ted Rafferty. "Nothing here that a tall tree and a short piece of rope wouldn't fix right up." Weber had just locked in on Rafferty's comment when a tall, well-groomed man wearing a white shirt and tie put a hand on his arm.
"Jimmy, we don't need this crap in Big Lake," said Wally McKnight, who owned a real estate office a few doors down on Main Street. "I've got clients coming in from Tempe today to look at that parcel of land out by the highway. They're talking about putting in one of those Dollar Saver stores, and seeing all this could turn them off real quick."
Before Weber could reply, the man on the other side of him said,
"You ought to lock every one of those damn blanket asses up and throw away the key."
Weber didn't recall the man's name, but knew he was a regular at the Antler Inn, a local trouble spot. Pushing past them, he made his way to the front of the crowd, where Weber saw what had attracted them all. Ronnie Bonito was at the center of a group of a dozen or so Apaches standing on the sidewalk in front of the sheriff's office, all holding signs that said, "Justice for Danny Bell," "Big Lake Hates Indians," or simply "Murder." Buzz Carrollton, Tommy Frost, and Chad Summers stood in the street, a human buffer between the protesters and the crowd. Before Weber could say anything to his deputies, Chet Wingate grabbed his arm and demanded,
"You have to put a stop to this right this instant, Sheriff. This is a disgrace, and I won't have it. Do something, or I'll have your job."
"I can't do anything until you let go of my arm," Weber told him, pulling away from the mayor. Wingate was still sputtering when the sheriff reached Chad and said,
"What's going on, Coach?"
using the term he had called the man since the days when he had coached Weber's Little League team years before.
"They showed up about a half hour ago, and it didn't take long for them to draw a crowd," Chad said. "There's been some name-calling, but that's it so far. But this could get ugly real fast, Jimmy."
Weber knew that a lot of people in and around Big Lake didn't like Indians, their prejudices only allowing them to see the drunks and shoplifters that made their way to town all too often, not the great majority of Apaches who were good people and good neighbors. There was also a lot of resentment over government subsidies that many whites saw as handouts, and the fact that the White Mountain Apache reservations over 2,600 square miles encompass some of the finest hunting and fishing lands in the state. Yet that did not keep many of those same people from gambling in the tribe's casino at Honda, or buying discount cigarettes on the reservation. Weber stepped past his deputies and toward the protesters, where Ronnie Bonito confronted him.
"You here to roust us, Sheriff? Going to make yourself a hero to all these white folks and tear gas us?"
"Nope," Weber said. "Looks like your people are all on the sidewalk. You're not blocking the street, and you have a right to peaceful assembly, guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution."
"That's a white man's piece of paper," Bonito sneered. "We are Apache. We don't need no white man's permission to go wherever we want, whenever we want. Maybe you want to turn your attack dogs loose on us, huh?"
"Don't have any attack dogs," Weber told him. "Deputy Summers has an old black lab, but he's half blind and would probably try to lick you to death. Miss Troutman, our new dispatcher, has one of those yappy little mutts that might annoy you pretty severely, but that's about the best we can do."
"You making fun of me, Sheriff? You think this is all a big joke?"
Before Weber could respond, the large man in the flannel shirt stepped out of the crowd and shouted,
"Run their asses out of town, Sheriff!"
Several people in the crowd responded by yelling,
"Yeah!"
Chad Summers blocked the man's path and said, "Step back," firmly. The man didn't move any further forward, and he didn't back up either. Chet Wingate came to where Weber and Ronnie Bonito stood and said,
"Sheriff, I order you to break this up right this minute. Make these people move along and stop causing this disturbance."
"Mayor, these people are not breaking any law. Now, those people are blocking the street, and some of them are getting real close to starting a riot," Weber said, nodding toward the people standing in the street.
"You want me to break them up? I'll darn sure do it. But those are all voters, Chet. So you make the call." "You go to hell, fat man," Bonito told the mayor. "Maybe I'll scalp you and use what little hair you still got out there to shine my boots."
The mayor stepped backward, almost stumbling on his thick legs, and pointed a finger at Bonito.
"Sheriff, you heard that? He threatened me. Arrest him."
Weber ignored the mayor and turned back to Bonito. "Look, Ronnie, I understand that you and your people are frustrated with the lack of progress in this case so far. I'm frustrated too. But we are moving forward. Maybe not as fast as either of us would like, but I'm working on it. I'm following up every lead, and I will catch whoever killed Danny Bell. You have my word on that."
"You think your word means anything to me?" Bonito said. "You're a nobody white sheriff in a nothing white town. Why should I believe anything you say?" "Then how about you believe what I say?"
said Larry Parks, as he pushed his way through the crowd and stepped to Weber's side.
"Who the hell are you?"
Bonito asked. I'm Agent Parks with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and I'm working with Sheriff Weber on this case because I've classified it as a hate crime."
"I get it," said Benito. "The Great White Father sent you out here to help us dumb Indians, huh? Yeah, we already got one of you feds back in the res, and he's worthless. You're probably just like him, aren't you?"
"I've only met Gordon Hahn once," Parks said, "but between you and me, he's even more useless than most of us feds. But be that as it may, I'm looking for the guy that did this, and so is Sheriff Weber."
Benito spit on the pavement at Parks' feet and said, "Screw you, FBI man, and screw your buddy here, too. You better find who killed Danny before we do, or you'll have another body to drag out of the woods."
Before Parks could say anything else, a bottle shattered on the pavement at their feet. As all three men jumped out of the path of glass shards, an angry outburst came from behind them, and all heads turned to see Chad Summers taking the bearded man to the ground. Weber had seen how quickly an angry crowd could turn into an out-of-control mob during his 4 years as a military policeman, and he didn't want to see it again, especially in Big Lake. He turned back to Ronnie Benito and ordered, "Keep your people up here on this sidewalk," and then strode into the narrowing space between the crowd and the two deputies still on their feet. "Everybody back off! Back off right now!" he yelled as loudly as he could, but the noise of the crowd drowned him out. They smelled blood, and ordinary citizens, good people who Weber had coffee with at the Main Street Cafe or stopped to say hello on the sidewalk, started to meld into one unthinking, angry force that began to surge forward. Weber started to yell again to try and break the crowd's growing momentum, when help came in the unexpected form of Deputy Archer Wingate, who slowly but steadily nudged his police car into the gap between his fellow deputies and the growing mob. Archer blipped the siren on and off, ordering the crowd to disperse through the PA speaker concealed in the car's grill. As it slowly inched forward, the two sides parted before the big Ford, like a living, breathing Red Sea in the face of a modern-day Moses, even if this Moses was normally a bumbling, accident-prone deputy sheriff. Nobody could have convinced Weber that Archer was capable of such an act, and if he had not witnessed it himself, he would have never believed it was possible. But it happened right in front of his eyes. The spell was broken, logical thought returned to the good people of Big Lake, and the crisis evaporated just as quickly as it began. People stepped back, looking sheepishly at those around them. Some hung their heads, the crowd dispersing as people walked away, some in pairs, but most by themselves, as if ashamed to share their common failing with anyone else. Within a few minutes there were only a small handful of people lingering on the far sidewalk. By then Chad and Buzz Carrollton had subdued the man in the flannel shirt, and Chad jerked him upright and led him into the sheriff's office. Larry Parks stepped up to Weber's side and asked, "Am I dreaming? Did I just see what I thought I did?" "Either that or we've both been dipping into Sean Moore's stash," Weber said. Weber walked up to Archer's car, where Tommy Frost and Buzz were slapping him on the back and congratulating him for his quick thinking. Weber said, "Damn good work, Deputy. You may well have saved all our asses." Archer, a man who received very little praise, beamed at his co-workers and the sheriff's words. When his father joined the sheriff and Parks at his car, he may have hoped for more, but Chet Wingate had other important things on his mind. "Sheriff, if you want to keep your job, you need to get a handle on things, and you need to do it fast. This town is out of control, and will be the laughingstock of the whole state if this doesn't stop. I won't have it. Do you hear me?" Weber looked at his watch and said, "You're slowing down, Chet. It's almost 10 o'clock, and you've only threatened to fire me twice so far. Are you feeling okay?" "Now you listen to me," the mayor said. "I want—" Weber was usually able to ignore the pompous little man's outbursts, but the day was off to a bad start, and he just didn't have the patience this morning. "Don't you get it, Chet? I don't give a rat's ass what you want. I've got more important things to do than listen to you all day long. Now get out of my sight before I borrow that Apache's knife and scalp you myself." The mayor's face turned a dangerous hue. Maybe after seeing his son break up a riot single-handedly, he believed anything was possible, and that the sheriff really would lift his scalp. Whatever the reason, he stalked off, warning Weber over his shoulder that he was going to bring the entire matter before the town council for review. Ronnie Benito had indeed kept his people on the sidewalk, as Weber had ordered, but the sheriff suspected it was because he preferred to see the town's citizens battling with the local police rather than with his own people. It was a classic divide-and-conquer tactic. The group was made up of young people, most of them in their late teens or early 20s, except for Ronnie Benito and the two men who had been with him when he confronted Weber at Danny Bell's funeral. They all looked a few years older.
"What do we want to do about those guys, Jimmy?"
asked Buzz.
"Nothing," Weber told him. "They have a right to picket, as long as they don't block the road or sidewalk. I don't think we'll have any more problems with the locals. They seem to have cooled down. But you never know what could happen if some hothead starts stirring things up again. So I want you to stay out here and keep an eye on things. You and Tommy can switch off every hour or so and give each other a break."
"We'll do," said Buzz. And as Weber started toward the sheriff's office, Buzz added,
"Jimmy, can you believe Archer did that? I saw it. You saw it. And everybody else saw it. But I'm still waiting to wake up, because this is the craziest dream I've ever had."
Inside the sheriff's office, Chad was just coming out of the short hallway that led back to the booking room and the 2 jail cells.
"You okay, Coach?"
he asked, noting the shredded knee on the deputy's pants as Chad pulled the hallway's door closed behind him.
"What happened to the good old days?" Chad asked. "When about the biggest thing we ever had to do was get Mrs. Lowry's cat out of the oak tree in her yard?"
"Wait a minute," Weber told him.
"The only time we ever went after that cat, you sat in the car laughing after you sent me up the tree after the stupid thing. You'd like to have scratched the hide off me before I finally fell out of the damn tree."
Chad chuckled at the memory and said,
"You were a brand-new rookie back then, Scooter, and rank did have its privileges." "Now, don't get too big a head on you, Chad Summers," Mary Caitlin said from behind her desk. "I seem to remember another new deputy years ago that crawled under a cabin to look for a prowler and found himself a skunk instead."
Chad roared, and tears ran down his cheeks as he laughed. Dolan Reed said,
"I remember that one. I wouldn't let Chad in the cab with me. I made him ride in the back of the pickup. Yep, and when you dropped me off at home, Annie wouldn't let me in the house either."
As the deputies laughed at the good old days, the door opened and Archer came into the office. He heard them laughing and stopped just inside the door.
What? What did I do now?"
Everybody laughed again, and then Weber said,
"Archer, for once you're the hero of the day. Savor it, my friend."
As Weber poured a cup of coffee and sat down at his desk, he asked Chad,
"So who's our bottle thrower?" "Norman Jackson," Chad said. "But he didn't throw the bottle, Jimmy. I don't know who did that. It came from further back in the crowd. When it hit, him and Ted Rafferty and a couple other fellows started moving forward. I tried to stop him, and he pushed against me, so I took him down. Then everybody was on the move."
Weber sorted through the morning's telephone messages as Chad spoke, then threw most of them in his wastebasket.
"You know this Jackson?" "Yeah, and that's the thing," Chad said. "Normally he's just a good old boy. I'm sure he's not above taking a few trout over the limit if nobody else is on the lake. But this is out of character for him. I think he just got carried away in the crowd fever."
"You have any record?"
"One speeding ticket 2 years ago. That's it. I really don't want to ruin this guy's life over one dumbass stunt, Jimmy."
"So what do you want to do with him?" Weber asked.
"To be honest, I think he's a decent guy who made a mistake. He told me that he didn't bump me on purpose, that Rafferty and a couple of the other guys were behind him and pushing, and it just happened."
"You believe him?"
"Yeah, I do. He was being a loudmouth out there, and he was out of line, but he didn't resist me when I had him on the ground. He stopped struggling immediately and even apologized. Not the bullshit thing we get once a suspect's in trouble and thinks he can get us to back off and forget everything if he apologizes. This guy was sincere."
"So you want to cut him loose?"
Chad nodded. "I think it's the right thing to do." "Well, you've never steered me wrong before," Weber said. "Let's let him sit there for an hour or so and think about what he did, and then I'll go back and talk to him."
Parks came into Weber's office and dropped into a chair and said,
"You know, Scooter, I came up here to escape the big city and rest. All this here civil disobedience can wear a man right out. Speaking of not getting any rest, I noticed you never made it back home last night. You know, we got a curfew in this town, young man."
Parks blushed, something Weber never thought he'd see, but simply said,
"Well, my daddy always taught me that a gentleman never kisses and tells." "Really, Parks? Now you get coy with me?"
The FBI agent grinned broadly and said, All I'm going to say is that you really missed the boat with old Marcia, my friend. There's more to that lady than either of us ever suspected."
"Well, good for you," Weber said with a laugh.
"I didn't miss the boat. I never got on it. I get seasick on a carnival ride."
They were both still laughing when Mary Caitlin stuck her head in the door and said,
"Whatever you two juvenile delinquents are up to, you better stop it. The big city media is out there."
"What do you mean?" Weber asked her.
"A TV news crew out of Phoenix just showed up out front," Mary said. "Buzz says they're out there talking to those protesters now."
"Great," said Weber, pushing his chair back and standing up. "You just know Chet Wingate's going to love this, don't you?"
A few of the townspeople had gathered again, curious as to what the news crew was up to, but they stood silent on the far side of the street watching an attractive blonde reporter who was talking to Ronnie Bonito. Weber stood off to the side, close enough to hear the Indian activist decrying the fact that an Apache man had been brutally murdered in Big Lake, and that local law enforcement had ignored the crime. He ended by saying, "For over 150 years, my people have suffered and been persecuted at the hands of white society and white law, and it has to stop, and it will stop, right here, right now. We're here to see to that."
After getting her sound bite, the reporter confronted Weber, asking,
"Sheriff, what do you have to say to these accusations that you and your department have allowed this terrible crime to go unpunished?"
"This is an open investigation," Weber told her. "It is our top priority, and we are working hard to catch the person or persons responsible so that they can face justice."
"But you haven't made an arrest in this active investigation, after how many days? Isn't that correct, Sheriff?"
Before Weber could respond, she went on to ask,
"And what about today's riot, Sheriff? Does Big Lake hate Native Americans, as Mr. Bonito alleges? Is it dangerous for them, or for anybody else for that matter, to come to Big Lake?"
"That's nonsense," Weber replied. "There was never a riot. There was a small group of people out here, and 2 or 3 got unruly. My deputies quickly got things under control."
"And there you have it," said the reporter, turning to face the camera with a smug smile. "The sheriff of Big Lake says that this is a safe town, even though he acknowledges that a murderer is still on the loose, and that things today got out of control. He says that there was no riot, even though this reporter has been provided with a video of his own deputies struggling to arrest at least one person. It makes one wonder just who, if anybody, is enforcing the law in Big Lake, and just how safe any of us are when visiting this once popular, peaceful little mountain town. I'm Sherry Lane, reporting from Big Lake, Arizona for K1 News."
Her work done, the reporter gave Weber a trite smile and said,
"See you on the TV news, Sheriff,"
before climbing into the van. In seconds it had pulled away from the curb and was headed back to the big city.
"Oh, yeah,"
Weber said to himself as he watched it disappear down the road. "Mayor Wingate's going to absolutely love this."
Norman Jackson was sitting on a metal bunk that was attached to the wall, but got up when Weber approached.
"How you doing in there?"
Weber asked.
"If I could get my leg back far enough, I'd kick my own ass," the bearded man said.
"Kind of stepped on your dick out there, didn't you?"
Weber asked.
"Yeah, and I'm not proud of it either," Jackson said. "Sheriff, I don't like those damn Apaches. A couple of years ago, a drunk from the res T-boned my wife's car and totaled it. Put her in the emergency room with busted ribs and a broken hip. She was all banged up to hell, and he just walked away from it. No insurance, license already suspended, but because he's in the res, the law can't touch him as long as he stays there. I know it's wrong to hate him and all, but that's the way it is."
Weber knew that the politics that made the Apache tribe a sovereign nation were abused sometimes, and as a lawman he knew all too well the frustration that came with that.
"But Deputy Summers is a good man, and he didn't deserve that out there," Jackson said. "So when you take me over to see the judge, I'll plead guilty to whatever you charge me with."
Weber unlocked the cell door just as Chad came down the hall with a manila envelope holding the items Jackson had in his possession when arrested.
"You're right. Deputy Summers is a good man. We talked about it, and he thinks you're a decent guy, too, who just made a mistake. So on his recommendation, I'm cutting you loose. No charges and no arrest record."
Jackson sent a look of stunned disbelief between the sheriff and deputy.
"Oh, man, I sure don't deserve that. I appreciate the hell out of it, but I don't deserve it."
"Yeah, well, we're all entitled to one chance. This is yours. Come on out of there." There was true gratitude in Jackson's eyes as he came out of the cell.
"Deputy Summers,
Sheriff, I'm damn sorry and ashamed for myself, and I'm really grateful for this."
Both lawmen shook the man's proffered hand. Chad handed him the envelope with his possessions, which included a belt, bootlaces, a wallet with a few dollars in it, a key ring, a small pocket-knife, and a round tin of Skoal. Jackson fished a $20 bill out of the wallet and handed it to Chad.
"Least I can do is pay for your pants,"
he said, noting the deputy's torn knee. Chad glanced toward Weber, who nodded and said, "Well, that seems fair to me." As Jackson was threading his belt through the loops on his jeans, Weber asked, "How well do you know Ted Rafferty?"
"Ted? He's my cousin, so I guess I've known him forever. Why?"
"So you two get along pretty well?" Weber asked. Jackson paused as he was bending over to lace up his work boots, then went back to what he was doing.
"I wouldn't say we're buddies or anything like that. We're family, but that don't mean a lot, at least not to Ted."
"What do you mean?" Jackson finished with one boot, then looked up at Weber before he started on the second.
"Sheriff, Ted's a bully. Always has been and always will be. And he's downright mean, too. We've had our run-ins over the years, and I try to avoid him. It was only by chance that he wound up standing next to me out there today."
"So does Ted hate Apaches, too?"
"I think Ted hates everybody, except maybe for that damn boy of his."
Jackson paused to think for a moment, then said,
"Well, maybe hate's not the right word, but I ain't good with words to start with. Ted thinks everybody else is useless and below him, so they don't matter. What's that word my Irma uses? Disdain? I think Ted has disdain for everybody but himself, so he can treat them any way he wants to, and it don't matter, 'cause they don't count."
Jackson finished with his boots and stood up.
"Can I go now?"
"One more thing," Weber said.
"What about Ted's son, Steve? What do you think of him?"
Jackson's face went dark, and he said,
"Steve's a sick, twisted little son of a bitch. That boy's going to end up in prison one of these days, and it won't be too soon if you ask me."
"Why is that?"
"I remember when he was a snot-nosed kid. Couldn't have been 5 or 6 years old. The whole family was out at my grandma's place for a 4th of July cookout, back before she passed on. She had an old yellow tabby cat that was always rubbing up against you, like cats'll do. That cat was the only company that old woman had after Grandpa died, and she loved it. They was all sitting around in the yard having a good time, like families will. Then suddenly there was loud squalling coming out of the barn, and that cat came running by like a bat out of hell, yowling at the top of its lungs. And nobody ever seen it again. And there was little Steve standing in the doorway of the barn with a hatchet in one hand and that poor cat's tail in the other, grinning like a damned ape."
As he spoke, it was obvious that the incident still rankled the big man so many years later.
"Grandma was all upset, of course, and I told Ted that boy needed his ass whipped good. But he thought it was funny as hell. Said it was just a typical boy's prank. I'll tell you this right now, Sheriff. I got 4 boys of my own who can be wild little Indians sometimes. But if one of my boys would have done something like that, he wouldn't have been able to sit down for a year."
After Jackson thanked them both again and left, Chad said to Weber,
"It sure sounds like Steve Rafferty could be our killer, doesn't it, Jimmy?"
"Yes, it does," the sheriff said. "I like him for this a lot more than I do the Moore kid. Not that I'm a fan of his, either."
"Why is that?"
Weber told him what he had learned from Sue Ellen Rafferty the day before, and the older man said,
"That sucks. But you know, he didn't exactly grow up in an environment where women get much respect."
"I know," Weber said.
"Go home and put on a new pair of pants, Coach. I'm going to take a ride out to the Rafferty place. I think it's time I had another talk with Ted and Steve." As it turned out, the sheriff didn't have to drive out to Poplar Road to talk to Ted Rafferty and his son, because they came to him. Before he could escape the office and the inevitable stack of paperwork that she always had waiting for him, Mary blocked Weber's path and said, No way, Jim Weber. I need you to review these and sign off on them before you do anything else."
"Now what?" he asked.
"Can't it wait? Not unless you expect everybody who works here to become volunteers. I need these payroll forms approved, and you promised me that you would sign these requisition slips so I can order the extra ammunition so everybody can do their semi-annual firearms qualifications this month. Unless, of course, you want to take all of their guns away like you did with Archer. Damn you, Mary Caitlin, you are a demanding woman. Do you know that? "Yes, I do, Jim Weber, and that's why you'll never steal me away from Pete like you keep threatening to do. So sign the damn papers." She thrust them into his hands and held her hand up, palm forward, when he started to protest. "Do it, Sheriff." Weber knew when he was whipped, so he took the papers into his office, grumbling all the way. He was signing a request for funds to cover the cost of office janitorial supplies, and asking himself for the 100th time why he had to be burdened with such mundane tasks that somebody else could have easily done, when a commotion erupted out front. "Now what?" asked Weber, throwing the last form and the pen down on his desk and going into the main office to investigate. Deputies Buzz Carrollton and Tommy Frost were wrestling with a bare-chested Steve Rafferty, and even though his arms were pulled behind him and secured with handcuffs, he wasn't the least bit subdued. Kicking out with his legs, slinging his head from side to side in an attempt to headbutt one of the deputies, the young man was cursing and threatening to kill both men, their families, and anybody else he could think of. As Weber stepped into the outer office, Larry Parks joined the battle and got Steve in a headlock, then helped drag him to a desk where they managed to force him face down over the top, scattering manila folders, pens, pencils, and everything else there in the process. "Hold still, damn it," Buzz said, then jerked his hand out of the way just before Steve managed to bite it. Finally, the sheer force of the three lawmen's combined weight and exhaustion from the struggle seemed to overwhelm him, and he stopped resisting and became still. "What the hell is going on?" Weber demanded. "Crazy little bastard tried to run down those protesters out front," Buzz said. "He came flying up the street and ran right up onto the sidewalk after him. Anybody hurt?" "No, but it's a wonder they weren't all killed," said Buzz. "He blew a tire and only made it a couple of car lengths before he hit another car parked at the curb. He was laughing like an idiot when me and Tommy got to his car, and then when we pulled him out, the fight was on." As Buzz was talking, Tommy was searching the prisoner and said, "I've got a gun here," holding up a small black semi-automatic pistol that he pulled from Steve's back pocket. At that announcement, all hell broke loose again. Steve kicked back viciously and managed to catch Tommy in the stomach, doubling him over and knocking the gun from his hand. At the same time, he jerked upward, the back of his skull connecting with Buzz's chin. Blood spurted from the deputy's upper lip as his teeth were driven into it. Buzz screamed in pain and rage as he slammed the young man's face down onto the desktop, eliciting a second scream and more blood, this time from Steve. The sound of the small pistol was almost lost in the din as it hit the floor and discharged. It took another minute or two for things to calm down, but finally Steve Rafferty stopped fighting, and they managed to get his legs lassoed with strong nylon flex ties, which they secured to his handcuffs with another flex tie, effectively hog-tying him. With the prisoner under control, Weber saw the gun laying next to a file cabinet, where it had gotten knocked in the struggle, and picked it up. It was a .25 Targa, an older, cheap Italian import. It wasn't much of a gun to start with, and judging by its condition, it had never been cared for. One plastic hand grip was cracked, it was dirty, and had surface rust on the exposed metal parts. "I've got the gun," Weber said. "Is everybody okay?" Buzz and Tommy, breathing hard from the struggle with Steve Rafferty, both nodded, and then they patted the prisoner down and rolled him over to look for any injuries. Except for a bloody nose and a few scrapes and bruises, he seemed fine. "Take this idiot back to a cell and leave him trussed up for now," Weber ordered. As they started to half-carry, half-drag Steve down the hall to the cells, Weber asked Mary and Judy Troutman if they were okay, and though the new dispatcher was a bit shaken from witnessing the fight, both nodded acknowledgment. It was only then that Weber noticed that Larry Parks was leaning against the wall. "You okay, Parks?" The usual grin was gone, and Parks' face was pale and strained when he said, "I think I've been shot, Jimmy." "Jimmy, why does somebody shoot me every time I come up here to dogpatch?" Parks asked, as he lay face down on a gurney in the emergency room of the medical center. "Well, look at it this way," Buzz Carrollton said, his lips swollen to twice its normal size. "It could have been worse. This time you only took one in the ass." "Could have been worse?" Weber asked. "It's getting closer and closer to his brain every time." In spite of himself, Parks laughed. "I'm not sure which hurts more, my butt or my dignity." "Hey, look at the bright side," Weber told him. "Think how much fun you'll have the next time you offer to show some gal your scar." "Yeah, that moon I'm seeing right now sure is making my world a lot brighter," agreed Buzz. As hard as she tried, Diane Burke,
The pretty young nurse, who was in the process of swabbing orange disinfectant onto Park's right buttock, couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Dr. Williams chuckled himself as he stood by with needle and suture thread. As the doctor started to close the small wound in Park's flesh, he had to stop and let the latest round of laughter pass. Mary and Pete Catlin stepped behind the curtain into the already crowded space, and Mary exclaimed, "Why, Larry Parks, this is a side of you I've never seen before." "Oh, Lord, will the humiliation never stop?" Parks asked. "Please get these people out of here, Jimmy." "Relax," Mary told him. "You think this is the first time I ever saw a bare ass before, boy?" "It's the first time you ever seen my bare ass." "Well, let's just hope it's the last time," Mary told him. "So how bad is it, Doc?" "It's nothing," Dr. Williams told her. "Fortunately, the bullet lost most of its velocity when it ricocheted off the floor, and it only penetrated the flesh an inch or so. It's not much worse than stepping on a nail, or maybe sitting on a nail in this case. He'll live. Besides, the scar will give him character," Weber added. Mary broke into the laughter to say, "If you can break away, we really need you back at the office, Jimmy. All hell's breaking loose." "What now?" Weber asked. "I've got reporters calling from all over, wanting to know what's going on. Apparently they got an anonymous tip that somebody had attacked the protesters and that an FBI agent had been shot. Park's boss down in Phoenix has called twice, and Chet Wingate has taken over your office to handle all of the news media." "Just once I'd like a quiet day to go fishing," Weber said. "Is that too much to ask?" "Well, if Chet has his way, you'll have a lot of time for fishing," Mary said. "He's trying to get the town council together for a meeting to vote to suspend you." "Again?" asked Weber. "I guess he figures one of these days he'll get lucky if he tries hard enough," Mary replied. "All right, I'd better get over there," Weber said. "You going to be okay, Parks?" "I'd be a lot better if y'all just go away," Parks said. "Buzz, since the doc is going to release him, how about you hang around and drive him back to my place, okay?" "Never mind, Buzz," said Marcia Perry, as she too crowded her way inside the curtained area. "I'll take him home and take good care of him. Trust me, nobody here has more of an interest in this man's booty than me." Parks groaned loudly, everyone else roared with laughter, and the doctor had to stop in mid-stitch yet again, afraid he'd do more harm with his needle than the bullet had done. "Okay, everybody, out," he ordered. "I can't work under these conditions. Go away." "Forget the stitches," Marcia said. "Just let me kiss it and make it better." "Out." "Yes, out, please," Parks begged. "Allow a man his dignity." "Hey, Parks," Weber said, "did you know that you've got a hole in your dignity? 2 holes, actually." "Out!"